Chapter 301, Save Him or Not. The gathering of power was fake, 7 stars surrounded him. The strike was fake. It was also fake that he was about to collapse after reaching his limits. It was just to confuse Lin Yi. Chu Feng knew very well even if he had endured the power of 7 stars just now, he would definitely not be able to kill the 2 ultimate ranks who were defending with all their might. At most, it would only injure the 2 of them, but he would really lose the ability to fight again. Thus, this attack could not be unleashed by Chu Feng. Instantly, Chu Feng thought of Ing. This guy had been hiding in his shadow since the beginning of the war, relying on his unique supernatural power. Even an ultimate rank could not tell the shadow that had almost become one with him. He naturally accepted the power from the sun opening formation. In order for Ing to withstand this power, Chu Feng even consumed a drop of star domain essence alone to forcibly raise shadow to the peak of high grade A. In that case, carrying this power for a short period of time would definitely not be a problem. Although it was also only 1 strike, in this state, coupled with his elusive assassination technique, it was enough to kill almost any expert present. Originally, Chu Feng had planned to use Ing to coordinate with the 7 stars formation as his last resort to kill Lin Yi by surprise. However, Mo Qianfan's appearance had disrupted Chu Feng's plan. Furthermore, Lin Yi was so afraid of death that he would meet up with the half-spirit venerable. The 2 of them defended with all their might. Neither Ing nor Chu Feng was confident in shattering this turtle shell. Thus, Chu Feng could only have shadow killed the deranged Mo Qianfan. This was not bad. Mo Qianfan's heart shattered. He was about to die. A newly born ultimate A of the demon race had been killed by Chu Feng. For no reason, at that moment, Lin Yi seemed to have understood something. He looked resentfully at the smiling Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not hesitate and smiled lightly. He cupped his hands at Lin Yi. "Thank you, Your Highness Lin Yi, for your kindness in not killing me again." The mockery was obvious. Actually, just now, just to be safe, Chu Feng had even sent all his strength into Ying's body through the sun opening formation. At that moment, Chu Feng used his remaining strength to condense a dazzling light, but he was actually just an empty shell. It was Chu Feng's weakest moment. If even one of Lin Yi and the half-spirit venerable dared to attack Chu Feng, even if it was just a casual attack, it was enough to easily take Chu Feng's life. Chu Feng was playing with fire. Fortunately, he had succeeded again. He had also tricked this prince again. This legendary peerless genius of the abyss. Chu Feng could not even remember how many times he had tricked this fellow. His strength was alright, but his brain was not enough. If it were him, he would have committed suicide in shame. But Lin Yi never learned. He had been tricked again, and every time, he was tricked in a different way. At that moment, Lin Yi really wanted to die. His face turned from green to purple, and then from purple to black. He had been tricked countless times by the same person with the same method. He really wanted to die. He even had the intention to skin Chu Feng alive, but at this moment, not many people paid attention to the embarrassed expression of this demon prince. Instead, they focused their attention on the half-kneeling Mo Qianfan. If an ultimate A rank really died, the impact on the entire battlefield would be unparalleled. On the human side, there was Chu Feng's undead army that was comparable to an ultimate A rank. The situation would be completely reversed. Therefore, at this moment, Mo Qianfan's life was very important. But at this moment, Mo Qianfan's condition was really terrible. A large transparent hole was constantly bleeding from his chest. Ing did not hold back at all. He continuously shattered Mo Qianfan's heart. Even the weapon aura wreaked havoc and minced his internal organs into pieces. It could be said that even if Mo Qianfan had a healing medicine like the life spirit, it would not be able to save his life. His injuries were too serious. Lin Yi watched anxiously from the side, but there was nothing he could do. He did have many healing treasures on him, but they were not even comparable to Chu Feng's life spirit. Even if he gave them to Mo Qianfan, they would be useless. It was almost a death sentence for Mo Qianfan. But at this moment, suddenly, an extremely illusory and transparent figure slowly rose from Mo Qianfan's head. The phantom gradually condensed into a figure in the air. Mara, clearly, because Mo Qianfan was too severely injured, he was no longer able to suppress Mara. That was why Mara could successfully appear, this demon genius who had come back from the dead. At this moment, his eyes seemed a little empty and indifferent. When Mo Qianfan saw this phantom, he recalled some of the descriptions in the Forbidden Book. A strong desire to live suddenly appeared in his eyes. It was as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. He hurriedly shouted, "Quick! Mara, fuse with me again. We can still be saved. The power of the second fusion is enough to cause this injury." Mo Qianfan knew very well, completely fusing with the power of Mara's remnant soul was enough for him to break through to the S rank. It was very easy to use it to reconstruct his body. That way, he wouldn't have to die. Mo Qianfan knelt and struggled every time he spoke. He would vomit blood. His aura was also visibly weakening. Mo Qianfan was terrified. He did not want to die yet, but in midair, the illusory soul of Mara only lowered his head indifferently and glanced at the disheveled Mo Qianfan. He still did not move. Mo Qianfan was really flustered and hurriedly persuaded him. Mara, Master knows his mistake. Master shouldn't have treated you like that. Give Master another chance. We still have a beautiful future. In the future, when I advance to the S rank, I'll be conferred the title of king. I'll even become a god. I will definitely find a way to revive you, Mara, on the account that we've been master and disciple for more than 20 years. I'm begging you. Save me. As he spoke, Mo Qianfan actually ignored his injuries and knelt on the ground with a plop, frantically kowtowing to Mara's remnant soul. At that moment, the master knelt down to the disciple. It looked so ridiculous and comical. However, Mara continued to watch indifferently. It was as if everything had nothing to do with him. Mo Qianfan went crazy. Suddenly he roared, Mara! Quick! Merge with me! I order you to fuse with me immediately! Damn it, damn it! You traitor! Mo Qianfan, who was facing death, had long lost his mind. He spoke nonsense without thinking. This time, Mara made a move. He looked at Mo Qianfan, who was on the ground like a madman. A look of pleasure flashed across his eyes, but immediately after, there was deep sorrow. There was even a trace of pity. This was his master, whom he had once respected and regarded as his family. At this moment, he was like a clown, frantically kowtowing to his former disciple, hoping that he could save his life. How ironic! Mara wanted to cry, but in his soul state, he no longer had the right to cry. Memories of the past kept appearing in his mind. When he succeeded in his cultivation, a trace of pride appeared on his master's face. When he encountered a powerful enemy, his master rushed to his aid. When his heart suffered a setback, his master took great pains to care for him. Once a teacher, always a father. Before today, Mara was always so grateful and respectful to Mo Qianfan. But why? Why are you so cruel to me? What did I do wrong? Mara shouted silently. His eyes were filled with pain. He looked at his master, who was struggling for survival on the ground. Should he save the guy or not? Chapter 302, Mo Qianfan, dead. At that moment, the world fell silent. Everyone looked at Mara. This broken soul became the focus of the world. Chu Feng did not act rashly. If Mara was willing to sacrifice himself completely and fuse into Mo Qianfan's body again, that would only take an instant. At that time, Mo Qianfan would be reborn. This was something that Chu Feng did not wish to see. Therefore, he did not want to agitate Mara. However, Chu Feng did not do anything. Mara took the initiative to look at Chu Feng. The illusory mouth moved. He seemed to want to say something. The next moment, suddenly, a voice came from Mo Qianfan's mouth. Mo Qianfan's soul was extremely weak. Mara could even control Mo Qianfan's body to a certain extent, because the two of them were one. Mara said softly, Chu Feng. Hearing Mara mention him, Chu Feng frowned. However, he still replied in a deep voice, What is it? Mara smiled lightly. Don't be so serious. I'm already in this state. I won't be a threat to you anymore. Chu Feng did not reply. He did not know why Mara was calling him. Mara did not mind. He continued talking. Chu Feng, did you know? Ever since I lost miserably to you in the Corpse Soul Ridge, my greatest wish in my life has been to defeat you. It's not that I haven't lost before, but that time, it was really too miserable. A mere C-rank warrior killed my demon army in a crushing defeat. He played me in the palm of his hand time and time again. Even Master's A-rank projection was killed by you. Having seen that scene, my pride was completely shattered. I often think, if I were in your position, would I be able to do all of this? The answer is naturally no. I can't do it. The difference between us is too great. I thought that I had no hope of revenge in this life. But not long after, I actually broke through to the A-rank for no reason. I thought I was extremely talented. In just 20 years, I've already broken through to the A-rank. The next time I meet you, I'll definitely beat you up. My confidence is back. Unexpectedly, I'm just someone else's container. Huh? Someone had urged me to mature. How laughable. I thought I was the son of destiny. Ha ha ha. Mara's voice continued. However, in Chu Feng's eyes, this guy seemed to be abnormal too. He kept nagging like a lunatic, his brows furrowed. He was worried that this guy would lose control and hurt someone again. As for Mara's size, Chu Feng could not be bothered to listen to them. What has the revenge of an enemy got to do with me? Why are you telling me? I'm not interested. There are many people who want to take revenge on me. Who do you think you are? Thus, Chu Feng was merely guarding against this fellow suddenly erupting and causing some damage to humans. Mara saw all of this, his eyes were filled with helplessness. Chu Feng was truly unpredictable. Can't you tell that these are my last words? Since I said that, how can I hurt humans again? Just respond to me. Couldn't he give me some face? He shook his head. Mara suddenly sighed. Forget it. There were just some things I had to spill out. There's no need to be so wary of me. I don't want revenge. And I don't have a chance. Let's not meet again in the next life. I'm really afraid of you, huh? Mara smiled calmly, then, before Chu Feng could reply, he suddenly looked at Mo Qianfan, who was wagging his tail on the ground. He was also his only master. Seeing Mara's gaze, and Mo Qianfan, who was on the verge of death, thought that Mara had thought it through and wanted to save his life. It was as if he was dying. He looked at Mara anxiously. Unexpectedly, Mara only smiled faintly. He actually controlled Mo Qianfan's body and began to burn. This was a sign of self-destruction. Mo Qianfan was terrified. He desperately wanted to regain control of his body, however, he realized that he was helpless. Mara only smiled faintly, the hatred in his eyes almost disappeared. He whispered softly, Master, let's go, this time, I won't save you. I'll just kill you. This way, we'll be even, you are my only master and also my only family. As companions, we can take care of each other on the way to the netherworld. Actually, as a master, you are qualified. As your disciple, I have no regrets. In my next life, I still want to be your disciple. I just hope that at that time, you won't use me anymore, huh? I've talked too much. Sorry to trouble you all to listen to my nagging. Let's go, let's go. Be it demons or humans, they have nothing to do with me anymore, if there is an afterlife. I only hope to be born in an ordinary family and stay away from disputes. 3 meals a day, plowing the fields, weaving, and spending time with the common people. I'm sure that life will be very happy. Goodbye, everyone. Mara's voice gradually faded away. He completely destroyed his remnant soul. Mo Qianfan also regained control of his body. However, the self-destruction could no longer be stopped. Mo Qianfan cursed wildly, but there was nothing he could do. Finally, boom, he turned into a dazzling ball of light. It was like a beautiful firework. It completely dissipated from the world. Everyone was silent. No one expected this to happen. Mo Qianfan died in the end. He was killed by his disciple. He deserved it. As such, the demon race had lost another great general. As for humans, they had almost no losses. The scales of victory had completely tilted towards the humans. Xianye's face turned pale. He kept cursing. It was unknown if he was scolding Mara or Mo Qianfan. He was a little stunned. The demons were stunned. Chu Feng was not. He had been awake the entire time. Mara's last words could not enter his ears at all. His brain had been frantically thinking about how to completely kill the remaining demons. This time, while Xian Yi and the others were still immersed in the shock of Mo Qianfan's death, Chu Feng suddenly sent a voice transmission. Except for the Kunlun people, in almost everyone's mind, a single word rang out, kill. Yes, kill. At this stage of the battle, almost all of their trump cards were out in the open. Next, it was a competition of strength. Fortunately, the humans already had an absolute advantage because of Chu Feng. The extra million undead army was in existence that Xian Yi could not deal with. The next moment, with Chu Feng's command, all the humans erupted. They instantly charged towards the demons beside him. They caught their enemy off guard. At some point in time, Chu Feng had arrived before Xian Yi and the half-spirit demon Venerable. Beside him, the Skeleton King, who was supported by a million undead army, stood coldly. At the same time, he secretly sent a voice transmission. He summoned Ho Wudi and the other 3 PK ranks. There were 6 creatures. The weakest was a PK. They surrounded Xian Yi and the half-spirit Venerable. Today, he, Chu Feng, wanted to kill an ultimate A rank. Furthermore, Chu Feng's ambition soared. If possible, he even wanted to enslave an ultimate A, whether it was Xian Yi, who was the Prince of the Abyss, or the half-spirit Venerable, who was the Demon Venerable. They were both Chu Feng's targets. Kill or enslave, this was the ultimate of a rank. Chu Feng was greedy. Chapter 303, Great Victory of the Human Race. Around him, the battle was intense. There was a roar. The human experts attacked, forcing the demon experts to retreat. In the early stage and high stage battlefields, too many experts had been killed by Chu Feng in the beginning. The demons were not strong enough to launch a powerful counterattack. They were at a complete disadvantage. As for Chu Feng, he was frighteningly quiet. Xian Yi and the half-spirit Venerable were together. In the surroundings, Chu Feng, the Skeleton King, Ho Wudi, and the other 3 PK ranks surrounded the 2 of them. 2 Ultimate A ranks and 4 PK ranks had completely suppressed Xian Yi and his companion. They could not escape. Xianye's expression was ferocious and a little frustrated. Before the battle, there were more than 40 A-ranked demon kings in the demon race. In terms of quality, they completely crushed humans, but now, after Mo Qianfan died, even the peak battlefield was completely dominated by humans. There was no turning back. Xianyi was indignant. Could it be that the demon race was really going to lose? Beside him, the half-spirit venerable knew the current situation very well. After pondering for a moment, he sent a voice transmission to Xianyi. Your Highness, I'll stop them later. Hurry up and escape. As long as there's life, there's hope. As long as your Highness escapes into the demon god domain, humans will definitely not be able to break through. Regardless of whether we continue to harass humans after this or wait for the next demon army to descend, as long as your Highness is still alive, our demon race will have a chance. It had to be said that compared to the other demon experts, this venerable Yin Tuo was considered loyal. Of course, it was also because his main body was still in the abyss. If he dared to abandon Xianyi and escape by himself, it would be fine if all the demons died. But if someone escaped and the demon emperor found out that he had abandoned his master, his main body would definitely die. He could accept the loss of a half-spirit body. Of course, the prerequisite was that this half-spirit body would not be enslaved by humans. If he was enslaved, things would be serious. It might even affect his main body. However, Yin Tuo was also very confident. With his strength, if he wanted to self-destruct, Chu Feng would definitely not be able to stop him. He had considered a lot. Yin Tuo decided to save Xianyi, even if the price was the self-destruction of this half-spirit body. After hearing Yin Tuo's voice, Xianyi did not respond and only frowned. The demon race was doomed. But was there really no more variables? Perhaps he should stall for time first. What if? At this moment, Xianyi still had an unrealistic fantasy. He would first chat with Chu Feng to stall for time and see if there was any chance. As for whether Chu Feng would chat with him, Xianyi did not even consider it, because to Xianyi, as the victor, Chu Feng should be very happy to chat with a defeated opponent like him. This would highlight his strength, right? But before he could formulate his words, Chu Feng could not wait to attack. The demon slayer slashed down. A sonic boom erupted. Xianyi's expression changed drastically. Why wasn't this guy following the routine? Chu Feng could not be bothered to think too much about it. What was there to talk about with an enemy? If it were not for the fact that he needed to stall for time, Chu Feng would not even want to waste his breath on Xianyi, even if he wanted to talk. Chu Feng wanted to speak to the enemy's corpse more. The battle suddenly erupted. Xianyi felt bitter. Working together with Venerable Yin Tuo, they were barely able to stop Chu Feng and the others. However, Chu Feng and the others' attacks were simply too ferocious. The two of them could only defend. Xianyi could not take it anymore. If this continued, the two of them would be beaten to death. He would not even have a chance to escape. Venerable Yin Tuo, I can only trouble you to stop them. I will definitely remember your kindness in my heart. Venerable Yin Tuo nodded heavily. Wasn't this the promise he wanted? I'll attack with all my might later to break through the human encirclement and block all their attacks. Your Highness, take the opportunity to escape. After your Highness has fled far away, I'll self-destruct. Venerable Yin Tuo said firmly. He knew that he would definitely not be able to keep his half-spirit body. In that case, he might as well severely injure humans one last time. The self-destruction of a PK was enough to easily kill a group of PK. Their voice transmission only lasted for an instant. They quickly reached a consensus. The next moment, Venerable Yin Tuo suddenly exploded. Ignoring everything, he attacked Ho Wudi and the other 3 PK ranks. This was relatively the weakest point of the encirclement. Boom, Ho Wudi and the others were sent flying. They were not injured, but there was a momentary gap in the encirclement. Xianyi seized the opportunity. He suddenly took a deep breath and the blood in his body began to boil. He suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood fiend art. In one day, he had used such a forbidden technique twice. It was very harmful to Xianyi's body, but in order to escape, Xianyi could not care less. He could only go all out. His aura suddenly soared. His speed had also reached its limit. With a flash, he dodged Chu Feng and the Skeleton King's attacks. The next moment, like a bolt of lightning, he charged out of the encirclement. Chu Feng and the others simply did not have the time to react. At this moment, Xianyi was truly powerful. Far away, Xianyi's furious roar could be heard. Chu Feng, you're ruthless. This time, my demon race admits defeat. However, I will definitely return. The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you. All members of the demon race, retreat. Return to the demon god domain. Save your strength and counterattack the humans later. Xian Yi knew that the battle was lost. He felt helpless, however, he had no choice but to order all the demon experts to retreat. It was foreseeable that the panicked demons would become the targets of the human experts. However, Xian Yi had no other choice. The army was defeated. He would save as much as he could. This time, the demon race had really lost. On the other side, Ho Wudi and the others flew back with ashamed expressions. Chu Feng, we were unable to stop. Chu Feng waved his hand indifferently. Ho Wudi could not be blamed for this. Unexpectedly, this half-spirit venerable was willing to risk his life to create an opportunity for Xian Yi to escape. If an ultimate rank with a death wish were to go all out, not to mention peak ranks like Ho Wudi, even he himself could not guarantee that he would not be sent flying. Kill this one first. Chu Feng looked at the half-spirit venerable indifferently. Since he wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish. In the encirclement, dressed in a black robe, the short venerable Yen Tua merely sneered at Chu Feng. TSK, kill me? I think you want to enslave me. Ha, you won't have a chance. As he spoke, Yen Tuo's aura suddenly fluctuated violently. Ho Wudi hurriedly shouted, be careful. He wants to self-destruct. Before Ho Wudi, Chu Feng had already seen through Yen Tuo's thoughts. The heavenly water domain erupted instantly, all-out restriction. The heavenly water domain was enough to completely control the life and death of a PK, but the effect was not as great as he had expected. Yen Tua sneered, Chu Feng, the restraining power of your domain is indeed not bad. However, if I want to self-destruct, you won't be able to stop me. It's worth it to drag a few human heavenly masters along with me before I die. Ha ha ha. Yen Tua was certain that Chu Feng could not do anything to him. His voice became increasingly arrogant. At this critical moment, everyone could not help but look at Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng made a decision that shocked everyone. Even Yen Tuo's laughter stopped abruptly. Chu Feng. You. Chapter 304, Enslaving an Ultimate Rank. The moment Venerable Yen Tua self-destructed, Chu Feng made his move. A disdainful sneer appeared on his face. Xian Yi has already escaped, so how can I let you self-destruct? Ridiculous, 2 ultimate ranks were not easy to deal with. With only one left, what kind of storm can you cause? What a joke, my heavenly water domain can't restrain you, but what if there's the self-destruction of a PK? What? Yen Tua was stunned. He did not understand what Chu Feng meant. In the next instant, Chu Feng did not give Venerable Yen Tua any chance to react. He moved again. There was no hesitation at all. He was extremely decisive. Yin Bone King. Explode. As he spoke, he even slashed out. It carried unparalleled power. The world changed color. However, this slash was not aimed at the enemy, but at the enslaved Yin Bone King, the Pika rank Demon King. Chu Feng's thoughts were very simple. Since the Skywater domain is too weak and can't restrain you, I'll use the self-destruction of a PK rank to kill you first, let you get hurt. It would cause the blood essence in one's body to fluctuate, so that you can't gather energy, delay your self-destruction, and because Venerable Yen Tua had self-destructed first, even if the Yin Bone King self-destructed, he would not be able to catch up to Venerable Yen Tua. Thus, Chu Feng took another path. He had the Yin Bone King gather all the energy in his body and prepare to self-destruct. He then ordered the Yin Bone King to release all his defenses. As a slave, the Yin Bone King would not refuse any request of Chu Feng. As such, Chu Feng only needed to forcefully detonate the explosive Yin Bone King. Even if the power of the explosion was reduced, it did not matter. As long as he could shake Yen Tuo's aura and severely injure him, then Chu Feng's heavenly water domain would be useful. The pervasive domain power would seep into Venerable Yen Tuo's body from all directions, cutting off the connection of energy in his body. As such, Yen Tua naturally could not self-destruct. Of course, this method could only be used when the enemy was about to self-destruct. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the enemy would have very strong control over their body and it would be very difficult for the heavenly water realm to infiltrate them. It was just that the pitiful Yin Bone King, a PK, was being used as an oversized bomb. Without giving anyone time to react, Chu Feng's Demon Slayer descended. A violent energy fluctuation immediately erupted from the Yin Bone King. Boom! In the world, a blinding white light covered the sky. Endless energy storms instantly condensed. Chu Feng did not even have the time to send a voice transmission for Ho Wudi and the others to retreat. He could only do his best to restrain the energy of the Yin Bone King's self-destruction and erupt in the direction of Venerable Yen Tua. Even so, Ho Wudi and the others still felt a fatal threat. He defended with all his might. The self-destruction of a PK was really not weak. It was not inferior to the full-strength attack of a PK. Even Yen Tuo's laughter stopped abruptly as his eyes widened in fear. Chu Feng. You. However, because Venerable Yen Tuo was fully focused on preparing to self-destruct, in his haste, he was unable to mobilize too much power to defend against the explosive force. He was sent flying like a kite, all the bones in his body had been torn apart, he was severely injured, he vomited blood, his aura instantly weakened, even the self-destruction was forced to stop. At this moment, Chu Feng's sky water domain poured into Yen Tuo's body like pervasive mercury, it charged forward. Fearlessly, his injuries worsened, Yen Tuo was extremely powerless. He had never expected this, he was a peak rank expert, but in the end, he could not even self-destruct. Just what sort of freak was Chu Feng? In such a short period of time, he instantly made the right decision, he did not even hesitate. Even if Chu Feng had only hesitated for a second, Yen Tuo was confident that he could self-destruct successfully, but there were no ifs in reality. Chu Feng's decisiveness saved the lives of Ho Wudi and the others, it also completely controlled Venerable Yen Tuo. As for losing a peak rank like the Yin Bone King, Chu Feng was not really bothered, this battle was about to end. Furthermore, to Chu Feng himself, a peak rank was indeed not very useful. When his cultivation level increased a little, even his 3 bloodline clones would have the combat power of a peak rank, therefore, he did not lack combat power of this level, but it was different for an ultimate A rank. Furthermore, this guy's main body was a true S-rank demon venerable. If he could enslave this person and track him down, when he had the chance to go to the abyss in the future, could he use this half-spirit body to fuse with Yen Tuo's main body? Chu Feng felt that there was a high chance, just like how he had used the little nightmare-ingesting beast to influence the nightmare-ingesting beast king. Not to mention, half-spirits were very special, although the divided half-spirit bodies were considered new and independent entities, and they could cultivate alone and had their own independent consciousness, there was still an indescribable connection with their main body, they complemented each other. Generally speaking, if a half-spirit expert felt that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, they would combine the halves of their spiritual bodies again. In this way, their strength would soar again. This was an ability bestowed by the heavens and earth. They could be said to be an extremely abnormal race. In his previous life, humans had suffered a lot from the half-spirit race, and now, as long as Chu Feng enslaved this half-spirit body, he would find another opportunity to fuse with his main body. As such, wouldn't Chu Feng have the slave of a great S-demon venerable, a true S-rank, and it was a S-rank half-spirit demon, its potential was limitless. In his previous life, the strongest human experts were only grade S. Right now, as a C-rank, Chu Feng did not need to waste an extremely precious high-grade Master Ball to create a miracle. Chu Feng's mind raced, he looked at Yen Tuo, who was tightly restrained by him. The Master Ball slowly appeared in his hand. Venerable Yen Tuo's eyes were filled with fear, he would rather die than be enslaved. Unfortunately, he had no choice. In fact, deep in Yen Tuo's heart, there was only deep regret. Why did he choose to sacrifice himself to create an opportunity for Xian Yi to escape? At most, the two of them would die together. It was better than being enslaved. This would only bring endless trouble to his main body. Yen Tuo was really afraid. Chu Feng was simply too monstrous. Could his main body defeat this monster? Venerable Yen Tuo looked at Chu Feng resentfully and did not say a word. Chu Feng did not mind. As a man, he didn't mind being stared at. He gently waved the Master Ball in his hand. It landed directly on Venerable Yen Tuo. A strong white light flashed. Venerable Yen Tuo was directly absorbed by the Master Ball. Xian Yi, who had just escaped into the demon god domain, happened to see this scene. He was so angry that he almost fainted. Chu Feng, my demon race will definitely be irreconcilable with you. Damn it! Damn it! Chapter 305, Last Chance. The legendary legacy of the Stargate. Although Xian Yi was furious, he could only watch helplessly as his general was absorbed into the Master Ball. On the ground, the dark Master Ball was still flickering and shaking violently. It was as if someone was resisting fiercely. A trace of anticipation rose in Xian Yi's eyes. Yen Tuo's true form was a great S expert. Could he subdue this ordinary Master Ball? Break it! Break it! Xian Yi looked forward to it. Venerable Yen Tuo could rush out of the cage and shatter the restraints of the Master Ball. As such, Xian Yi did not believe that Chu Feng would be able to take out another Master Ball. He knew very well that even to humans, the Master Ball was extremely precious. Although Venerable Yen Tuo would not be able to escape death in the end, at the very least, it could make humans lose the combat power of an ultimate A rank. This would have a huge impact. The seconds ticked by. Elsewhere, the battle continued. However, it had become a one-sided massacre of the demons by humans. Even the Skeleton King, Ho Wudi, and the others joined in the pursuit. As a result, the remaining demon experts were in no mood to continue fighting. They scrambled to escape, They just wanted to escape into the demon god domain as soon as possible. This was the only way to save his life. Some demon kings even used their companions as stepping stones to escape. A large number of top-notch demon experts were killed, some simply died at the hands of their companions. In the end, very few demon kings could escape into the demon god domain. Chu Feng took a casual glance. He did not participate in the pursuit, he just stayed by the swaying master ball. In the end, only a few demon race A ranks escaped into the demon god domain. The two top-notch demon kings, the Earth Dragon King and the Demon King Z, had fled. There were only 3 other high greater ranked demon kings. All the other demon kings had died. While fleeing in all directions, the stronger someone was, the higher the chance of escape, stepping on the corpses of their companions. They managed to survive. Lin Yi looked at the kittens beside him. He felt extremely miserable. Back then, he had led an army of hundreds of millions of demons and had more than 50 A-ranked demon kings. He had set off from the abyss and explored the Earth God planet. He was in high spirits, but who would have thought, in just a few months, the demon army he had brought with him was almost completely wiped out. The great demon kings were almost all dead. How was he going to explain this to his father? But before Lin Yi could think of a countermeasure, beneath Chu Feng's feet, the master ball, which had been rolling, suddenly stopped shaking with a thud. This meant that even if Yin Tuo's main body was an S rank, he still could not escape the fate of being enslaved by the master ball. Damn it! Lin Yi could not help but roar. His hopes were completely dashed. The next moment, he took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with loneliness. He had lost everything. Even the elder had been enslaved by Chu Feng. In this battle between humans and demons, the demon race had lost completely. They could only dwell in the demon god domain and struggle at death's door. Your Highness, we lost. Beside him, the Earth Dragon King could not help but look at Lin Yi. He wanted to know, what should they do now? Could it be that they could only be imprisoned in the demon god domain forever? But before he could finish, Lin Yi suddenly widened his blood-red eyes and stared at the Earth Beast King like a madman. With a flash, he appeared in front of the Earth Dragon King. He grabbed the Earth King. He let out a beast-like growl. No. I didn't lose. I am a direct descendant of the Demon Emperor. I am a peerless genius of the Abyssal royalty. My status is respected. I will not lose. I will not allow it. I still have a chance, right? The treasures of the Stargate, right? As long as we can open the 7th Stargate, there will still be hope. Speaking of which, a trace of rationality seemed to have appeared in Lin Yi's scarlet eyes as he growled, as long as I can obtain the legendary treasure in the Stargate inheritance, it will instantly help me break through to the S rank. I can even improve further. At that time, I will be able to sweep through the entire human race. Lin Yi's hoarse roar echoed throughout the entire demon god domain. All the demons fell silent. They were afraid that if they spoke now, they would be killed by the deranged Lin Yi. After a long time, Lin Yi slowly calmed down. He took a deep breath. He regained some rationality. Everyone, I lost my composure, but we still have a chance. As he spoke, Lin Yi flipped his wrist. Drops of crystalline star domain essence appeared in his hand. If Chu Feng were here, he would have discovered that the star domain essence in Lin Yi's hand seemed to be different from the one he had obtained from the Blood Sea space. It was as if it was unique to the Earth God planet. It emitted an indescribable divine aura. Lin Yi looked at the star domain essence in his hand in fascination. This was the key to opening the 7th Stargate. If not for the fact that the star domain essence in front of him was not enough to support his breakthrough, he really wanted to absorb it at all costs. Unfortunately, when he thought of his father's orders, he immediately gave up on this idea. In the 7th Stargate, there was a treasure that even his father yearned for. To the entire demon race, it was an extremely important treasure. It was even 10,000 times more important than him, the prince. He had to find a way to get it. Before the war, the essence of the star domain in Lin Yi's hands was actually not enough to open the legacy of the Stargate, but in the war, there were also many casualties among the humans. He used a special treasure to collect the essence of the star domain. Now, it should be enough to open the 7th Stargate. This was also his last chance to turn things around. Lin Yi looked around. He looked at the dejected Earth Dragon King and the others. He cheered them up. Everyone, don't be discouraged. We can rest for a period of time and recuperate. When our strength recovers, we can fight out of the demon god domain and enter the Stargate heritage together to search for opportunities. Your Highness, are you willing to bring us in? The eyes of the Earth Dragon King and the others lit up. That was a truly great opportunity. Previously, Lin Yi had forbidden them from approaching. A cold glint flashed across the depths of Lin Yi's eyes. However, his expression remained unchanged. Of course. Right now, there are only a few of us left in the Demon Expeditionary Army. We should naturally support each other. If your strength increases, it will also be beneficial to me. However, if anyone accidentally obtains what my father needs, I hope you can hand it to me. Of course, I will give you a satisfactory reward. The Earth Dragon King and the Demon King Z exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with excitement. He immediately said, "As your highness commands." The legendary legacy of the Stargate, it was left behind from ancient times. Now, they actually had a chance to enter. They were extremely excited. The frustration from the crushing defeat was swept away. They felt full of energy. They wished they could recover his strength immediately. They charged into the Stargate's inheritance. But before anyone could do anything, the entire demon god domain suddenly shook. It was as if it was being attacked crazily. The demons were shocked. The fear brought by humans was too deep. Even though they were in the demon god domain, they still felt unsafe. The Earth Dragon King said carefully, "Your Highness, it seems like humans are attacking our demon god domain." Chapter 306, Kill Them All. The trembling of the demon god domain became more and more intense. The hearts of the Earth Dragon King and the others also tightened. Lin Yi looked up coldly. The sky above the entire demon god domain was densely packed with human grade A experts. Combined attack from dozens of ranks was as if it could destroy the world. The demon god domain trembled. However, no matter how wildly the human experts blasted, the demon god domain remained firm. There was not even a crack. Lin Yi sneered as he looked at Chu Feng in midair. His voice reverberated out from the demon god domain. "Chu Feng, don't waste your energy. This demon god domain was left behind by our race's strongest expert, the Heaven Ascension Divine Master. It's impregnable. How can an ant like you break it? You overestimate yourself." In the outside world, Ho Wudi frowned. He looked at Chu Feng. "No, it can't be broken. The combined attack of all of us will at most cause this demon god domain to tremble. Clearly, it's still far from its limit." Behind him, Ares said indignantly, "The culprit has not been eliminated and Lin Yi has not been executed. Could it be that we have to give up?" As long as Lin Yi was alive, it was like a thorn in the hearts of all humans. Even the joy of victory had weakened. Ho Wudi said, "What can we do? At this stage, humans can't do anything to this demon god domain." He seemed to have seen the helplessness of humans. The humiliation in Lin Yi's heart seemed to have found an outlet. He sneered, "Chu Feng, don't you always have a way to create miracles? If you have the ability, break through the demon god domain. I'm waiting for you to kill me here, but can you come in?" Hearing those words, Chu Feng merely grinned. Under everyone's gaze, he suddenly activated the sky water domain. Lin Yi frowned. "Don't tell me you want to use your incomplete realm to assimilate the demon god domain? How laughable." Chu Feng simply ignored him. He quietly left the core of the heavenly water domain. He took out a crystal clear pearl, the elementary realm heart. Chu Feng had not forgotten this was the only divine grade reward on the domain golden ranking list. Although Chu Feng could only use it to amplify the heavenly water domain, its effect was far more than that. It's just that Chu Feng was still unable to make use of it. This was the true embryonic form of a world. If Chu Feng's heavenly water domain was not perfect enough to corrode the demon god realm before him, this elementary realm heart could definitely do it. Chu Feng gently placed the transparent pearl close to the demon god realm. His power poured into it. Something unexpected happened. The demon god realm, which had been completely unharmed despite the bombardment of dozens of ranks in front of this small pearl, was as if a mouse had met a cat. It actually began to melt like snow. Seeing this sight, everyone was stunned. Ho Wudi and the others couldn't help but sigh again. Is there anything in this world that you, Chu Feng, cannot do? In the demon god domain, Lin Yi's face turned pale. He did not even have time to retract the sneer on his face. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This is the domain left behind by the Heaven Ascension Divine Master. You, how can you? This slap to the face was too fast. At that moment, all the humans could not help but look at Lin Yi and the others in the demon god domain. There was a sneer on their lips. Continue being arrogant? Continue mocking us? The faces of the Earth Dragon King and the others instantly turned pale. Without the protection of the demon god domain, they were dead for sure. Was the glimmer of hope that had just been ignited going to be shattered just like that? All the humans looked at Chu Feng. Once Chu Feng completely dissolved the demon god realm, they would swarm forward and kill Lin Yi. Only Chu Feng himself looked uncertain. He glanced at the back of the crowd from the corner of his eye. It was the people from Kunlun, Grand Supreme Elder and Lin Sun led 5 Heavenly Master Realm experts and stood at a distance. Chu Feng suddenly felt that something was amiss. That's not right. Weren't these people from Kunlun too obedient? From the beginning to the end, the Grand Supreme Elder and Lin Sen's performances were very standard. Even though the demon race had just been defeated, the two of them showed no signs of attacking. Now, he had even melted the demon god domain. Xian Yi was about to die. The two of them were still indifferent. What did it mean? Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? The old monster in Lin Sen's body actually had nothing to do with the demon race. Otherwise, if the old fellow in this fellow's body was from the demon race, he would have made a move by now, right? Strange, Chu Feng was unable to describe what he was feeling. He just felt that something was wrong. Even though victory was in sight, Chu Feng was still extremely vigilant. He was ready to deal with these two old fellows at any moment. But as time passed, the demon god domain was about to be completely shattered. Lin Sen and the Grand Supreme Elder still had no intention of moving. Chu Feng had no choice but to suppress the doubts in his heart. In any case, killing Xian Yi was the priority. The next moment, there was a cracking sound. There was a sound like glass shattering. The demon god domain completely shattered. Xian Yi and the others were completely exposed to Chu Feng and the others. He could not be bothered to waste his breath. Chu Feng attacked with his blade. Beside him, Ho Wudi and the others followed closely behind. Xian Yi felt extremely helpless. You don't even want to give me time to speak? Behind him, the Earth Dragon King hurriedly said, Your Highness, what should we do now? Before the plan he had just made could be implemented, it was broken by Chu Feng. The Earth Dragon King and the others were really flustered. At that moment, Xian Yi suddenly smiled. He actually ignored the threat of Chu Feng and the others. He suddenly turned around. He looked at the Earth Dragon King and the others. If I had another choice, I really wouldn't do this. What do you mean, Your Highness? The Earth Dragon King subconsciously took a step back. Xian Yi could not be bothered with the Earth Dragon King. His sharp hand suddenly pierced through the Earth Dragon King's heart. This scene shocked the Demon King Z and the others. Your Highness? Xian Yi said calmly, Don't be afraid. It's time for you to sacrifice yourselves for me. As he spoke, the Earth Dragon King, which had just been round and full, instantly turned into a dried corpse. It was as if his life force had been completely drained. It was abnormally terrifying. The Demon King Z and the others were shocked. They retreated in fear, wanting to escape. Xian Yi's indifferent voice rang out in the Demon King's ears. Don't run anymore. You can't escape. All the Demon Kings of the Expeditionary Army have the blood sacrifice restriction set up by the Emperor. As long as I use my bloodline as a catalyst, I can turn all of you into my nourishment. With the same origin, all of you are the best healing medicine. This is the last trump card Father left for me. Father had repeatedly reminded me not to reveal it. Otherwise, who would dare to fight for the royal family? I thought I would never use it, but now, I really don't have a choice. There's no time to slowly recover. I need your life force to break through the encirclement of humans and open the legacy of the Stargate. To defy the heavens and turn the tables. Fortunately, as long as you are silenced, no one would ever know about this. Go in peace. He sent a voice transmission. Xian Yi erupted again. Within a day, the Blood Fiend art was activated for the third time. At this moment, Xian Yi's aura suddenly swelled. Chapter 307, Supreme God Dynasty. The legacy of the Stargate. This sudden scene made even the many human experts unable to react in time. Xian Yi was too fast, and they were close. The Earth Dragon King and the others were not prepared at all. Who would have thought? The Emperor of the Demon Race had actually personally planted a blood sacrifice restriction in their bodies. He was risking the world's condemnation. If word got out, who in the abyss would dare to come to Earth God Planet to fight again? But the Demon Emperor still did so. It was not difficult to tell. The Demon Emperor valued this invasion of Earth, an army of hundreds of millions, more than 50 great demon kings, the demon god domain, the blood sacrifice restriction. He would do anything. However, the final outcome was beyond everyone's expectations. The demon race had still lost. They even forced a royal prince to use a blood sacrifice to escape. He wondered what the Demon Emperor's expression would be if he knew of this outcome. The battle continued. At lightning speed, Xian Yi used the power of the restriction to instantly kill the 5 A-ranked demon kings. He fed on the 5 demon kings. He gathered all their blood energy, soul energy, and life energy to replenish himself. This was much more effective than Chu Feng's life spirit. This was a comprehensive recovery. As a result, he still had the strength to use the Blood Fiend art. His aura instantly soared. He happened to meet Chu Feng, who was charging at him head-on. A pitch-black sword stabbed out. Boom. The space where the saber and sword collided was actually torn apart. However, Xian Yi seemed to still have strength left. There was a snort. The Black Fiend demon sword stabbed out wildly. A loud explosion shook the sky. It actually forced Chu Feng to retreat repeatedly. Under Xianye's outburst, even Chu Feng was no match for him. Fortunately, at this moment, the human experts had also arrived, especially the Skeleton King, whose combat power was extraordinary. He slashed down with his bone saber to help Chu Feng out. 2 Ultimate ranks erupted at the same time. Behind them were 5 PK ranks. If it weren't for the fact that the half-spirit race Venerable had just been enslaved and had yet to recover, Chu Feng would have also released him. He would have been a 3rd Ultimate A rank. Under such circumstances, even if Xian Yi used a forbidden technique, he would not have any chance of winning. Xian Yi knew this very well, therefore he just wanted to escape. Before Ho Wudi and the other 5 Pika ranks could completely surround him, Xianye's face suddenly turned red, and his aura soared again. His speed had increased to its limit, like a blood-colored rainbow. He soared into the sky. This time, Xianye's body was about to collapse. This time, he was really overdrawing his life force. In this state, as time passed, he would collapse before the humans could do anything. But Xianyi had no choice. If the human experts were to completely surround him, he would never have the chance to escape again. Whoosh, he was like lightning, 1,000 miles in an instant. At this moment, Xianye's speed was simply too fast. Even a Pika like Ho Wudi could not keep up with him. Only Chu Feng could manage to see him. However, in terms of speed, he was still inferior. In an instant, Xianyi escaped from the encirclement of humans. He left humans far behind. The joy of escaping made Xianyi burst out laughing. Huh, Chu Feng, don't think that you've won. I'll definitely return. At that time, I'll make the entire Earth God planet prostrate beneath my feet. Xianye's voice gradually faded away. Many human experts looked at Chu Feng. Chase them. Chu Feng merely spat out a single word coldly. He seemed to understand Xianye's plan. Could it be that he wanted to go to the legacy of the Stargate? During this period of time, humans had always known about the whereabouts of the demons. He knew that the demon race seemed to be trying to open some treasure. However, he did not know what treasure it was and where it was. But at this moment, Chu Feng had a faint guess. It should be the legendary 7th Stargate inheritance, right? Otherwise, Chu Feng really could not think of any treasure that was worth the demon race making such a big fuss over. Back then, in order to find traces of the undead charm, Chu Feng had also learned about the Stargate's legacy. He had even purchased some information from the Divine Weapon Golden ranking list. He would not have known if he had not seen it. But he was really shocked. The so-called legacy of the Stargate was too powerful. According to the explanation, the legacy of the Stargate might be the legendary essence of the treasures of the 10,000 races in ancient times. It was said that in the distant past, there was a vast and boundless supreme divine dynasty. The territory spread throughout the entire universe. The endless realm was the land of the emperor. He was the true ruler of all races, the overlord who unified the universe. All the races had to worship him. They had to pay annual tribute. This Stargate treasure was originally a game used by the Divine Dynasty to select the top geniuses of the endless territories. Every legacy of the Stargate was an assessment space. Without the corresponding coordinates, nobody could reach it, whether it was humans, demons, gods. All races could participate. Legend had it that the ancient humans had only obtained a portion of the Stargate's legacy, but they had created a vast civilization and nurtured 10 master gods. One could imagine how terrifying the legacy of the Stargate was. Chu Feng knew very well that if Xianyi were to really open the entrance to the Stargate, with Xianyi's talent, he might really be able to obtain some opportunities from it. At that time, humans would be in a passive position, therefore he could only chase the guy to death. After making up his mind, Chu Feng took the lead. His speed soared to the extreme. However, Chu Feng felt that it was not fast enough. The next moment, he connected the array formation. The demon hunters became one again. With the help of the array formation, the group of young people were further accelerated. This was especially true for Chu Feng. He was even slowly closing the distance between him and Xian Yi. The group even slowly left Ho Wudi and the others behind. He traveled across the world. He passed the vast ocean. After nearly 15 minutes, Xianye's speed slowly decreased. It was as if he had arrived at his destination. Chu Feng sized up his surroundings. It was all rolling waves. He looked up at the sky. He roughly determined the location. This seems to be the Bermuda Triangle that people often talk about. Chu Feng muttered, whether it was his previous life or current life, before the recovery of spiritual energy, from time to time, strange phenomena that science could not explain would happen in the Bermuda Triangle. Mysterious disappearances happened from time to time. It was terrifying. In his previous life, after his spiritual energy had recovered, some people could not stand the mystery and explored this place, but in the end, they found nothing. Could this be the entrance to the 7th Stargate? Chu Feng pondered. After all, Xian Yi would not have come here for no reason. The next moment, Xian Yi suddenly jumped into the sea. He was extremely fast, like a fish. After entering the sea, Xian Yi suddenly threw a pitch-black pearl behind him. The pearl instantly exploded. In an instant, ink-black liquid instantly tainted the entire sea area. As for Xian Yi, he used this opportunity to conceal his tracks. It had taken him a lot of effort to finally open the 7th Stargate. He did not want to benefit Chu Feng and the others. Naturally, he had to get rid of these annoying things behind him. He glanced at the pitch-black seawater behind him. Xian Yi merely sneered. This black miasma pearl is a thing passed down from ancient times. It's a treasure for escaping. Even the divine will can't penetrate it. In the deep sea, there are ravines everywhere. Your vision is blocked, and your divine will can't use it. What can you use to track me? Take your time. He muttered. Xian Yi continued to dive with ease on the surface of the sea. Beside Chu Feng, Xian Chengzi was also frowning. We lost him? Chapter 308, Stargate appears, enter, lost him. A group of experts chased after him, but not only did they fail to catch up in the end, Xian Yi even escaped. The deep sea was vast and boundless. It was easier said than done to find Xian Yi, not to mention, Xian Chengzi had just tried the ink like seawater. Firstly, the resistance was immense. Secondly, even the divine will could not penetrate it. This meant that in this sea area, they could only search for Xian Yi with their naked eyes. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. It was unrealistic. Everyone could not help but look at Chu Feng. Even Luciana was no exception. It was as if everyone had already formed a habit. Chu Feng was the problem solver. Seeing everyone looking at him, Chu Feng felt somewhat helpless. He was really not omnipotent. This Xian Yi was indeed a prince of the royal family. There were really many good things. He actually managed to escape from under his nose. In this current situation, other than sending a large number of human experts deep into the sea to search inch by inch, there seemed to be no better way. But firstly, the human army was still behind them. He did not know when they would catch up. Secondly, when the human experts arrived, it would take even longer to conduct a thorough search. After such a long time, Xian Yi would probably have already opened the 7th Stargate and entered it. The final outcome was still the same. There was still no way to stop him. Things fell into a deadlock. The group of young people clenched their fists indignantly. If Xian Yi escaped, what if he really obtained a huge opportunity from the ruins and broke through? After he came out, who would be his match? To humans, this was a huge time bomb. However, humans were helpless. In the crowd, Li Peng suddenly shouted indignantly. The aura around him erupted. It blasted the surroundings. Ripples appeared on the surface of the water. Ripples spread out. Beside him, Li Xingbo kicked Li Peng in frustration. Be quiet. Don't disturb boss from thinking of a way. Other than howling, what else can you do? Not to be outdone, Li Peng returned a punch. I'm indignant too. The two of them actually started fighting. The surrounding sea immediately surged. Violet ripples began to spread. Even the thick ink could not stop them. Chu Feng stared blankly at the ripples in the seawater. An idea suddenly flashed across his mind. Got it. Boss, have you thought of a way? Li Peng and Li Xingguo looked at Chu Feng excitedly. They stopped. He could not be bothered with the two of them. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. There's no time to explain. Follow me. Chu Feng directly pulled the crowd along. He jumped into the sea. He was surrounded by pitch-black seawater. The resistance was extremely great, and it would take a lot of effort to move forward. Chu Feng did not care. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, the heavenly water domain was activated. It spread out with all its might. It enveloped the surrounding sea. It did not pursue power, but the larger the range, the better. Heavenly water domain? Li Peng muttered. We're not fighting now, so why are we activating the sky water domain? On the other hand, Lu Xian'er frowned. She recalled how Chu Feng had been staring straight at the sea earlier and suddenly said with uncertainty, Are you planning to find him by shaking the water? Chu Feng glanced at Lu Xian'er in surprise. As expected of the woman he had chosen, he wanted to say that only the wife knew her husband best, but the current situation was really not suitable for flirting. He could only give up. He smiled and nodded. The sky water domain belongs to the top-notch water element domain field. I can completely sense the ripples of the surrounding water through the sky water domain. I can even form a rough image in my mind by sensing the strength of the shock, with my full strength, and if I don't pursue power, the sky water domain can spread for thousands of miles. The Bermuda Triangle is only so big. As long as we dive while we sense the ripples and distinguish the images, I believe that we will able to find him eventually. Although it will take some time, it's still much faster than probing bit by bit. Hearing Chu Feng's description, everyone was a little excited. He had a chance. Chu Feng did not waste any time. He used the sky-water domain with all his might. As it was an invisible domain power, the ink-like seawater could not stop it at all. It could only allow Chu Feng to penetrate it. In an instant, the entire sea area within 1,000 miles seemed to be reflected in Chu Feng's mind. 3,000 meters ahead, a great white shark was hunting. 10,000 meters ahead, there was a bottomless trench. Thus, as Chu Feng carefully distinguished the images he had sensed in the sky-water domain, he rapidly dived down. The range of his detection increased. The pressure from the surrounding seawater was also increasing. Of course, this was not a big problem for a group of orangs. On the other side, in the depths of the sea, on a dark and silent depression, there was a 3-meter-tall dark gray stone door standing in midair. The stone door was made of an unknown material. No matter how the seawater corroded it, it remained motionless. It was as if it had been standing here for hundreds of millions of years. It exuded the aura of time. The stone door was covered in green algae. Other than that, not even a fish could be seen. It was like a forbidden zone for life in the sea. The next moment, Xianye's figure suddenly appeared. He looked at the thin stone door in front of him. His eyes were filled with excitement. The legendary Stargate, his previous two visits had been fruitless. This time, he finally had a chance. He did not dare to delay. Xianyi hurriedly took out drops of star domain essence from the Earth God planet from his storage ring. There were more than 10 drops. Xianyi's heart ached. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and sprinkled them all on the dark gray stone door. Immediately after, the stone door that looked like an ordinary stone had come into contact with the star domain essence. It suddenly seemed to have been activated. A hazy color emitted from the center of the stone door. Strands of starlight actually pierced through the stone door. One had to know that this was the bottom of the sea, which was tens of thousands of meters deep. How could there be starlight? Xianyi was extremely excited. He recalled some descriptions in ancient books. He could no longer hold it in. He took a step and rushed into the stone door. The halo in the middle of the stone door rippled. It was as if it had devoured Xianyi. The next moment, the place returned to silence. But just as the light from the stone door was about to completely disappear, not far away, suddenly, a group of people surged in. The surrounding seawater was shaken away. When they saw the phenomenon before them, they did not have time to think. The moment the light from the stone door disappeared, this group of figures also entered at the same time. They were devoured by the halo. Then, the light in the stone door dissipated. The place fell silent again. Darkness enveloped him again. It was as if no one had ever been there. Only the seawater surged and rippled, as if it was whispering something. Chapter 309, Land of the Universe, Space Beast. The ones who arrived at the last moment were Chu Feng and the others. Fortunately, with the detection of the sky-water domain, he finally found Xianyi at the last moment. He did not even have time to think. Chu Feng led the crowd and rushed into the stone door. Next, Chu Feng felt the world spinning. It was as if he had crossed endless time and space. Everything around him was quickly disappearing. He was sleepy when he opened his eyes. Again, he was shocked by the scene before him. Where am I? Chu Feng muttered to himself. He could not hide the shock in his heart. He looked around. He was shocked. They were actually in the vast universe. In the endless distance, countless stars were shining. In front of him, meteors the size of small planets streaked past from time to time. The pitch-black void, the cold environment, and the dead silent space, everything seemed so unreal. All the light seemed to have come from the huge fiery red star not far away. It was emitting scorching energy. It was simply too big. It was not the sun that humans were familiar with, but it was tens of thousands of times larger than the sun. This was no longer Earth. It was a completely unfamiliar starry sky world. Fortunately, everyone was a rank and had accomplished spirit transformation. Otherwise, just the harsh environment in front of them was enough to kill everyone instantly. Just as everyone was still immersed in shock, Li Peng suddenly cried out in alarm, as if he had seen something terrifying. His fingers trembled as he pointed into the distance. Look! What is that? Following the direction of Li Peng's finger, everyone looked over. They were instantly dumbfounded. In that distant place, there were actually huge space beasts standing there. It was like they were born from chaos. He took a closer look. However, he realized that they did not seem to be alive. They were more like super huge statues. They were simply too big. They traversed countless universes, and I was actually bigger than a star. In front of these space beasts, Earth might not even be a sesame seed. Not to mention Chu Feng and the others, they were as small as dust. As Chu Feng and the others looked carefully, there were actually 9 such beasts. Their forms were all different. Some were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, some were lying horizontally, some were standing upright, some were bent over, and some were lying on their sides with their heads propped up. In fact, Chu Feng saw something else. in the endless distance, among the few statues furthest away, one of them seemed to be in human form. It was also extremely huge, however, he was too far away to see clearly, the starry sky was too vast. Just as everyone was still in shock, suddenly, a mechanical voice seemed to have sounded in his ears. It was as if the entire universe was echoing, "Candidates of the 7th Stargate's assessment, please take the Azure Passage and enter the assessment space." Before Chu Feng and the others could react, a 7-colored stream of light suddenly came from a space beast that was roaring at the sky. The light enveloped them like a starry corridor, guiding Chu Feng and the others forward. In an instant, billions of miles had passed. Chu Feng felt that everything before him had become blurry. The next moment, they slowed down. Everyone realized that they seemed to be passing through the eyes of a space beast. Its pupils were as huge as stars. It looked straight at everyone. It was as if it was alive. Everyone was so frightened that their hearts trembled. It was a fear that came from a higher level life. This big fellow, could it be alive? Li Peng's teeth were chattering, his eyes were filled with fear. The others were not much better. Only Chu Feng was calm. He said in a deep voice, "Could this be the space beast that the voice mentioned just now, Azure?" No one answered Chu Feng, because the next moment, everyone had already passed through Azure's eyes and entered his body. It was actually an empty and boundless void. There was dead silence in the air. There was only one golden ranking list that spanned billions of miles. It almost occupied half of the void. It was similar to the golden ranking lists on Earth, but it was much larger. Before everyone could take a closer look at the huge golden ranking list, suddenly, a cry of disbelief could be heard. "Why are you guys here? Didn't I already shake you guys off?" Lin Yi, he arrived before Chu Feng and the others. He had been so excited just now. However, the appearance of Chu Feng and the others instantly poured cold water on him. His face was filled with hatred. Damn it! He had paid a huge price and gone through painstaking means to open the treasure. Now that his mortal enemies had taken advantage of him, he felt as if he had eaten shit. At the same time, Li Peng and the others instantly discovered Lin Yi. They rubbed their palms together. "Boss, why don't we take this guy down first so that he doesn't snatch away any treasures here?" When Lin Yi heard this, he immediately took a few steps back warily. His expression was extremely gloomy. If these humans really came over, he would not be their match. Damn it! You ruined my plan. Chu Feng also felt that Li Peng's suggestion was very good. But just as he was about to make a move, the mechanical voice sounded again. "No violence is allowed in the assessment area. Those who disobey will die." Hearing this voice, Lin Yi heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. He looked at Chu Feng and the others resentfully. "Just you wait, when I obtain that treasure, I will definitely kill all of you." Chu Feng could not be bothered with Lin Yi's gaze. He just looked thoughtfully into the depths of the void. There should be a spirit here, right? Otherwise, they would not have attracted the voice in the air just because they had spoken a few words. Just like Elder Luo in the Blood Sea, any place of inheritance like this would always have some spirits left behind to protect it. After all, compared to the inflexible rules, only these spirits could perfectly complete the inheritance mission. However, in that case, it meant that everyone had to behave. After all, the other party was also a kind of life form with its own likes and dislikes. He pondered for a while. Chu Feng could not be bothered to think further. Until now, he had not even understood what assessment space was. At that moment, he could not help but be attracted by the vast golden ranking list in the air. The others did the same. Li Peng suddenly exclaimed and muttered, "Why do I feel that this golden ranking list is a little similar to our human golden ranking list? Could this be a treasure land left behind by our human ancestors?" At the thought of this, Li Peng was a little excited. If that was the case, as humans, they would definitely receive quite a bit of preferential treatment. There might really be a huge harvest. Chu Feng looked at the golden ranking list and shook his head indifferently. If I'm not wrong, perhaps the golden ranking lists of us humans were created by imitating this golden ranking lists. Beside him, Luciana raised her eyebrows. "Why do you say that?" Chu Feng smiled faintly. He pointed to the left of the golden ranking list. There were a few words that occupied almost half of the golden ranking lists. The genius list of the 100 gods. They stood in the air, shining brightly, there, on the ranking list. "I see the name of our ancient human master gods. This means that they have also been here before." Chapter 310, Genius List of the 100 Gods. The Genius List of the 100 Gods. It records the top 100 peerless geniuses in the universe. Restrictions: below 100 years old, below the divine rank. It was a simple introduction. Below were breathtaking names. They occupied almost half of the vast golden ranking list. Countless huge golden characters seemed to have come alive. They floated in the air and formed names. Although Chu Feng did not recognize those words, he could easily understand the meaning of words. The methods of these ancient experts were unfathomable. Following the direction of Chu Feng's finger, everyone could not help but look at the list. 100 huge names were neatly lined up. The rankings at the front were too eye-catching. It was as if it was telling him that he was not strong enough to even see the names. Everyone could only look from bottom to top. When he saw the fifth last name, Chu Feng was suddenly stunned. Then, he found it funny, there was only one word for the fifth from the bottom, you. It was actually this guy, one of the 10 great master gods of the ancient human race. He was also the first ancient human Chu Feng had encountered on his path of growth. Before he died, he even passed his destruction bloodline to Chu Feng. He could almost be considered the founder of Chu Feng's path of growth. Chu Feng's current achievements were all because of this divine grade bloodline. Furthermore, Chu Feng still remembered that before you died, he seemed to be lamenting that he had not lived long enough. He wanted Chu Feng to revive him when he was strong enough. He was so carefree, like an old child. He did not expect this guy to have been here before. However, Chu Feng mocked inwardly. You was not that great. He was actually ranked near the bottom. How embarrassing. But on second thought, Chu Feng sighed with emotion. A master god level expert could only be ranked 5th from the bottom. How valuable was this golden rank? No wonder it dared to claim to record the strongest geniuses in the universe. Of course, Chu Feng guessed that the ranking here might only be the ranking of these powerful existences when they were young. After all, it was limited to those below 100 years old. There was a possibility that someone would suddenly exert strength in the later stages and advance by leaps and bounds, but even so, it was still shocking. A master god-level existence was only at the bottom here. He suppressed the emotions in his heart. Chu Feng continued to look up. Chu Feng was not familiar with most of the names. Perhaps they were people from billions of years ago. Until the 20th place, Chu Feng discovered another familiar name, the Nine Sabers God Emperor, the creator of the top supernatural power on the golden ranking list. The Nine Sabers, as a simplified version of the Nine Sabers, the power of the art of the Nine-Wave Saber was also very extraordinary. Even now, Chu Feng was still cultivating. Currently, he had only comprehended the 6th stage. Only those who had perfected the 9 levels would be qualified to take a look at the 9 sabers. In addition, the cleaved edge saber that Chu Feng had used earlier was only a standard weapon of the 9 Dragons saber. In fact, the current dragon soul in the Demon Slayer was also one of the 9 souls of the 9 Dragons saber. The relationship between Chu Feng and this great existence could be said to be inextricable. Naturally, he was very familiar with it, and this person was only ranked 21st. Further up, another familiar name appeared, Huang. He was also one of the 10 great master gods of ancient humanity. But this person was much stronger than you. He was actually ranked 13th. In his previous life, humans had relied on this to survive and fight against the base camp of the demon race, the ancient realm of the desolate god. It was forged by this person. What Chu Feng had been longing for in his life was the desolate god ancient painting, which was worth 10 billion points. It was only a part of the ancient realm of the desolate god. One could imagine how heaven-defying the true value of the ancient realm of the desolate god was. Seeing so many ancient experts, Chu Feng felt his blood boiling. If even an existence like Huang could not be ranked in the top 10, how terrifying were the truly top 10? Even if this was just a ranking of these great existences when they were young, he could still understand a lot from this. Unfortunately, even with Chu Feng's strength, he was unable to look directly at them. He could only vaguely see that among the top 10, there were the words sky connecting. He could not tell the exact number, but it was already quite close to the front. Chu Feng pondered. Could it be the legendary Heaven Ascension Demon Master? Legend had it that the existence that had ended the glory of ancient humans had even blown up the twin divine stars in a great battle. Even you had also died at his hands. If that name was really him, it was too terrifying. This meant that the strength of the Heaven Ascension Demon Master might very well exceed his imagination. When the Great Tribulation truly descended, these legendary existences would very likely descend into the world. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth turned bitter. At that time, what kind of opponents would he have to face? All of them were too abnormal. Fortunately, Chu Feng quickly composed himself. What was there to be afraid of? Chu Feng's greatest advantage was that he was still young. It had only been a few months since he started cultivating. He had made great achievements, even. Now, Chu Feng was not even in A rank. Even Chu Feng felt helpless. At his level of cultivation, he was indeed a weirdo. With a C-rank body, he was almost invincible among A ranks. He shook his head. He threw out the distracting thoughts. Chu Feng tried his best to look at the names at the top of the golden ranking list. Unfortunately, it was as if he was enveloped by layers of fog and could not see anything. Chu Feng actually merely wanted to see if the master of the Blood Sea space, the successor of the previous top 9 tests, was among them. If he was here, what rank would he be? Chu Feng was extremely curious. Unfortunately, he could not see it. Helpless, he could only give up. The left half of the golden ranking list was occupied by almost all the geniuses. Chu Feng looked to his right. The words Starry Sky Golden Ranking List were written on it. Below were lines of densely packed words. Chu Feng felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the human race's golden ranking lists? Right now, Chu Feng was completely certain the golden ranking lists of humans were probably created by Huang Yu and the others by imitating the Starry Sky golden ranking lists. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so similar. With the same selling mode, after each precious treasure, there was a number of points that could be exchanged for them. It was just that they were not divided into 10 golden ranking lists like humans. Furthermore, as Chu Feng looked down, he was about to drool. The treasures that could be exchanged here were many grades higher than the humans' golden ranking lists. What? This place can even sell star domain essence? And it only costs 1 star point? Soul gem? Didn't Xiao Xiaoshuo say that this is an indispensable treasure to synthesize a high-grade master ball? It's available here? Gasp. Isn't that the undead amulet that I've been searching for so hard? I can just exchange it here. Oh my god. It's crazy. Chu Feng felt the blood in his entire body boiling. Star points, where are they? I want them. Chapter 311, Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure. Chu Feng was excited. There were all kinds of legendary things here. He continued to look at the exchange list. The cosmic cannon that, by filling it with energy, could unleash an attack that was comparable to the full-strength attack of a master god. However, just the size of this huge cannon was comparable to a star. The points exchanged were terrifyingly high. Chu Feng simply could not be bothered to take a second look. Other than that, there was also the space-breaking divine shuttle, which could traverse short distances. This was a little like the legendary item that Lin Yi had in his previous life, the dimensional gate. What was even more terrifying was that in the exchange list, there was also the Starry Sky divine boat that could travel through the universe in various realms. In an instant, thousands of light years could be crossed. This was a little abnormal. After all, based on Chu Feng's observation, there was nothing bad here. Any one of them would be a treasure comparable to a legendary item on the golden ranking lists. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Suddenly, at the top of the exchange list, an ancient spirit lamp attracted Chu Feng's attention. The moment he saw it, Chu Feng felt as if he could see the entire universe and its laws revolving. It was the universe. He was instantly lost. After an unknown period of time, Chu Feng slowly woke up. The shock in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. Supreme treasure, an absolute treasure. It would definitely surpass all the treasures that Chu Feng possessed. Looking at the introduction of it, Chu Feng muttered softly, 9 Revolutions Heavenly Tao Lamp, a Heavenly Tao Supreme Treasure. It was a simple introduction without even a price. However, it caused Chu Feng's heart to tremble. Heavenly Tao Great Treasure. Could it be in existence on the same level as the Heavenly Tao Stone in the Blood Sea? The Heavenly Tao Stone that had once gave Chu Feng top-notch 9 trials was definitely the strongest treasure in the world. Unfortunately, that should be the treasure of the owner of the Blood Sea space. It did not belong to Chu Feng. The feeling that the 9 revolutions Heavenly Tao lamp before him gave Chu Feng was not inferior at all. Although he did not know what its effect was, it was obvious that it was extremely heaven-defying. Could it be that I also have a chance to possess such a treasure? Chu Feng's heart began to burn. Since he was here, he couldn't possibly return empty-handed. Suddenly, Chu Feng felt that his surroundings were silent. He couldn't help but look at the people around him. He realized that everyone, without exception, seemed to have been lost in the 9 revolutions Heavenly Tao lamp. They were so weak that they could not even escape on their own. Chu Feng could only shout. He woke everyone up. On the other hand, Xian Yi was quite strong. Although he was a step slower than Chu Feng, he had at least woken up. Then, he stared fixedly at the 9 revolutions Heavenly Tao lamp, his eyes erupting with an unprecedented brilliance. It's this. The legendary Tao Comprehension Treasure. As long as I obtain it, there will be no more bottlenecks on my path of cultivation in the future. Breaking through to the S rank will be as easy as eating and drinking. It's even rumored that it's related to the path after the Master God rank. Xian Yi muttered to himself, but then, he frowned. But back then, even a supreme existence like the sky-connecting Divine Master could not do it, let alone me. Father said that the next best thing is to take a step back. This 9 revolutions Heavenly Tao lamp should have some children that can be exchanged for. Xian Yi muttered as he continued to search. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Found it. Spirit Lamp Phantom. This should be it. Legend has it that it was formed from the shadow of the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Tao Lamp. Although it is far inferior to the effect of the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Tao Lamp, it still has great power. Even someone as extraordinary as Father once said that this Spirit Lamp Phantom is extremely useful for his cultivation. In that case, helping me break through to the S rank will be extremely easy. Thinking of this, Xianya's heart burned. Beside him, Chu Feng had been paying close attention to the change in Xianya's expression. Although Chu Feng could not hear what he was muttering, by following Xianya's gaze, Chu Feng also discovered the Spirit Lamp Phantom. Could it be that what you want is this? Chu Feng pondered for a moment and understood what Xianyi was thinking. With the help of a treasure, he would break through to the S rank and be invincible. The corners of Chu Feng's mouth rose slightly. He glanced at the price of the Spirit Lamp Phantom, 500 star points. With me around, I won't let you get it. Chu Feng made up his mind. No matter what, he could not let Xianyi obtain it. For such a treasure of enlightenment, once Xianyi obtained it and broke through to the S rank, it would be a disaster for the entire human race. Thus, to Chu Feng, the most important thing now was to accumulate 500 points before Xianyi. As he was thinking, suddenly, the mechanical voice resounded through the universe again. There was no unnecessary explanation. There was only a cold sentence. The first part of the assessment, travel, starry corridor, begins. Immediately after, the voice disappeared. Everyone was involuntarily swept up by a mysterious force and soared into the sky. Before Chu Feng could say anything to the crowd, they instantly dispersed. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Chu Feng saw a long corridor of starlight that stretched out like a dragon suddenly appear before him. This corridor was extremely wide, spanning hundreds of millions of miles. There was no end in sight. Before it, Chu Feng was not even a speck of dust. He glanced into the starry corridor. There were all kinds of strange lights and dazzling stars, as if they contained great danger. It was terrifying. Chu Feng could not refuse. A huge force suddenly came from behind and threw Chu Feng into the long corridor. There was no explanation at all. Chu Feng cursed inwardly. This assessment ground was too domineering. However, before Chu Feng could complain, his face turned ashen. He was no longer in the mood to complain. The moment Chu Feng stepped into the starry corridor, countless strange-looking and different-shaped beasts suddenly surged out from all directions. Each of them was more than 10 meters tall, and the huge ones were even more than 100 meters and 1,000 meters tall. Compared to them, Chu Feng was like an ant. Of course, if it was only some monsters charging out, Chu Feng's expression would not be so ugly, but the key was, the aura of each of these giant beasts was actually comparable to an A rank. He just took a casual glance. There were at least 800 giant beasts blocking the way. Chu Feng gulped. 1,000 beasts comparable to grade A. This was called an assessment. It was more like a massacre. What was the point of fighting? No matter how confident Chu Feng was, he did not dare to say that he could fight 100 people alone. Furthermore, there were nearly 1,000 of them here. There was no need to think. There was definitely only one outcome. Chu Feng would be trampled to death by these crazy beasts. Chu Feng wanted to curse. He thought that he was already talented enough, but when he saw the scene before him, he instantly despaired, let alone the others. Could it be that no one was intended to pass this assessment? Chapter 312, Killing Monsters at the Universe Level. Just when Chu Feng was cursing wildly, huge beasts had already arrived before him. All of them exuded a terrifying might. Chu Feng's expression turned ugly, but he could only raise the demon slayer in his hand. No matter what, he could not just sit and wait for death. The next moment, a blood-red spider beast moved around and was the first to arrive before Chu Feng. The blood-colored fangs were ferocious and terrifying as they bit toward Chu Feng. There was not another chance. Chu Feng could only swing the demon slayer. His original plan was to force this spider beast back first before making any plans. But when the demon slayer touched the blood-colored spider, Chu Feng was surprised to see that the blood-colored spider was actually slashed into two by the demon slayer. Then, it turned into starlight and dissipated into the corridor. At the same time, a notification sounded in Chu Feng's ears. Ding. Killed Starry Sky Blood Spider 1. Reward, star points 0.1. What is going on? Chu Feng was extremely surprised. I killed an A-rank beast just like that? It feels no different from some C-rank and B-rank beasts? Chu Feng was unable to understand. He was not powerful enough to easily kill an A-rank. Suddenly, Chu Feng seemed to have understood something. There was a murmur. Could it be that because my rank is too low, the strength of these space beasts has been adjusted? Yeah, otherwise, who could survive the siege of thousands of space beasts? Chu Feng estimated that the candidate had to have at least S-rank strength. Otherwise, they were no match for these giant beasts. Furthermore, even an ordinary S-rank would be difficult deal with them. He had to be at least an S-rank genius. It was very possible, a long time ago, the lowest genius who could enter this place was a S-rank warrior. Or even stronger. After all, for geniuses, breaking through to the S-rank before the age of 100 was not difficult at all. Chu Feng had even heard from the blondie that in ancient times, there were even monstrous figures who became gods before they were 100 years old. If that was the case, it made sense that so many powerful beasts had appeared at the beginning of the assessment. Because this assessment was not prepared for A ranks, furthermore, Chu Feng was not even an A rank. He was only a C-rank warrior. Therefore, for the fairness of the assessment space could only reduce the strength of these space beasts. They were suppressed to the same level as Chu Feng. It was only grade C. At the thought of this, Chu Feng's eyes suddenly lit up, his heart began to beat violently. Does that mean I can easily slaughter these giant beasts? Chu Feng had heard it clearly earlier. Killing a giant beast gave him 0.1 star points, very few, but the purchasing power of star points was high. A drop of star domain essence was only worth 1 star point here, and there were nearly 1,000 space beasts in front of him. How many points would that be? Chu Feng's heart was pounding violently. He was rich, he could kill a large number of B and C rank ferocious beasts. Furthermore, Chu Feng was certain that in the star corridor of others, the strength of the giant beasts might also decrease a little. But not by much. They were really A ranks. Lin Yi was a genuine A rank. There was a high chance that this guy could not even pass this level. Of course, Chu Feng also knew that Lin Yi and even the demon emperor behind him had definitely made extremely detailed preparations for the sake of the Stargate inheritance. It was not to the extent that he could not even pass the first hurdle. It's just that Chu Feng was unable to imagine how that fellow would pass through. Of course, this was none of his business. Anyway, it would definitely not be as easy as him. As she pondered over this, Chu Feng was also merciless. The space beasts roared and charged forward. However, in Chu Feng's eyes, they were merely paper tigers. They could be killed with a casual slash. It turned into rays of starlight and scattered. Chu Feng could also tell, these giant beasts were not real life forms anyway. They did not have any intelligence and only knew how to throw their lives away one after another. He listened to the notifications. Chu Feng seemed to have found the pleasure of killing monsters in his previous life again. Ding. Killed Crimson Flame Starlight B1. Reward, star points 0.1. Ding. Killed Lunar Eclipse Python 1. Reward, star points 0.1. Ding. Killed Special Astral Soul 1. Reward, star points 1. 8. Hearing the voice that had just reached his ears, Chu Feng suddenly exclaimed. Special Astral Soul? What's that? It's actually so valuable? Chu Feng recalled, what the hell did he just kill? He had just killed it casually and did not pay much attention to it. He finally recalled, it was like a huge ball of light covered in starlight. Chu Feng had thought that it was some strange-looking monster. He did not expect it to be an astral soul. What was this thing for? Forget it, who cares? Chu Feng curled his lip. In any case, killing them was the same. Their strength was no different. However, after killing it, some of the dissipating starlight seemed to have landed on him. Chu Feng felt more energetic, his body felt warm. Good stuff. Chu Feng's eyes shone. Not only was this astral soul valuable, but it also seemed to be beneficial to the body. Chu Feng could not tell the specifics. Perhaps it was because too little starlight had entered his body. However, Chu Feng was certain that the more starlight there was, the better. Therefore, these special star souls were in deep trouble. Just when Chu Feng was in the midst of killing, on the other side, in Xianya's starry corridor, he had also encountered a similar situation as Chu Feng. He looked at the nearly 1,000 A-rank space beasts in front of him. Xianya took out a blue talisman and crushed it. A light blue halo enveloped a radius of 100 meters. Surprisingly, all the space beasts that were enveloped by this halo actually wailed in pain. Their aura decreased visibly. They had barely reached the threshold of A rank. Some of the weaker ones had even weakened to the peak of spirit transformation. Lin Yi was delighted. Father is right. The Starry Sky Divine Talisman exchanged by the Sky Connecting Divine Master back then is really useful. Unfortunately, it's only effective on these projected star behemoths. Otherwise, if we had taken it out during the battle just now, how could our demon race have lost? Lin Yi snorted, as if he had thought of something. He sneered, I can only pass this stage with this Starry Sky Divine Talisman. That starred Chu Feng probably can't move an inch now, right? Ha ha. You came for nothing. Just as Lin Yi was thinking, around him, Dozens of space beasts had already surrounded him. Lin Yi did not dare to be careless, although the strength of these giant beasts had been weakened. Facing dozens of ferocious beasts that were close to Greta gave Lin Yi a major headache. However, at least he could still hold on. After fighting for a long time, he finally seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack and kill a giant beast. A notification sounded in his ears. Ding. With the help of a special tool, you have killed the Ardent Sun Eagle 1. Reward, star points 0.05. Lin Yi was extremely proud. The others would probably be struggling to walk now. He could not only withstand the attacks of the space beasts, but also find an opportunity to kill one or two of them. The points would come, but why did it feel like the points given were a little low? Chapter 313. I'm just an ordinary man, but my goal is the sky. Just as Lin Yi was feeling smug about obtaining points, Chu Feng was about to slaughter the space beasts. In the end, he suddenly realized that he had unknowingly walked out of the encirclement of the giant beasts. Behind him, there were still more than 100 space beasts looking at him fearfully. For a moment, they did not dare to continue attacking. Chu Feng curled his lip. What was going on? How could he not fight anymore? These hundreds of giant beasts were not a small number of points. Helpless, Chu Feng could only return. In no time, he had obtained another sum of points. At that moment, Chu Feng discovered that a virtual screen had appeared before him. It was similar to the golden ranking lists of humans. It was very convenient to use. This made Chu Feng even more convinced that the model of these golden ranking lists must have been copied by you and the others. He checked his points balance. 112 points, nearly 1,000 space beasts and a few special astral souls had contributed more than 100 points to Chu Feng. In other words, this was equivalent to more than 100 drops of star domain essence. Furthermore, Chu Feng remembered that the price of the undead charm was only 100 points. His main goal back then was completed just like that. Chu Feng really wanted to say something, that's all. However, after calming down, Chu Feng finally understood the rules of the assessment here. Simply put, it depended on the candidate. If the candidate's strength was lower than the S rank, the strength of the giant beast would decrease to varying degrees. If the person who came was S rank or even higher, the strength of these space beasts would not decrease at all. Instead, it might increase. From this perspective, here, geniuses who could fight across ranks had the greatest advantage. The higher the rank, the greater the advantage. Clearly, this so-called Stargate assessment was to select the top geniuses in the entire universe. They did not need the weak. Chu Feng suddenly realized a problem. No wonder the humans' golden ranking lists gave warriors such generous rewards for crossing ranks. The points rewarded would increase by 10 times or even 100 times. Back then, those master gods had probably set up such a reward mechanism to encourage humans to fight above their rank. Perhaps it was to prepare for the day when they returned and led humans to break through the Stargate. Clearly, if the human race wanted to rise again, the treasures in the Stargate were undoubtedly a huge help. After understanding all this, Chu Feng suddenly felt that a corner of the fog that had always enveloped his eyes had been quietly pushed aside. Slowly, he would eventually understand everything. At that moment, there was no longer any obstruction before Chu Feng. He walked along the star corridor with ease. Along the way, it was bizarre, like a dream. Countless wonders in the universe seemed to have reappeared before Chu Feng's eyes. A huge star reached the end of its life and its core began to cool. The stable gravitational balance was broken and it began to collapse towards the center, causing a rare supernova explosion. A dazzling light instantly illuminated the thousands of light-years of the universe. It announced its end to the universe in the most splendid manner. There was also a huge millstone-shaped black hole that slowly spun, devouring everything in front of it. There was a domineering aura that could crush everything. The stunning scene shocked Chu Feng. Perhaps it would not directly help Chu Feng's strength, but it had broadened his horizons. As the ancients said, it was better to travel 10,000 miles than to read 10,000 books. With a single step, Chu Feng could cover more than 10,000 miles. In the starry sky corridor, Chu Feng discovered that every step he took seemed to cross endless space and time. Space collapsed beneath his feet. Only then did Chu Feng know how narrow his vision was previously. It turned out that the universe was so vast and magnificent. It turned out that the starry sky outside Earth was so turbulent and magnificent. At that moment, Chu Feng suddenly felt how small he was. He was insignificant, humans were insignificant, and Earth was equally insignificant compared to the vast universe. So what if he was a PK rank? So what if he was an S rank? They were still ants. It was even more so for humans. Outside, wolves were everywhere and danger lurked everywhere. Just like the weeds in the wilderness, they were so weak and fragile. Chu Feng suddenly closed his eyes. His soul seemed to be throbbing. He felt suppressed and indignant. He could not help but mutter softly. It was as if he was encouraging himself, but also as if he was finding an excuse for himself. Although the current Earth is nothing Compared to the vast universe, although the humans on Earth might not even be considered ants in the eyes of those ancient existences. Although Elder Luo and the others had once said that when the Great Tribulation arrived and the experts of the 10,000 races descended on Earth, all our current efforts would be in vain in an instant, and the humans on Earth were destined to be sacrificed, I feel that everything depends on man. If we wait for death now, there would really be no hope when the day came. Although we humans are so small, weak, and vulnerable now, our journey has only just begun. Who can say anything about our future? Humans have always been a race good at creating miracles, just like me, Chu Feng. You all said that mortals can't defeat an A rank, but I did it. Not only that, I killed an A rank like a dog. You all think that I'm not a match for the abyssal invaders, but didn't I lead the humans and kill them all step by step? I even killed the other party's leader. He had no choice but to enter the ruins to give it one last try. Besides, we're catching up now. He's destined to fail. Therefore, who could predict the future? On the day of the Great Tribulation, if the 10,000 races dare to come, we will dare to kill them, be they demons or gods. Even if we can't defeat them in the end, we will definitely do our best to take some of them to hell with us. Those who dare to invade us will have to pay the price of death. Our home belongs only to us. No one can control our future. One day, we Earthlings will make the entire universe and starry sky prostrate at our feet. I'm just an ordinary mortal, but my goal is the sky. Unknowingly, Chu Feng's eyes became moist, his soul suddenly fluctuated violently, surging soul powers seeped out of his body. If one were to distinguish carefully, one would discover that there were two completely different powers contained within, divine will and willpower. This meant that the two powers of different cultivation paths had actually sublimated at the same time. The divine will was transforming. His willpower was sublimating. After coming out of the blood sea, his divine will and willpower, which had not advanced at all, seemed to have broken through a bottleneck and reached a new world. In the distant starry sky, suddenly, there was a soft gasp. This little fellow is interesting. Chapter 314, Transformation. Manifestation of the Divine Will. 1000-pattern battle formation master, spiritual power, physical body, divine will, willpower. They were actually all different cultivation paths. Every path could be considered a great path to heaven. There was no saying who was stronger. Take the 10 blood shadow warriors for example. Other than number 1, everyone had walked a path to the extreme. All of them were extremely powerful. Of course, if a warrior could absorb all of these into himself, his strength would naturally be extraordinary, just like number 1. Perhaps on every path, he was not as deep as the other blood shadow warriors. However, after combining many aspects, he was the first to break through the heavenly chasm and become an invincible expert who was an ancient overlord. Actually, after walking out of the blood sea space, Chu Feng had already discovered it. The improvement in his divine will, willpower, physical body, and other aspects could no longer keep up. With the speed of his improvement, his physical body was better. There was the continuous tempering of the destruction bloodline. However, his divine will and willpower had not improved in a long time. His current strength was comparable to an A rank, but his divine will had yet to even manifest. The manifestation of the divine will was actually the beginning of the path of the divine will. It was only comparable to a high-level A rank, and willpower was something indispensable to a battle formation master. Chu Feng had already comprehended the war soul in the chaotic country. When he left the blood sea, he was only a step away from becoming a 1000-pattern battle formation master. However, this slight difference was like a moat, firmly blocking Chu Feng from entering. One had to know that back then, number 3 and number 4 had both agreed that Chu Feng was a rare genius of the divine will and will. Chu Feng had once thought that it was because he had not paid attention to their cultivation, but today, he realized that he was ridiculously wrong. His heart had actually been sealed the moment he stepped out of the blood sea. He was content with himself. He thought that his talent was invincible and underestimated the ancient geniuses. This pride reached its peak after he defeated the demon race. Even Chu Feng himself did not realize that unknowingly, he was already lost. Today, it was as if a warning had been given to Chu Feng, making him realize how small he was. With this realization, his soul naturally transformed. Unlike the cultivation of spiritual energy, the cultivation of the soul often depended on the cultivation of the heart. It was the cultivation of the heart. The next moment, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes. His expression was calm, all his pride was restrained. Right now, Chu Feng's eyes were filled with enlightenment and clarity. It looked no different from before. However, Chu Feng knew very well, he had changed. From now on, no matter where he went, his heart would be stable, never complacent, always moving forward. Unknowingly, on the other side, The divine will had completed its transformation. The so-called manifestation of the divine will was to condense the excess divine will that was about to dissipate into form and gather it so that it could not escape, by condensing the loose divine will into a ball. The power it could unleash would naturally be many times greater. Furthermore, everyone's divine will would manifest as different items. Some were a sword, some were a cube, and some were even a small house. It was strange and varied, but overall, the bigger the better. The size of a manifestation almost determined the upper limit of a divine will warrior. After all, the larger the manifestation, the greater the total amount of divine will it could contain, no matter how big a weapon was. There was still a limit to the amount of divine will it could contain. However, the transformation item was not something that a warrior could control. It was related to thoughts in the depths of a warrior's soul. Chu Feng looked curiously at the manifestation of his divine will. He actually despised it, because it was really ugly. From the outside, it looked like an oval ball. It was flat and not round enough. The size was not big, no matter how he looked at it. It did not look like a qualified manifestation. However, when Chu Feng looked carefully, he suddenly realized that this oval ball seemed to have no boundaries. At the edge of it was nothing. Chu Feng was confused. What's going on? Number 3 didn't say anything. Chu Feng felt that this thing was somewhat nondescript. If he had to put it into words, Chu Feng even felt that the oval ball was actually a little like the universe of chaos. Perhaps, Chu Feng did not know why he would have such thoughts. It was just a feeling. Could it be that this lousy ball could develop into some divine will universe in the future? If that was the case, the upper limit of Chu Feng's talent in the aspect of divine will might even be much higher than spiritual energy. That was a complete universe. Phew. Forget it. Chu Feng suddenly shook his head. The universe. How long would it take to cultivate that? Anyway, he had successfully manifested. Who cares? He just needed to keep filling up this sphere. As his divine will became stronger, his strength would also become greater. Chu Feng felt very happy. Then, he sensed his willpower. In his mind, an illusory red dragon of will danced wantonly. It seemed very delighted. The red dragon battle soul. It was formed in the chaotic kingdom back then. After that, it slept. Today, the red dragon battle soul suddenly became active and seemed to have become more corporeal. Tiny dragon scales even appeared on its body. This meant that Chu Feng had truly stepped into the ranks of the 1,000-pattern battle formation masters. According to number 4, Chu Feng could be considered to have made some progress in the field of battle formation masters. Just the strength of a battle formation master was enough to fight against a PK, not to mention that Chu Feng had a million undead army. It would be much easier to set up the array now. At that time, with the power of the array formation connecting the power of a million undead creatures in Chu Feng's various means, Chu Feng would even be comparable to a true S rank, not in one aspect, but all of them. This was the terrifying aspect of a fully developing warrior, who. Chu Feng let out a long breath. He did not expect to gain so much just by walking into the starry corridor. Only then did Chu Feng discover that perhaps the value of the starry sky corridor was not just the points. The true opportunity was actually hidden in everything. It only needed the candidate to discover it himself. Perhaps this was also a way of selection. Chu Feng did not know what the expert who created this place was thinking. He only knew that even now, his gains were already great enough. Even if he left now, it would not be a loss. However, he could not leave yet. If he did not ruin Xianya's plan, how could it be his character? There was a smile on his face. Chu Feng continued onward. After walking for some time, a huge mirror that was 10,000 meters tall suddenly appeared in front of him. The next moment, a young martial artist suddenly walked out from the mirror. Like a real person, his hawk-like eyes looked at Chu Feng indifferently. At the same time, the indifferent notification sounded again. The guardian of the first area of the starry corridor. An elite genius, official position, 9th rank official of the Imperial Court, military rank, soldier, sergeant, can command 10 troops, Stargate authority, in Un. Chapter 315, Starlight God Dynasty. Terrifying elite genius, Chu Feng was startled. Then, he finally came back to himself. What a long introduction. It was really difficult for that cold fellow, the guardian of the first region. In other words, I just walked through the first area of this starry corridor. Chu Feng found it unbelievable. This was because he felt that the distance he had just walked was at least hundreds of millions of miles. The space here was very strange. Any one of his steps might be a million miles away. It was hard to imagine how long the starry corridor was. Also, the title attached to the young man in front of him was really long. It was easy to understand elite geniuses. It was probably a classification of geniuses in that era. However, the 9th grade official of the Imperial Court that came afterwards made Chu Feng feel incredulous. the last dynasty had been gone for many years. Where did the imperial court come from? Could it be the legendary official position of the supreme god dynasty? But after so many years, did the so-called god dynasty still exist? The military rank was quite easy to understand, so what about he commanded 10 soldiers? Could it be that once you become an official, the imperial court will assign you men? Chu Feng was filled with doubt, and what was the final authority of the Stargate? Even the elite genius in front of him didn't have that. It looked quite precious. Based on the few short sentences, Chu Feng deduced a lot. In such an unfamiliar ruin, it was not too much to be careful. Being able to deduce some things through clues would often be very useful. At critical moments, it could even save one's life. He pondered for a while. Chu Feng turned his gaze to the young man before him. It should only be a projection. From the looks of it, it should be similar to him. However, his aura was terrifyingly powerful. It made Chu Feng unable to breathe. Most importantly, this fellow's eyes seemed to be alive. It did not seem to be a simple projection. A fatal sense of danger washed over him. Chu Feng's heart quivered. To be able to make him feel threatened, the young man in front of him was at least S rank in terms of strength, or even higher, perhaps. He had surpassed the S rank. Even so, he's just an elite genius. Were the standards of judgment in ancient times so strict? Before Chu Feng could say anything, the mechanical voice sounded again. Candidate, the person in front of you is a shadow warrior left behind by a former challenger. With the help of the Great Tao, he possesses the complete strength of the challenger at that time. If you kill him, you will receive a reward of star points and the right to walk in the second area of the star corridor. If you fail, you will be teleported out of the star corridor. Due to the fact that the candidate's spiritual energy is of grade C, the strength of the shadow warriors has decreased accordingly. Hearing this mechanical voice, Chu Feng had an inexplicable feeling. The cold and aloof person behind the scenes seemed to have spoken more to him. This time, he actually said a few words in one breath. This was a treatment that had never happened before. However, just as Chu Feng was still letting his imagination run wild, the young man in front of him suddenly stretched. He actually spoke. Chu Feng was shocked. Phew. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have agreed to keep this SHTTY shadow. For the sake of those few thousand star points, this wisp of spiritual sense has been locked in the small black room for so many years. It's really not worth it. I'm about to suffocate to death. Fortunately, I've been sleeping all this time. Otherwise, I would have gone crazy long ago. I wonder how many years have passed in the outside world. Could my main body be dead? Forget it, forget it. It has nothing to do with me. He suddenly thought of something. The young man suddenly looked at Chu Feng. Hey, kid, how many years has it been in the galaxy calendar? Hearing this guy call him, Chu Feng was startled. Then, he replied suspiciously, I've never heard of the astral calendar. It's 2052 AD. The young man grinned and could not react in time. He muttered, AD? I've never heard of it. It's over. Could it be that the Starlight God dynasty has also perished? Such a powerful dynasty, it can't be. The Starlight God dynasty? Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Could it be that the so-called Supreme God dynasty was this Starlight God dynasty? However, before Chu Feng could ask, the young man suddenly became frustrated and took out a long spear. The red tassel was dazzling. Clearly, he was an expert with a spear. If even the divine dynasty is gone, my main body is definitely dead. Then there's no point in my wisp of spiritual senses existing. After this battle, I'll apply for obliteration. Then, he actually attacked directly. The red-tasseled spear stabbed forward. It brought with it a violent energy vortex. He charged toward Chu Feng. Seeing this, Chu Feng cursed in his heart. This guy must be crazy. You asked me, but I didn't ask you. Do you know what a fair deal is? What an impatient person. After being locked up for so many years, he still hasn't calmed down. What a weirdo. Forget it. I'll defeat this guy first. I'll beat you to death if you don't tell me later. During this period of time, Chu Feng had understood. The guy in front of him was one of the geniuses who had come here before. Under the special Great Tao of this place, fragments of their youth were permanently imprinted here. They were used as the guardians of the assessment. The guy in front of him might be an ancient existence. However, it was the consciousness of that person when he was young. At the thought of this, Chu Feng was shocked. This guy looked to be about his age, probably in his early 20s. However, the aura he revealed at the beginning far exceeded that of an ordinary S rank. Were geniuses from the ancient times also terrifying? Was cultivation really as simple as eating and drinking? Furthermore, this guy had only been evaluated as an elite genius. There must be something even more awesome up there. Chu Feng was speechless. Fortunately, this guy's rank was being suppressed proportionally. He should be a C-rank warrior like him. Chu Feng was confident. Even if he was a genius from the ancient times, he was suppressed to the C rank. He was probably not even comparable to an A rank, right? Wouldn't he be at his mercy? He looked at the young man's spear. Although Chu Feng felt that even if he stood there without moving, he wouldn't be hurt, the transformation of his soul just now made Chu Feng understand that even a lion would use its full strength to catch a rabbit. No matter the situation, he could not be careless. Be careful not to fail miserably. Thus, Chu Feng still attacked. He even used the Demon Slayer. Of course, it was just a casual wave. Chu Feng felt that he had already thought highly of him. This slash was enough to easily annihilate hundreds of C-rank warriors. However, the moment Chu Feng's blade collided with the young man's spear, Chu Feng's expression suddenly changed. A different energy suddenly seeped out along the tip of the spear. It entered his body. It actually forced Chu Feng back. Chu Feng looked at the young man with disbelief. You can actually compare to a PK rank with a C-rank body? The young man heard this, he only sneered in disdain. What an ignorant junior warrior. Chapter 316, Battle Across Ages. Chu Feng ignored the young man's mockery. His mind was filled with the young man's stabbing. It looked ordinary, but the moment it came into contact with his Demon Slayer, suddenly, a completely different energy from spiritual energy rushed into his body. If it had not been for the two divine-grade bloodlines suppressing it from Chu Feng's body, he would probably not be as simple as being repelled. Chu Feng was even rejoicing. Fortunately, he did not underestimate his opponent. Although he did not use his full strength, he was still fighting the enemy as an A rank, otherwise, he would have been pierced through by this fellow. What Chu Feng could not understand was, this guy could also unleash power far beyond that of an ordinary A rank with his C rank body. If it was really as the notification had said, this was the strength of the young man after compression. In other words, the controller of this place believed that this guy should have such strength when he was a C rank comparable to a PK rank. Before this, Chu Feng had thought that this was only his privilege. Because this request was too high, for a long time, it was even considered impossible for a mortal to fight against an A rank. But in this ancient era, any elite genius could actually do it. This caused Chu Feng to be extremely shocked. Moreover, the energy this guy used seemed to be much stronger than spiritual energy. There was also a special corrosive power contained in it, making it especially difficult to deal with. It was as if he had seen Chu Feng's shock. The young man sneered again. Don't think about it. I know what junior warriors like you were thinking. Most people who came here thought that they were invincible among their peers. But you have to know that crossing ranks to fight has never been your privilege. In my era, geniuses who could not cross ranks were not worthy of being called geniuses. As for me, I'm an outstanding genius. What's so surprising about the strength I can unleash? The young man pursed his lips indifferently. Of course, it might also be related to the natural energy of our era. The energy we use is called essence energy. But I feel that the energy you use seems very weak. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes. The energy I use is called spiritual energy. The young man said indifferently, whatever. I've never heard of it. Perhaps the world has changed again in the later stages. The energy from before has also been changed. You guys can't cultivate anymore. However, your strength is not bad. Even though your energy level is weaker than mine, you were only forced back by my spear. You can be my opponent. Of course, that's all. It's impossible to pass. You little brat, you should go home and practice more. Ha ha ha. The young man was terrifyingly arrogant. However, he did have the right to be arrogant. In his era, geniuses ran rampant and martial arts flourished. What precious secret manuals had he not seen? It was enough for him to unleash power far beyond his own rank. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes, seeing the young man laughing wildly. He suddenly had the urge to beat him up. This guy is actually more arrogant than me. He really deserves a beating. Was I so annoying when I was arrogant previously? Chu Feng shook his head. How was it possible? That was the majestic style. Others would only think that he was handsome, Chu Feng hinted to himself. Then, he looked up at the young man. A bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. His smile was extremely sincere. There was even some anticipation in his eyes. What are you laughing at? The young man was a little unhappy. He had a feeling that this kid in front of him was up to no good, just like those bastards who had bullied him back then. If not for the fact that he really could not defeat them, he would have fought those bastards to the death. Chu Feng did not care about the tone of the young man. he was all smiles. I'm laughing because I'm excited. It's only now that I really feel that this Starry Corridor's assessment is interesting. If they're all trash, then this assessment is really too boring. The young man snorted, how arrogant. No matter what you say, with your strength, you won't be able to pass this round. Chu Feng shook his head unhurriedly, you can't stop me. You're very monstrous. In my era, your talent is enough to rank second, but you're still inferior to me. The young man raised an eyebrow, from what you're saying, you're the first? Good fellow, you're actually more arrogant than me. I have a problem. I can be arrogant, but I don't like anyone being arrogant in front of me. Unfortunately, you've hit the jackpot. Chu Feng merely smiled, he could not be bothered to respond. What was the point of just arguing? If this guy thought that his strength was only what he had just revealed, then he was wrong. A C rank was comparable to a PK rank, although monstrous, compared to Chu Feng. Was just so. He was a man who could kill an ultimate A rank. The next moment, he assumed a combat posture. With the Demon Slayer in hand, he tapped the ground with the tip of the saber, creating a deep ravine. Even the ground of the Starry Corridor seemed to be unable to withstand it. Seeing this, the contempt in the young man's eyes dissipated a lot. If you have some ability, let's see what you've got. Then, he didn't wait for Chu Feng to respond. He instantly charged forward. He wanted to attack quickly this time. He would crush Chu Feng with absolute speed. The spear transformed into countless spear shadows in midair. With lightning speed, he suddenly stabbed out. The powerful airwaves nearly overturned Chu Feng. Compared to an ordinary Pika rank, this guy in front of him was clearly much stronger. Of course, even so, there was no difference to the serious Chu Feng. Chu Feng moved lightly. He also transformed into a shadow. He was not slower than the young man. Furthermore, he still had the time to unleash his willpower. Chu Feng also threw out the divine will manifestation. It just so happened that the guy in front of him was neither strong nor weak. He was really the most suitable target to practice on. Boom, an invisible impact swept past. The young man suddenly let out a strange cry. You actually know mental attacks? Chu Feng could not be bothered with him. He kept dodging the young man's spear shadows. From time to time, he would use a wave of willpower attacks to give the other party a splitting headache. He could not even hold his spear properly. There were not many ways to launch the divine will. Back when he was cultivating with number 3, Chu Feng had only treated the divine will as a way to enslave the undead. He had not carefully learned any offensive methods, but after the divine will took form, the manifestation itself was actually a means of attack. It was not a bad choice to throw it at someone. It was just that ordinary people did not dare to do that. If the manifestation was shattered by the enemy, the loss would be huge. However, Chu Feng simply did not care. He had tried. For some reason, his manifestation was extremely stable. Perhaps it had something to do with its unique appearance. The universe was the most stable existence in the world. Furthermore, Chu Feng did not think that the fellow before him had the ability to shatter it. He might as well use violence. He smashed the arrogant young man in front of him until he was dizzy and saw stars. The target of the manifestation was also the enemy's soul. It was not known how much time had elapsed. When Chu Feng felt that he was more or less proficient, the young man suddenly roared in grievance. He looked at Chu Feng in disbelief. Stop! Stop fighting! How much strength are you hiding? Chapter 317, Special Realm, Perfected Spirit Realm. Hearing the young man's aggrieved howl, Chu Feng merely smiled lightly. Where was his arrogance just now? Continue to be arrogant. Why wasn't he arrogant anymore? Just now, I wanted to have a good chat with you, but you were unwilling. You came up and hit me. Now, you know to stop. So what if he was an elite genius from the ancient times? So what if he was a C rank comparable to a PK rank? After all, the era no longer belonged to him. Who was he talking to? What Chu Feng wanted to grind away at his drive. If he beat him up, he would probably be able to talk nicely. Chu Feng was extremely curious about the so-called ancient supreme divine dynasty. He wanted to know more. Therefore, not only did he not stop, he even used the Demon Slayer. The saber aura seeped out of his body. The dragon soul soared into the sky and roared. The power of the saber aura instantly increased by 30%. The sharp blade aura was breathtaking. Chu Feng went all out. The power of this slash was undoubtedly at the A rank. On the other side, the young man looked at the saber and suddenly froze on the spot. He could not help but exclaim. His eyes widened. He was extremely shocked. You. Perfected Spirit Realm. How is that possible? Can such a genius be born in your era? Furthermore, you're only a weak mortal, yet you're comparable to a perfected Spirit Realm expert. Chu Feng frowned upon hearing those words, perfected spirit realm? Chu Feng was confused. What perfected spirit realm? Could it be that he was referring to the limit of a rank? Chu Feng vaguely understood, perhaps because the times were different, some cultivation grades and names were also different. After all, even the energy used for cultivation was different. It was normal for there to be some changes. The young man opposite him merely stared blankly at Chu Feng. He was really shocked. Perfected spirit realm, in ancient times, the perfected spirit realm meant many extraordinary things. Ordinary geniuses could at most reach the peak of the spirit realm, only a true top genius, a peerless genius, only then would he have a chance to break through to the perfected spirit realm. A genius who could reach the perfected spirit realm was destined to have a limitless future. Once he joined the army, he would be a centurion at the beginning. It would not even be surprising if he was directly given a chilly arch and led 1,000 troops, and the young man was just an elite genius. Although his strength was not bad, he had benefited from the era. In the era he lived in, there were countless supernatural powers and ultimate techniques. He was also a member of the imperial court. He could learn even more secret techniques. It was not surprising that he had such strength. Back then, there were too many geniuses like him, but in the end, only one in a billion could break through to the perfected spirit realm. The probability was extremely low. He had also tried back then, but the difference was too great. Helpless, he could only give up and choose to break through. Has the rules of the world changed in this era? Has it become easier to reach the perfected spirit realm? The young man frowned. He really could not accept that a junior countless years later could compare to those existences he could only look up to back then. Suddenly, the young man looked at Chu Feng's incoming blade. He seemed to be silently sensing something. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. You don't seem to be at the true perfection stage yet. The perfected spirit realm experts of our era were terrifyingly strong. To beat someone like me, it's almost a matter of breathing. You seem to be much weaker. What a strange state. Are you at the pseudo-perfection stage? How could I have forgotten? You're not even in the spirit realm. You're just a mortal. After you break through to the spirit realm, you might really have a chance to break through to that level. There was a pause. The young man suddenly said, in the other starry sky corridor, there seems to be another perfected pseudo-spirit realm cultivator. However, he seems to be even worse. There are no signs of his transformation at all. His strength is only several times stronger than the peak of the spirit realm. Why did he break through with such perfection? He missed a huge opportunity for nothing. The young man muttered to himself. However, Chu Feng was completely confused. He had thought that the perfected spirit realm mentioned by the young man was the limit of the A rank. It was just that their names were different. But when he listened again, it seemed like a completely different matter. The perfected spirit realm he mentioned might be countless times stronger than the peak of the A rank he was familiar with. Did such a thing really exist? Chu Feng's eyes were filled with doubt, but on second thought, wasn't he such an existence? When he broke through to the A rank, in terms of strength, he would definitely far surpass those so-called peak A ranks at that time. What should he be? Was he considered S rank? Of course not. The energy level was still far off. Was he a rank? How could he be so much stronger than an ultimate A rank? It was a very strange realm. At that time, was he in the peak of the spirit realm as the young people said? Chu Feng guessed. In the current era, the limit of the A rank referred to those who had reached the peak of the A rank. With the help of some secret techniques and supernatural powers, their strength would double, reaching a level where they could crush ordinary peak A ranks. Such an existence was called the limit of a rank. Even so, only a small number of geniuses could do it. For example, Lin Yi. It was undeniable that this guy's talent was indeed not bad, otherwise, he wouldn't have been valued by the Demon Emperor. He had reached the limit of the A rank because of his foundation and a considerable opportunity, but according to this young man, he seemed to disdain such a breakthrough. He even said that he had missed a huge opportunity for nothing. What was that thing? Chu Feng was suddenly tempted. Because to him, perhaps he would have a chance to reach the true perfected spirit realm. However, just as Chu Feng's interest was piqued, on the other side, the young man suddenly stopped talking and said casually, "Forget it, who cares? The times are different. What has it got to do with me whether you guys are real or fake? After completing this bullshit Guardian mission, I'll die. Even if the Starlight God dynasty hasn't been destroyed, after so many years, my main body will have long died. Do whatever you want." This caused Chu Feng to gnash his teeth in anger. damn it, he was leaving him hanging. I'll beat you to death. Chapter 318, Spiritual Abode. The young man had an indifferent attitude. Chu Feng was instantly enraged. He exploded. The demon slayer slashed at the young man like a violent wind. The young man resisted with all his might, but it was useless. At most, he could only block a few slashes. The remaining saber shadows were enough to completely obliterate him. In the end, this guy was just a pique rank. Once Chu Feng became serious, it was enough to kill him instantly, but at the last moment, Chu Feng suddenly turned the demon slayer around and slashed the young man with the back of the saber. The young man was sent flying like a sandbag. Chu Feng refused to relent. He transformed into a shadow. He caught up and continued slashing. He would not kill the guy. He still wanted to ask about the perfected spirit realm. Chu Feng had a faint feeling this might have an extraordinary meaning to him, but the young man in front of him was too arrogant. Perhaps he had also seen through Chu Feng's thoughts. He merely looked at Chu Feng mockingly. Kid, your talent is indeed heaven-defying. After you break through to the spirit realm, you might really have a chance to break through to the true perfected spirit realm. Unfortunately. The young man suddenly grinned. Unfortunately, don't even think about getting any information from me. Seeing you reminds me of that bastard who relied on his talent to be better than me back then and always stepped on me. Sigh, it's just a pity that he had more ambition than me and didn't choose to leave behind a soul fragment. He would probably be dead by now. If you want to blame someone, blame your talent for being similar to that monster, haha. He was being hammered around like a sandbag. The young man could not take it anymore. He was a genius back then. He had never embarrassed himself like this. His soul actually died. The figure slowly turned illusory. He looked at Chu Feng with a faint smile. This scene made Chu Feng furious. Damn. Are you crazy? Chu Feng seriously suspected that the soul fragment had been locked up for too long and that there was something wrong with its mind. He actually died just like that. He was not reluctant at all. How tough. Seeing Chu Feng's flustered and exasperated expression, the young man's phantom laughed even louder. He suddenly said, haha, to be able to toy with a monstrous genius of the younger generation before death is awesome. Ha ha. Seeing how cooperative you are, I'll give you a hint. Remember, the key to perfection in the spirit realm lies in the word spiritual abode. Strengthen the body, stabilize the soul, consolidate the spiritual abode, open the divine residence, and produce divine power. That's all for now. Take your time to comprehend the rest. Ha ha ha. At the last moment, the young man said casually, then, as he laughed, he completely turned into nothingness. Chu Feng curled his lip. He was speechless. Was it such a bad taste? Forget it. He was already dead. He could not be bothered. Fortunately, this guy still left some useful information in the end. Chu Feng was pondering over the words left behind by the young man. Spiritual abode. What's that? In his previous life, Chu Feng had never heard of a spiritual abode. However, from the sound of it, if he wanted to reach the perfected spirit realm, he had to establish something called the spiritual abode. Most importantly, Chu Feng simply did not know what a spiritual abode was. Where the hell should he find it? Thinking of this, Chu Feng wanted to revive him and kill him again. At that moment, the notification sounded again. Chu Feng thought that the person behind the Stargate was going to come out and enlighten him. However, the next moment, Chu Feng knew that he was thinking too much. It was just that the reward for passing the first stage had arrived. Ding! The candidate has killed an elite genius in the time for an incense stick to burn. His performance is outstanding. Reward: 1, 100 star points. 2, the title of elite genius. 3, he will be awarded the title of centurion. He will be an 8th grade official. He will be in charge of 100 soldiers. Annual salary: 10 drops of ordinary star domain essence. Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Another 100 points had been earned. In other words, it was 100 drops of precious star domain essence. As for the subsequent rewards, Chu Feng merely pursed his lips. What was the use of the title of elite genius? Flashy but useless. Furthermore, he was given an official position. Centurion? In charge of 100 soldiers? It sounded quite awesome. However, Chu Feng felt that this thing was merely for show. The Starlight God dynasty might have been destroyed. What was the point of being an official? Where did this army come from? Thus, Chu Feng skipped it. He might as well ask for more points. Chu Feng had no idea. If the young man from earlier had heard his words, he might have been so angry that he would have revived on the spot. He had worked diligently step by step to become a sergeant. As for him, without any tests, he was directly given the position of centurion. In ancient times, only monsters favored by the higher-ups received such treatment. there were too many implications, not to mention anything else. The 100-man Heavenly Star Army was enough to easily kill an ordinary S-rank. Unfortunately, Chu Feng knew nothing. He felt like he had been tricked. In addition, he had just been infuriated by the young man. He continued forward angrily. Chu Feng's mind was filled with thoughts of what the spiritual abode was and how to reach the perfected spirit realm. Since there was a guardian in the first region, there should be one later. At most, he would ask when the time came. Continue forward. As he walked, suddenly, Chu Feng felt as if the starry corridor before him had become deeper. Even the stars in the sky had increased. I must have entered the second region, Chu Feng thought to himself. Suddenly, nearly 1,000 huge space beasts appeared in front of him again. Their aura was equally terrifying. They were even stronger than those in the first region. However, Chu Feng was not afraid at all. His eyes were even shining. He knew clearly the strength of these giant beasts had definitely been suppressed. To him, these were just a bunch of shiny points. Chu Feng's eyes shone. The unhappiness from earlier was instantly forgotten. He howled. He charged forward. It even frightened the space beasts into taking a step back. Chu Feng's body turned into afterimages. He raised his hand and slashed down. Before the space beasts could even react, they all turned into Chu Feng's points balance. He would kill monsters to the end. Chu Feng did not feel pain. He was only happy. Furthermore, this time, Chu Feng discovered that there seemed to be more of those valuable special star souls among the space beasts. This time around, after Chu Feng killed them, he carefully examined them. He finally came to a conclusion. The special star soul seemed to have the effect of nourishing the soul. Of course, it also had some effects on other aspects of the body. It was just that the effect was not as great as the soul aspect, killing crazily. His points balance was also rising bit by bit. He quickly broke through the 300 mark. It was still rising, unfortunately, until Chu Feng had finished cleaning up all the space beasts. It did not break through the 400 mark. With some regret, Chu Feng slowly walked to the end of the second region. Another figure appeared before him, the guardian of the second region. However, this time, the moment the figure appeared, Chu Feng was stunned. His mouth was so wide open that he could almost swallow a goose egg. He couldn't even speak properly. Why? Why is it you? Chapter 319, Meeting an Old Friend in the Starry Sky. The guardian of the second region had appeared. The Stargate notification sounded at the same time. The guardian of the second region of the Starry Corridor. A peerless genius. Official position, 9th rank official of the Imperial Court. Military rank, soldier. Sergeant. You can command 10 soldiers. Stargate authority, none. Compared to the guardian of the first region, only the title of genius had changed. Nothing else had changed. Chu Feng did not know what sort of standard this was, but none of that mattered now. Chu Feng's eyes were fixed ahead. In the empty space, a figure stretched out his arm lazily, but when he saw this person, Chu Feng was completely dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with disbelief. This was the first time he had been so shocked since entering the Stargate. He even found it unacceptable. Even if he had just encountered a living ancient genius, Chu Feng would not be so surprised. Pointing at the lazy phantom before him, Chu Feng exclaimed in shock, Are you? You? On the other side, the phantom that had just woken up clearly had yet to react. However, when Chu Feng shouted his name, the young man was completely awake. He had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. He was extremely handsome. He exclaimed softly and looked at Chu Feng. A surprised light suddenly erupted from his eyes. The challenger this time is actually a human? You know me? Hearing the young man say this, Chu Feng gulped. It was completely confirmed. This guy was really you, the fellow who had once passed on the destruction bloodline to him. He was also the old fart who had cursed the abyssal demon race before he died, asking him to remember to revive him. Legend had it that he was one of the 10 great master gods of the ancient human race. Furthermore, in terms of strength, he might be one of the top 10 master gods. Of course, this should only be the young you. It was just a soul fragment. Perhaps even this fellow did not know that he would become one of the guardians of the entire human race in the future. But even so, Chu Feng was momentarily stunned. If one were to calculate carefully, the humans now were all descendants of this fellow, including Chu Feng himself, the true ancestor of humanity, and alive, with intelligence. Seeing that Chu Feng seemed to have fallen into a daze, he straightened his clothes and pretentiously asked again, Young man, why aren't you talking? You haven't answered me. How do you know me? Only then did Chu Feng snap out of it. He looked at this handsome young man with a complicated gaze. His mind was filled with the hidden space beneath the blood lake. That unreliable old man, ahem, senior you. Chu Feng, was fortunate enough to listen to your teachings. That's why I recognized you. Chu Feng could only explain vaguely. Upon hearing that Chu Feng might be his main body's disciple, Yu immediately perked up. He immediately acted like a senior. He cleared his throat. Ahem, Xiao Feng, not bad, not bad. The young generation of humans are all very talented. I'm very relieved. Chu Feng felt extremely awkward upon hearing those words. If it had been anyone else, no matter which master god it was, even Chu Feng would not be so embarrassed. But the key was that this guy was Yu. He had long experienced how shameless this guy was. What are you pretending in front of me for? I know you too well. Chu Feng could only brace himself and make up his mind. Ahem, senior Yu, your main body isn't like this. There's no one else here, let's not pretend. After Chu Feng finished saying those words, the entire space seemed to have been sealed. The two of them stared at each other. It was silent. Chu Feng felt a bit regretful. Could it be that he had spoken too bluntly and hurt his pride? It did seem impolite. After all, he was the guardian of the ancient humans, his senior. It was too much to slap him in the face. Chu Feng pursed his lips. Just as he was about to apologize, on the other side, Yu, who had been serious just now, suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. Damn. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me so tired from all the acting. I've been silent for so many years. I'm suffocating. I was still in a difficult position just now. Senior, how should I pretend to be something like that? After all, I've never been one. Now, I'm feeling better. Quick, tell me, what's the situation with humans now? How are Huang and those dogs? Are they still alive? Did my subsequent achievements far surpass them? Oh right. Which year is it now? You seem to have completely let himself go. He rushed directly to Chu Feng's side and grabbed his shoulder. They put their arms around each other's shoulders. He did not treat himself as an outsider at all. Chu Feng wanted to roll his eyes. This was great. His fantasy of senior Yu had completely dissipated. This fellow had indeed been unruly since he was young. Hey, kid, what are you thinking about? Chu Feng rolled his eyes again. He felt like he had done something wrong. Why did he expose him for no reason? Wasn't it better to let him continue pretending? At the very least, he looked more stable. He pursed his lips. He looked at Yu's curious expression. Chu Feng could only continue, Senior. Hey, don't call me Senior. Just call me Yu. It sounds uncomfortable. My main body is my main body, and I am myself. I am only a fragment of Yu's soul when he was young. My memories only stop at when he was young. We are about the same age, don't think too much about it. Just treat me as someone your age. You interrupted Chu Feng. He corrected him. Chu Feng rolled his eyes. He felt like he had rolled his eyes more times than he had ever done. He could only speak again. It's not the starry sky calendar anymore, nor is it the calendar of the myriad races. I've never heard of them. It's now the 2052 AD. Humans are still living on Earth. Oh, in other words, Earth God planet. However, after experiencing the Doom era, the spiritual energy on Earth has recently begun to recover. At the same time, the 10 golden ranking lists have appeared. The exact situation is actually very complicated. I don't completely understand it either. Moreover, these 10 golden ranking lists were very likely created by your main body and some other human seniors, in order to deal with the invasion of the abyssal demons. Hearing this, Yu suddenly interrupted. His voice sounded shocked. What? You're talking about the demon race? Where did they get the guts to invade our human race? Do they want to die? A mere barbarian race, a trash race that can't even be ranked in the top 10 among the myriad races. Actually dares to be impudent? Chu Feng was speechless. So this was the situation back then. From this person's tone, the humans back then should be much stronger than the demons. How did humans lose so badly back then? Chu Feng cursed inwardly. You still have the cheek to call them trash? Have you forgotten how you would die in the future? Chapter 320. The difficulty of the spiritual abode is as high as the sky. Chu Feng cursed inwardly. However, he could not be bothered to ask further. It had been many years ago. Furthermore, the war between the humans and demons should have happened in the late ancient times. It was impossible for Yu's soul fragment to know what had happened. He didn't even know that he would become a master god in the future, did he? Wei Chu Feng curled his lip. In any case, it was a fact that the ancient humans were ultimately no match for the demon race. Of course, the ancient humans did not leave nothing behind. At the very least, the demons would be locked in the abyss for countless years. this allowed humans to continue their legacy. However, the seal had loosened. The fated battle between the humans and demons would resume. He looked at the carefree you in front of him. Chu Feng felt helpless. Obviously, it was impossible to find out about the secret of the demon race in the later stages of the war from the sky. However, this guy seemed to be a genius when he was young. He should know a lot about the basics of cultivation, right? Chu Feng pondered. Because modern humans had experienced the Age of Doom, their inheritance was almost severed. Before the golden ranking lists appeared, only a few basic cultivation techniques were passed down. As a result, the highest combat power of humans previously was only at the Heavenly Master realm, and there were very few of them. Many cultivation knowledge that seemed ordinary to ancient humans was like a puzzle to modern humans. It was just like what Chu Feng had learned about the spiritual abode. He had never even heard of it, not to mention cultivating. Thinking of this, Chu Feng looked at Chu, who had nothing to do and was even lying on the ground looking at the stars. This guy seemed to be useful. Brother you. Chu Feng felt that this form of address was somewhat awkward, but he had asked for it. Chu Feng had no choice. Do you know what a spiritual abode is? When you heard this, he lay down comfortably and said lazily without even turning his head, of course I know. Isn't this common knowledge? Looks like the inheritance of the humans in your era is almost gone. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked such a childish question. Chu Feng's eyes shone. He did not care about Yu's tone. He waited expectantly. Yu did not beat around the bush and said, the spiritual abode is said to be a place where gods live. Of course, this is only a metaphor, but the spiritual abode is indeed one of the necessary conditions to become a god. After a warrior cultivates to the peak of the heaven martial realm, the path of the spiritual body will come to an end. At this time, he will need to forge his divine body and become a true god. And the spiritual abode is the symbol of the transformation of the spiritual body into a divine body. Seeing the confused expression on Chu Feng's face, you seem to have suddenly realized something, he said helplessly. Don't tell me you don't even know what cultivation grades there are? Chu Feng curled his lip. I already said that the inheritance had been severed. If you don't tell me, how will I know? You looked at Chu Feng's expression and understood. He decided to explain it to Chu Feng. In our era, or even the Starry Sky era earlier, although the cultivation levels were somewhat different, the general direction was quite similar. It's roughly divided into several stages. In the first stage of the mortal realm, martial artists at this stage would suffer from all kinds of illnesses after eating 5 grains. They would only have mortal bodies. In an era filled with energy, almost everyone could quickly surpass this level, so there was no special distinction. The second stage was also called the spirit body stage. From the name, one could tell that it was when a martial artist transcended the heavenly tribulation and transformed from a mortal body into a spirit body. The strength of warriors at this stage was rather terrifying, and the difference was huge. A powerful spirit body martial artist could blow a group of weak spirit body martial artists to death in one breath, so ranks appeared. From the weakest spirit realm to the profound connection realm, and then to the heavenly martial realm, every level was a huge leap in strength. At this stage, the difference between geniuses and mediocre people was worlds apart. It was also a true threshold. It was even more difficult to fight across ranks. Only a peerless genius could do that. Above that was the divine body realm. Warriors at this stage were basically out of the category of low-grade lifeforms. They could overturn rivers and seas, move stars and change the sun. They were almost omnipotent. Opening up a spiritual abode was the first step in the transformation of a spiritual body into a divine body. It was almost a sign of becoming a god. It was also a path that all heaven martial realm experts had to pass. However, the spiritual abode was too difficult to open. The physical body of a heaven martial realm expert was almost strengthened to the extreme of a spiritual body. One could imagine how difficult it was to forcefully open up a spiritual abode space in one's body. This spiritual abode was like a moat, stopping countless top-notch experts of the heaven realm. Any heavenly martial realm expert who had established a spiritual abode could be considered invincible among their peers. After all, they were only one step away from becoming a god. However, the difficulty of the spiritual abode is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It's not just a lie. Yu sighed. In the era he lived in, he had seen too many peerless geniuses being stuck at this step. Even in death, they were unable to open their spiritual abode. In the end, they could only die of depression. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Yu suddenly sat up and looked at Chu Feng. By the way, I seem to have heard from some old fellows before that in the era of stars, there were peerless geniuses who was almost inhuman. They could open up their spiritual abode at the spirit realm and reach a special realm called the perfected spirit realm. That was truly abnormal. Such a person was almost a legendary existence. As long as he continued cultivating, he would definitely become a god. He was not just an ordinary god, his potential was limitless. However, the difficulty was ridiculously high. It was 100 or 1,000 times harder than the heaven martial realms opening the spiritual abode. Furthermore, it required a massive amount of resources. Ordinary peerless geniuses had no hope. I really don't know how many brains that monster has. I really want to meet them. At the end, you sighed, I wonder if my original body is dead or alive, or if I've opened my spiritual abode. But from the looks of it, many years have passed in the outside world. If I don't become a god, I'll probably be dead. With my peerless talent, it shouldn't be difficult for me to become a god. You muttered to himself. He suddenly looked at the pondering Chu Feng and said expectantly, by the way, since you've seen my main body before, you must know something, right? Quick, tell me. I must have become a god, right? Am I awesome? The kind that sweeps in all directions and is invincible? In our generation, other than that freak Huang, the others should be inferior to me. At most, they're on par with me. Am I stronger than them? You looked at Chu Feng hopefully. He was like a child eager to be praised. Chu Feng, who was still thinking, was speechless for a moment. He sized up you. He couldn't help but complain inwardly, how am I supposed to reply? Wouldn't it be a little hurtful to say that you're already dead? Chapter 321, in this era, I'm the king. Chu Feng pondered for a moment. He could only say, ah. Right. You're right. Chu Feng could not say the truth. According to you, he seemed to be right. He must have become a god. After all, he became a master god in the end. He did not know who the other people you was talking about were, but from the information he had, you should be one of the top 10 master gods. This was not wrong. However, he had never seen the man sweeping in all directions. He only knew that he had been killed by the master of the sky-connecting demon mountain. The last trace of his spiritual body had completely dissipated more than a month ago, however. Chu Feng felt that there was no need to tell this to that fellow. After all, he had learned his lesson from that young man just now. To be honest, Chu Feng was afraid that the guy would collapse, without the hope of the main body. If this remnant soul was still imprisoned here forever, it would really drive one crazy. It was better to give him some hope. If there was a chance in the future, he would see if he could save this remnant soul of his. To a certain extent, he would fulfill his promise to revive you. Chu Feng hurriedly changed the topic. Brother you, how much do you know about the perfected spirit realm? How was the spiritual abode established? How many resources are needed? What are the so-called difficulties? Chu Feng was filled with doubt. According to what you had said, the mortal stage corresponded to the current A rank and below. The spirit realm should be grade A, the profound connection realm should be the S rank of humans in his previous life. As for the last stage of the spirit body realm, the heavenly martial realm, perhaps it was the SS rank that no modern human had ever stepped into? Perhaps the divine realm corresponded to the SSS grade of humans. Chu Feng had no idea such an existence was too far away for humans to think about. Did the abyssal demon race have such an existence? Perhaps. There was. Chu Feng's heart sank. The inheritance of the demon race had not been severed. Countless years had passed since ancient times. Perhaps it was not surprising that a true god had been born. However, thinking about it, it was as if a heavy pressure had suddenly pressed down on Chu Feng's shoulder. That was a god. It was countless times stronger than his current self, although he had completely suppressed a prince of the demon race, and he even led humans safely through the first abyssal demonic tide. But what would happen next? The demon race had suffered such a huge loss this time. The next abyssal demonic tide would truly do its best. 3 years later, what would happen in that true extermination battle? In fact, because of the butterfly effect of his rebirth, the final battle between the humans and demons might not even take 3 years. At that time, where would humans go? Could it be that he had to abandon Earth and billions of humans, and fled into the ancient realm of the desolate god again? What was the difference between that and the revolutionary army of the thousands of races hiding in the Temple of Marvels? He was just a stray dog. Chu Feng would definitely not allow that. That kind of thing would never happen again. Chu Feng's gaze slowly became as sharp as an eagle's. Although he was already monstrous enough, this was far from enough. He had to have the power to rival a god in the shortest time possible. this was the only way to truly protect humanity from the invasion of the demon race. Right now, there was a true path to heaven before Chu Feng, to establish a spiritual abode at the A rank, and become a true perfected spirit realm expert, one step faster, one step faster. Since the spiritual abode was so important, there would definitely be unimaginable benefits if it was opened early. If he could establish it at the A rank, he had a chance to overtake them, he would grow rapidly. After thinking this through, Chu Feng suddenly looked straight at Yui, who was looking at the stars, jumped in fright. Damn, why are you looking at me like that? Chu Feng could not be bothered with him. Brother, do you know how to establish a spiritual abode? Yu's eyes widened. FCK, don't tell me you want to give it a try? There's no hope. In our era, that guy Huang was abnormal enough, right? He was still hopeless. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Why not? Just because he can't do it doesn't mean I can't either. He was an outstanding person in your era, and in this era, I'm the king. I'm not afraid of anyone of my age, regardless of race. Yu's voice suddenly froze, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Hiss. You're so arrogant. More arrogant than me. More arrogant than that freak, Huang. But you have to know that there are some things that can't be done with confidence. The resources required to open the spiritual abode in the spirit realm are massive. Legend has it that in the Starry Sky era, nurturing a perfected spirit realm expert was enough to easily squeeze a large family dry. This is because the process of establishing a spiritual abode is extremely dangerous. If one is not careful, one would die. Therefore, one needs a large number of precious treasures to protect one's body, soul, and origin, a large amount of star domain essence. Special star souls that could be considered top grade. You even need an expert to protect you. As you said, humans have just experienced the age of doom. There are no experts. You are alone. Who will protect you? Where will you get so many resources? Chu Feng only smiled faintly. An expert protecting me. I should be able to find one, and he might be stronger than you think. As for the lack of resources, I'll go and earn. Kill. Rob, the demon race should be very rich. Furthermore, there's still the Stargate treasure. As long as I have enough points, I can exchange for endless treasures. As long as I have a goal, there is always a way. I only believe that everything depends on man. Chu Feng's voice was powerful and resounding, echoing in the vast starry corridor. It was deafening. You felt a little helpless. He stood up straight. She looked at Chu Feng. There was some worry in his eyes. It's not that I want to stop you, but do you know that because a heavenly martial realm expert's spiritual body is powerful, even if the opening of the spiritual abode fails, at the very least, he won't die? And for a spirit realm warrior, the probability of failure when opening the spiritual abode is too high. Once he fails, he will die and his Tao will dissipate, with a slim chance of survival. I can tell that to be able to come this far, you should be one of the top geniuses among the humans of this era. Because of this, I can't watch you throw your life away. That would be a loss for humanity. You haven't experienced it before, so you can't imagine how terrifying it is. The requirement for talent for the spirit realm to open the spiritual abode is too high. Huang actually tried it before, but he was defeated at the beginning. Fortunately, it was only the beginning. Fortunately, there was a powerful man protecting him. Huang survived. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you might not know Huang's talent. He's the dominator of the entire era, a freak who suppresses the geniuses of all races. Even he is like this, let alone. The rest of his sentence was not spilled out, however, the meaning was clear. Chu Feng looked at the extremely serious Yu and suddenly grinned. Old Yu, to be honest, my feelings for you have suddenly changed greatly. I always thought that you were never serious. Opposite him, Yu was confused. He did not know what Chu Feng meant, but at the next moment, Chu Feng suddenly slashed his blade horizontally. A bright smile appeared on his face. Let's fight. Talent is never spoken with words. Fighting is always the best proof of talent. If I remember correctly, if I defeat you in 5 minutes, I should be able to obtain a large reward. Coincidentally, star points. I need them now. Chapter 322, Victory. Secret of the Astral Soul. Chu Feng stood with his blade in hand. The next moment, without any hesitation, the saber moved with him. He was like a bolt of lightning. He instantly arrived in front of you, helpless. You could only fight. At the same time, an ancient voice suddenly sounded from the void, Stargate corridor. The second region's assessment begins. The moment you made his move. The countdown had already begun. Under the illumination of the great Tao rules here, Yuzora suddenly began to decrease. His strength had been suppressed, feeling the weak power in his body. It was only at the mortal level. You looked surprised. She looked at Chu Feng. You're actually just a mortal warrior? Let me see. Since when can mortal warriors make it to the second stage? Chu Feng merely smiled lightly. That's why I said that everything depends on man. Before he could finish his sentence, the demon slayer descended. There was a series of explosions. It was as if it was transmitted through the entire Stargate corridor. At some point in time, a long sword had appeared in Yu's hand. Its power was restrained. He stabbed out instantly. He faced the demon slayer head-on. Boom. Boom. After a loud bang, you could not help but take a few steps back. The sword condensed from energy actually cracked. Opposite him, Chu Feng acted as if nothing had happened. The demon slayer was not injured at all. The difference was obvious. Chu Feng merely looked at you indifferently, feeling the power coming from the sword. He muttered, comparable to the ultimate of a rank. Although you looked out of place, his strength and talent were really terrifying. Even if he was suppressed to the mortal stage, he was comparable to an ultimate A rank. In other words, he was at the perfected pseudo-spirit realm. This was not something an ordinary person could do, as expected of someone who could become a master god in the future. Unfortunately, he had encountered Chu Feng. Before entering the Stargate, Chu Feng's strength was about the same as you. However, after experiencing the Stargate, Chu Feng underwent another transformation. If he used all kinds of methods and went all out, even an ordinary ultimate A was not his match. Furthermore, Chu Feng's greatest trump card was his million-strong undead army. With the connection of the array formation, Chu Feng felt that he could fight against an S-rank expert head-on. Of course, in the current situation, there was no need for the undead army. His physical body swept across, his domain covered, his willpower impacted, his divine will oppressed, and his saber techniques were unparalleled. He instantly suppressed you. He charged out crazily again. Even you could not withstand it. Their figures turned into shadows that filled the sky. The sound of swords clashing was deafening. The ground beneath his feet had been flattened. The more he fought, the more shocked you became. He knew his talent and strength very well. Even in ancient times, it would definitely be at the top. Back then, among the geniuses in his batch, there were not many who could compare to him, let alone completely suppress him, other than that unusual Huang. Who else could do it? Didn't this mean that the talent of this junior countless years later was comparable to that of Huang back then? You did not find an excuse for himself. Even though with his true strength, he could kill countless Chu Fengs in one breath, he was no match for someone of the same rank. Under the rules of the Great Tao, he did not go easy. Neither of them spoke again. They fought crazily. Boom. There was a crisp sound of weapons breaking. You was slashed into the ground by Chu Feng. Boom. The ground instantly caved in. Yu's phantom trembled on the verge of collapse. Chu Feng did not show mercy. He held the demon slayer tightly with both hands. An extraordinary might suddenly erupted from between his brows. He slashed down from above, coupled with the terrifying weight of the demon slayer. If this slash landed, Yu's soul fragment would definitely turn to dust. I admit defeat. In a moment of desperation, Yu hurriedly roared at the sky. The next moment, it was as if some seal in his body had been undone. Yu's aura suddenly swelled. He instantly surpassed the A rank, S rank. That was not all. It climbed to an unimaginable level before slowly stopping. At that moment, Chu Feng's demon slayer also slashed down. But at this moment, Yu only waved his hand gently. A terrifying force instantly threw Chu Feng and the demon slayer far away. He could not resist at all. Yu was still muttering. Put. Kid, you were too ruthless. If I had admitted defeat a second later, I would have been reduced to ashes. At that moment, only then did Chu Feng fly back in a sorry state with the demon slayer in his arms. He grinned. I was creating an opportunity for you to admit defeat. Otherwise, if you admit defeat randomly, will someone punish you? Yu was stunned. That made sense. If he had dared to pull strings for Chu Feng and deliberately admitted defeat, the soul fragment would probably have turned to dust. The person behind this Stargate was not someone easy to deal with. There was no problem now. If you did not admit defeat, he would definitely die. This was permitted by the Stargate rules. He heaved a sigh of relief. Yu looked at the harmless-looking Chu Feng and pursed his lips speechlessly. This guy was too scheming. He cursed in his heart. He said again, with your talent, you are indeed qualified to challenge the perfected spirit realm, but to be honest, I don't think you have much of a chance. Huang's conditions were much better than yours back then. In the end, there was still no chance. Chu Feng said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about that. Just tell me what to do and what resources I need." This time, you did not say anything else, he recalled. He said in a deep voice, "Some of the resources used by Huang back then were extremely precious. They almost exhausted the human race's inventory. I'm afraid you can't gather them by yourself now. However, there are some alternatives, and the effect is not bad. It's just that the amount required is too much." Chu Feng took a deep breath. "Tell me. I'll try my best to gather them." You said in a deep voice, "The simplest is the star domain essence. This thing is almost omnipotent. It can temper the body, stabilize the origin, and even be greatly beneficial to the soul. The disadvantage is that there are too few of them. The Stargate Golden Ranking List can sell it, but the points here are too difficult to obtain. Don't think that you have hundreds of points now, you will know how difficult it is later. When opening the spiritual abode, use a large amount of star domain essence to stabilize the spiritual body and prevent it from collapsing. Only then will you have the right to try. As for the amount, I'm not sure. At least 1,000 drops, at most 10,000 drops. No one can say for sure. And this is only one of them. In addition, when you were clearing the level previously, did you encounter a special star soul? After killing it, it can nourish the soul?" Chu Feng nodded upon hearing those words. "I have, but there were very few of them." You said calmly, "You're right that there are few of them. This thing is even more precious than the star domain essence. The star domain essence is extracted bit by the mighty figures who absorb the essence from the inhabited planets. Under the condition that the planets are stable, an ordinary inhabited planet can at least extract thousands of drops. As for that star soul, even the most ordinary planetary level star soul needs to evolve for a long time before it can finally be born." Chapter 323, Astral Soul Space. A worthy death, you continued to explain to Chu Feng. Star souls are the true souls of planets. However, a star soul does not necessarily have to be born on an inhabited planet. Even an ordinary planet could produce a star soul. However, the conditions are very harsh. Furthermore, every planet that gives birth to a soul would not allow other souls to be born again. Therefore, a planet would only have one star soul. That's why it is even more precious. Of course, the effect is also heaven-defying. It can be considered a soul-type treasure. Furthermore, it also has the characteristics of the star domain essence. It can completely improve the basic qualities of a warrior. I don't even need to check to know that when you encountered an astral soul previously, it was only a projection of a true astral soul, because with your strength, you're not a match even for the weakest planetary-grade star soul. Listening to Yu's description, Chu Feng was surprised. Were astral souls that precious? He had not sensed it before. It was not difficult to kill them. The points given were more than 10 times higher than that of ordinary space beasts. Now that he thought about it, they should be just some projections. Ignoring Chu Feng, you continued, "At that time, you will use the star domain essence to protect your body and use your star soul to stabilize your soul. Then, you will have an expert to protect you. This way, even if you fail, you will probably not die." Chu Feng frowned. "Since the astral soul is so precious, where can I get it?" Chu Feng remembered that there was no exchange for star souls on the Starry Sky Golden Ranking List. Furthermore, even if he could exchange for it, Chu Feng reckoned that he would not be able to afford it. Hearing Chu Feng's question, you suddenly grinned. "Then you've asked the right person. It's rumored that there are great opportunities in the Stargate. But most people only know of the two precious lands, the Starry Corridor and the Starry Sky Golden Ranking List. However, few people know that there are actually other great opportunities in this Stargate, Astral Soul Space. It is one of them. Inside are all kinds of star souls that the Star Dynasty had once captured. One has to know that an astral soul has no so-called lifespan limit and can almost exist forever. After countless years of accumulation, there were countless powerful star souls in this astral soul space. Not only are there planetary-grade astral souls, there are even stronger star-grade and galaxy-grade astral souls. All of them are top-grade treasures." Seeing the shocked expression on Chu Feng's face, Yu was extremely proud. However, this astral soul space is not something that ordinary people can enter. Unless you can obtain some authority in the Stargate or your official position has reached a certain level, it will not be open to you. Listening to Yu's description, Chu Feng felt extremely tempted. He simply said, "Since you know so much, you must have reached the standard long ago, right?" Then what authority or official position do I need? Chu Feng's words choked you, he coughed awkwardly. Ahem, this. This is what Huang told me. He should have been a Chiliarch back then. His performance in the Stargate has obtained the recognition of the person behind it. And he has obtained some authority over the Stargate. Hearing those words, Chu Feng rolled his eyes. So it's not you, then why are you so proud? However, this also reminded Chu Feng, even someone with Yu's talent was not qualified to enter the astral soul space. From this, it could be seen how precious it was. You also felt a little awkward. He hurriedly changed the topic. By the way, what's your official position now? If possible, try your best to become an official. And the higher your status, the better. I suspect that the Starlight God dynasty has not been destroyed at all. The Heavenly Star Army was extremely powerful. In the future, you might really have a chance to control one. You have not experienced our era back then. You don't know how terrifying the Heavenly Star dynasty was, even though it was already the end of the dynasty at that time and the various races had begun to resist the rule of the dynasty. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. How could it be destroyed so easily? I don't believe that such an existence will be killed by those fellows from the various races who are not even united. Chu Feng nodded thoughtfully. He did not care. Who cared if they were destroyed or not? Those things were still too far away from him. Right now, Chu Feng's greatest thought was how to eliminate the demon race. What ancient era? What starry sky era? To be honest, Chu Feng could not be bothered to think too much about it. If the sky collapsed, the tall ones would hold it up. To modern humans, he, Chu Feng, was a tall man. But if one looked at the entire human race, Chu Feng did not believe that all the ancient human experts had died. At that time, there would naturally be someone to deal with those ancient experts. Right now, Chu Feng only wanted to use the opportunities left behind by those ancient experts to quickly strengthen himself. What's your official position now? You asked curiously. Chu Feng said casually, let me see. I just defeated you, and the reward has come again. I've been given 500 star points and the title of Peerless Genius. And I'm a Centurion. Moreover, I don't have any Stargate authority. You nodded. It's normal. The advancement of an official position is not that simple. This is not the past. There are no wars, and there is no way to accumulate military merits. It's even more difficult to advance. Geniuses like us are just reserve officers to the divine dynasty. That's why we are rewarded with an official position. It's impossible for you to be promoted just because you cleared a stage. Unless, your talent is really monstrous enough to make the eyes of the person behind you light up. Perhaps you will make an exception and be rewarded. For example, that fellow Huang. Continue walking down. There's no need to hide your strength in this Stargate. The more outstanding your performance is, the higher the chances of obtaining a great opportunity. The guy in the third area might have once been a true perfected spirit realm expert. You can go and take a look. That's all I can help you with. After all, I'm just a soul fragment imprisoned here. I'll never be able to reincarnate. At the end, Yu's tone suddenly became melancholic as he muttered, sigh, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have coveted those few thousand points. Chu Feng suddenly felt sorry. He blurted out, if there's a chance, I'll think of a way to resurrect this wisp of your soul fragment. After he finished saying those words, Chu Feng suddenly realized that he had said the wrong thing. Yu suddenly looked at Chu Feng. He muttered something, resurrect. As expected, my main body is dead? Chu Feng was surprised. You knew? Yu only smiled faintly. I actually guessed it long ago. From the moment you said that humans had lost their inheritance and that they were still being invaded by the demons, I guessed it. I believe that with my main body's personality, if I were still alive, I would not allow the human race to be bullied like this. Chu Feng looked at the Commu in surprise. He had thought that after learning this news, you would go crazy. It was as if he had seen through Chu Feng's thoughts. He smiled faintly. Don't think so badly of me. In our era, humans were also surrounded on all sides. They fought with demons, gods, the heavens, and all races. I've seen too much death. There was only one thought in our generation. Death was not terrifying. The key was that death had to be worthwhile. I will only be happy to die in battle for the human race and for the rise of the human race. There was a pause. You suddenly smiled brightly. Can you tell me why I died? What was my strength before I died? Chu Feng felt deep veneration. he said solemnly, you were one of the 10 great master gods of the ancient human race. In order to resist the invasion of the demon race and protect the human race, you died in battle. You suddenly smiled happily. Ah, was I so strong? Then so be it. It's worth it. Chapter 324, Third Region. Translator, Hen Yi Translations Editor, Hen Yi Translations, you appeared very calm. He was not as crazy as Chu Feng had expected, he was even less suicidal than the young man from before, he was so calm that it made one's heart tremble, it was as if he was not the one who had died. Right now, Chu Feng's impression of this fellow had changed greatly. If there was a chance, he would see if he could revive this remnant soul, or rather, redeem him. The word redemption was very appropriate. Originally, this guy had been sold by his main body for a few thousand points. Chu Feng estimated that although this guy in front of him was sometimes not very sensible, his strength was truly terrifying. He had just casually waved his hand and sent himself flying. This strength had probably long surpassed the S rank. It might be the heavenly martial realm expert he was talking about. If he could get them out, humanity would have another extremely powerful fighter. It was equivalent to a human SS rank. Among the demons, there were probably only a handful of. Course, Chu Feng was only thinking about it. Redemption would definitely require a lot of points, at least a few thousand. He was very poor now and could not afford to redeem it. You did not think too much about it. He accepted Chu Feng's kind intentions. However, you knew better than Chu Feng how precious star points were. The further he progressed, the harder it became to obtain, and the price to resurrect his remnant soul was too high. Chu Feng was currently in a period of rapid improvement in his strength. Every cent should be spent on the important things. By the way, the establishment of the spiritual abode cannot be sloppy. However, I actually only know a little about the specific steps of the establishment of the spiritual abode. Perhaps I've missed some details. I remember that there's a special booklet on how to open up the spiritual abode in the Starry Sky Golden ranking list. You'd better exchange for it. Yes, it's quite expensive. Chu Feng rolled his eyes. He had realized it now. There were many good things in the Stargate, but the points were the most important. Without star points, it was almost impossible to move forward. You felt that he had said what he needed to say. Next, he stared at Chu Feng. However, upon seeing that Chu Feng had no intention of leaving, and could not help but say, "Stop looking. I really don't have anything left. Why don't you continue walking down?" Chu Feng curled his lip. Why didn't you say so earlier? Then, he turned around and left without any hesitation. Yui was speechless. This kid was so realistic. He dissipated on the spot angrily. As Chu Feng left, the second area of the star corridor fell silent again. On the other side, Chu Feng stepped into the third area of the starry corridor with ease. This place seemed to be different from the previous two areas. The stars above almost covered the entire starry sky, and all of them were extremely huge. Chu Feng stood where he was. He felt as if he could reach out and touch it. These huge stars even gave Chu Feng a strong sense of oppression. Why does it feel like I'm about to ascend to the heavens? Chu Feng muttered. The powerful pressure made his calves tremble. The power of the stars was too terrifying. Countless billions of miles away, they actually had such power. He wondered how terrifying those mighty figures who could pluck the stars and moon in the past were. He shook his head. Chu Feng did not wish to think further. He turned around and glanced at his points. Made 88. This number is really auspicious. This was equivalent to more than 800 drops of star domain essence. Chu Feng had never seen such an enormous amount of wealth. Even after deducting the 500 points required for the Spirit Lamp Phantom, Chu Feng would still have 388 points left. This was a large amount of star domain essence. However, what Chu Feng was worried about now was the low price of the star domain essence here clearly had a reward nature. It was meant so that geniuses like them could spend as little as possible to improve themselves as soon as possible. As such, this deal was actually a loss for the Stargate sect. Therefore, would there be a limited purchase of the star domain essence? After all, the star domain essence was extremely precious. To any faction, it could be considered a strategic reserve. Chu Feng curled his lip. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. And according to you, he still had to buy a book that explained how to establish a spiritual abode. The price would not be low. Perhaps the points he had might not even be enough. Therefore, in the upcoming assessment of the third region, he had to work hard to earn points. Chu Feng felt a bit depressed. He sighed. In front of him, another large group of space beasts had spawned. Their strength seemed to have increased again. Almost all of them were at the peak below grade A. However, they were still in the mortal stage and had not undergone metamorphosis. Thus, they were not a threat to Chu Feng. Chu Feng valued these space beasts greatly. After all, this might be the easiest way to obtain points. Next, Chu Feng began to kill with ease. The demon slayer turned into a rain of sabers. With its terrifying weight, he swept through a large area. The projections of these space beasts quickly turned into streams of light and disappeared from the spot. He slaughtered as he advanced. Soon, he approached the checkpoint of the third region. Chu Feng became vigilant. He found out from you, the guardian of the third region might have been a true perfected spirit realm expert. The more he learned now, the more Chu Feng understood how freakish this guy, who established a spiritual abode when he was only in the spirit realm, was. Not only was his talent top-notch, but he also needed the support of a powerful superforce. Ordinary forces did not have the wealth to support the transformation of a perfected spirit realm expert. Even so, in ancient times, there were still too many ordinary forces that hoped that they could produce a perfected spirit realm expert. The strength of a perfected spirit realm might not be taken seriously by these leaders. However, geniuses at the perfected spirit realm could almost be regarded as divine-grade reserves. There was almost no bottleneck on their path to becoming a god. A future divine-grade expert, not even an ordinary god, was the reason why countless forces flocked to them. Chu Feng knew very well this was an existence whose talent was not inferior to his own, and was even more monstrous than his current self. Chu Feng wanted to ask this perfected spirit realm expert for guidance, therefore he acted very humbly. He carried the demon slayer on his back. He advanced slowly step by step. As Chu Feng advanced, the next moment, it was as if he had crossed a boundary. The entire starry corridor suddenly trembled. Countless dazzling stars suddenly shone brightly. The dazzling light shone so brightly that Chu Feng was unable to open his eyes. In front of him, a peerless beauty slowly appeared. She was wearing a 7-colored feather coat and a spiritual treasure crown. She had a graceful figure and a faint veil covered her face. The guardian of the third region was actually a beautiful woman. Chapter 325, Terrifying Guardian. Mutant power. Chu Feng looked up. He was a little surprised. This legendary perfected spirit realm expert was actually a woman. The moment the beautiful woman appeared, even the surrounding space froze. A pair of beautiful phoenix eyes gently swept across Chu Feng. With just a glance, vaguely, Chu Feng could sense the vast aura of the woman. This person was definitely terrifyingly strong. At the same time, the voice of the Stargate spirit sounded again, the guardian of the third area of the Starry Corridor, an elementary genius, official position, a 4th rank official of the Imperial Court, military rank, Lieutenant, Jiao Commandant. Stargate Authority, Level 3. SSS. Listening to the introduction of the spirit of the Stargate, Chu Feng gasped. This description was too terrifying. Chu Feng did not understand what an elementary genius was. However, Chu Feng remembered that when he had obtained the only divine-grade reward from the Domain Golden Ranking List, the Realm Heart he had obtained was called the Elementary Realm Heart. The items on the 10 golden ranking lists were definitely extraordinary, whether it was a divine-grade bloodline or an existence like the soul of the ancient ancestral dragon. Even in ancient times, it was a priceless treasure. The Domain Golden Ranking List was on par with the G Bloodline Golden Ranking List and the G Pet Beast Golden Ranking List. Its only divine-grade reward would definitely be extremely precious. Chu Feng had never suspected this. It's just that he had yet to fully unearth the function of this elementary realm heart. From this, it could be seen how important the item was. However, the woman in front of him carried the same title. It was simply unimaginable. What was even more terrifying was that this woman was actually a 4th grade official of the Imperial Court. The military rank was actually the Jiao Commandant that Chu Feng had never heard of. It was obvious that she was extraordinary. Chu Feng could not help but criticize. Didn't you say that it was harder to advance in rank? Then what was with this woman in front of him? From the looks of it, she was not old when she left behind this soul fragment. He was already a 4th grade official at such a young age. A lieutenant. As for Chu Feng, he was only an 8th grade official, a centurion. One was an official of the Imperial Court and could enter the court at any time to carry out her duties. 1. If he did not do well, he would not even be able to take a step into the Imperial City for the rest of his life. The difference was too great. Furthermore, Chu Feng discovered that this woman actually had the authority of a 3rd grade Stargate. You could have said just now, back then, with Huang's monstrous level, he had only obtained the 5th grade Stargate authority. Clearly, this was another huge gap. Chu Feng did not know what to say. Right now, he was like a country bumpkin who had seen a princess. He was shocked. He muttered to himself, in ancient times, the status of an existence at the perfected spirit realm was actually so high? His yearning for the perfected spirit realm rose again. He took a deep breath. He suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. Chu Feng recalled his goal. He gently cupped his hands at the beautiful woman in front of him. He lowered his stance. I am Chu Feng. It's an honor to meet you. Chu Feng felt that his etiquette was quite considerate. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He did not go overboard at all. However, before Chu Feng could continue, the beautiful woman before him did not even look at Chu Feng. She merely glanced coldly into the depths of the starry sky. She suddenly snorted. Then, she moved. Her body was like a stream of light. Her speed was unbelievable. Her jade-like palm seemed to have only lightly slapped down, but it was like a star pressing down. With unparalleled might, it attacked Chu Feng. There seemed to be an inexplicable power hidden within. Before it even erupted, Chu Feng's hair stood on end. Damn. How did I offend you? You attacked me immediately? Chu Feng cursed inwardly. This woman's personality was too cold. There was no nonsense. She hit him directly? Weren't you locked up for countless years? It was not easy for her to come out for a breather, yet she was unwilling to chat with others. But in a moment of desperation, Chu Feng did not have time to think too much. The beautiful woman before him had merely unleashed a casual palm strike, yet it brought Chu Feng an indescribable sense of threat. It was as if she had completely surpassed the A rank. Among them, there seemed to be a strange power that Chu Feng had never seen before. When the palm was close, Chu Feng's senses became clearer. He did not dare to be careless at all. Chu Feng instantly unleashed his full strength. He raised the demon slayer. The dragon soul emerged from his body. The sixth stage of the art of the nine-wave saber force, the heavenly water domain suddenly enveloped the entire place. Countless heavy water drops overlapped, crazily weakening the woman's palm. He summoned the divine will manifestation. He condensed his battle soul and attacked with his will. The magical armor protected his entire body. In that instant, Chu Feng had practically armed himself to the teeth. He used all his strength. There was not another chance. Chu Feng had a feeling that if he did not do this and the woman's palm slapped down, the weak and almost imperceptible strange power that was like a steel needle might be able to take his life instantly. Even so, Chu Feng was still worried, but the woman's palm had already arrived in front of him. Chu Feng no longer had time to make preparations. He could only fight head-on. The next moment, with a loud bang, it was as if a star had shattered. The roar soared into the starry sky. Under the huge impact, even the entire starry corridor began to tremble violently. Furthermore, the tremors were still spreading. It even affected some of the surrounding starry corridors. In a starry corridor not far away, Lin Yi, who had just risked his life to defeat the guardian of the first region, had yet to have the time to be proud when he suddenly felt the starry corridor beneath his feet tremble. The violent tremor caused the floor of the corridor to cave in. Lin Yi's expression changed drastically. He did not know what had happened. He was afraid that the starry sky corridor beneath his feet would suddenly shatter. Then he would really die here. After a while, the trembling gradually disappeared. Lin Yi heaved a sigh of relief, but at the next moment, Lin Yi could not help but feel frustrated again. He knew that the assessment in the Stargate might be very difficult, but he did not expect it to be so difficult. It was just the assessment of the first area of the starry corridor. The space beasts and the guardian together had exhausted all his previous preparations. The starry sky divine talismans had long been exhausted. He even used an extremely precious life-saving trump card. He was not even willing to use it when the demon army was defeated, but just now, facing the guardian of the first region, he almost lost his life. He had no choice but to use it to save his life. Damn it! Just the guardian of the first region already has the terrifying strength of an S rank. What about the rest? Isn't it possible for a high-level or even a peak S rank expert to appear? How can I be a match for him? Furthermore, the points I have now are only slightly more than 200. I'm still far from 500 points, so I have to continue charging down. But the starry sky divine talismans have also been used up. What should I do with the space beast next? And the guardian of the second region? Lin Yi was extremely frustrated. He did not even have the mood to think about what had just happened. Of course, what happened on Lin Yi's side was only an insignificant interlude. On Chu Feng's side, he was experiencing a true horror. Chapter 326, Going All Out. Violet Sun Stargold, the might of a single palm strike caused a loud boom to echo through the sky. Dust rose into the air. Chu Feng felt as if a mountain had smashed into his body. He was almost suffocating from the pressure. He vomited blood. His body retreated uncontrollably. A deep ravine had been plowed into the ground. So terrifying, through the smoke and dust, Chu Feng could only vaguely see the slender figure before him. His eyes were extremely solemn, strong. So strong that it was abnormal. Even though they were of the same rank, Chu Feng was still beaten until he could not fight back. This was the result of him giving it his all. If he had dared to be careless just now, he probably would not have been able to stand up. this was the first time since his rebirth that Chu Feng had been defeated so miserably. In the past battles, when had Chu Feng not fought across realms? And he always won with overwhelming strength. Today, he was defeated by a peer of the same rank with a single palm. The difference was too obvious. Furthermore, what shocked Chu Feng the most was that the woman's palm looked ordinary. In terms of the density of energy, it was actually at the A rank. However, this palm contained a completely different kind of strange power. Unlike spiritual energy, it was not even essence energy. It was the addition of this power that caused the power of the woman's palm to undergo a complete qualitative change. Like a sharp blade, it easily broke through Chu Feng's defense. With a single palm strike, Chu Feng was severely injured and vomited blood. If the woman before him had continued to approach him and delivered another blow, Chu Feng felt that he would definitely not have been able to escape. Fortunately, it was unknown whether it was because she was too proud to kill him or because killing was not allowed in the Stargate assessment. The woman let Chu Feng off. At the same time, it gave Chu Feng a chance to catch his breath. He hurriedly took out a drop of life spirit and swallowed it. He healed his injuries. On the other side, the beautiful woman only watched quietly. She did not care at all. Furthermore, she had no intention of speaking. There was only indifference in her beautiful eyes. Seeing the other party's attitude, Chu Feng's intention to seek guidance had disappeared. There was no need, since she did not want to, or rather, could not be bothered to speak. Chu Feng could not be bothered to flatter her. Let's fight. He would feel the power of a true perfected spirit realm expert. That would be enough. Chu Feng took a deep breath. That palm just now allowed Chu Feng to know that he had absolutely no chance of winning. However, Chu Feng would not give up just like that. Even if he lost, he had to do his best and leave no regrets. He felt the rapid recovery of his injuries. Chu Feng suddenly grinned, after letting go of his desire to win. Chu Feng actually felt extremely relaxed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Chu Feng felt his battle intent burning. This made the woman opposite him frown. For the first time, her expression changed. Her red lips parted. What are you laughing at? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. You can speak. I thought you were mute. However, this time around, Chu Feng was too lazy to say anything else. In any case, Chu Feng guessed that killing was not allowed in this assessment. What was there to be afraid of? Hence, he said, what does it have to do with you? As he spoke, he ignored the woman's reaction and released the undead army from the Silver Moon bracelet, including his grade A pet beasts. Chu Feng was already planning to go all out. This was his final trump card. With the connection of the battle formation, it could give him strength comparable to an S-rank expert. On the other side, hearing Chu Feng's answer, the woman was suddenly stunned. Evidently, she had not expected Chu Feng to dare to speak to her like that. How many years had it been, ever since she had successfully broken through to the perfected spirit realm, she had risen to a high position? How many years had it been since someone dared to speak to her like this? She was surprised. Just as she was about to continue, she was suddenly surprised to discover that Chu Feng actually fearlessly attacked her. I haven't hit him yet he dares to hit me. That palm just now had almost taken his life. Didn't he know what fear was? The beautiful woman was surprised. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She suddenly seemed to have understood something and smiled faintly. Or was this guy certain that I would be restricted by the rules of the Stargate and not dare to kill him? Interesting. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. The rules of the Stargate can restrict others, but not me. The beautiful woman smiled inexplicably. Like snow plum blossoms, she was beautiful and moving. She was already planning to teach Chu Feng a lesson. Always remember to put away your arrogance in front of the strong, especially when you don't have enough strength to support your arrogance. Chu Feng saw the woman smile. However, Chu Feng ignored it. Who cares what you think? I just want to have a good battle. In the sky, a vast starry sky formation slowly appeared. Starlight scattered down. It was reflected in the star map. It was Chu Feng's Big Dipper formation, connecting the power of the million-strong undead army and the power of the starry sky. Chu Feng felt that he was terrifyingly powerful, and perhaps because this place was closer to the stars, Chu Feng felt that the power he could borrow was also exceptionally strong. He could not help but feel happy. He suddenly roared. He slashed down. He easily swept up a 10,000-meter-long dragon. There was a roar. The woman sneered. She faced it head-on. Countless shadows appeared in the air, like a Buddha picking a lotus. She smiled. Billions of phantoms actually slowly fused in the air. They condensed into a huge hand that covered the sky. It grabbed fiercely at Chu Feng's long dragon. Boom! Boom! There was a violent vibration. It actually crushed the long dragon. Evidently, the woman did not plan to let Chu Feng off this time. After tearing apart the storm dragon, she actually grabbed Chu Feng's demon slayer. I'll shatter your divine weapon and punish you. The woman's cold voice sounded. Chu Feng's actions earlier had displeased her. She did not really want to kill Chu Feng. In that case, she would break Chu Feng's weapon and make his heart ache. She could tell the demon slayer was extraordinary. It should be very precious. As for the assessment, as Chu Feng had said, what did it have to do with her? She was not a subordinate of the Stargate. Before Chu Feng could draw his blade, the demon slayer was already in the woman's hand. Chu Feng's eyes widened. He was really afraid that this woman would break the demon slayer. In that case, his strength would definitely be greatly affected. Don't. But before Chu Feng could speak, the phantom of the woman's huge palm suddenly exerted strength. She even used that strange power. But there was only a tearing sound. The strange power that had nearly forced Chu Feng to his death, at this moment, was as if an egg had touched a stone. It was all devoured by the demon slayer. The huge palm phantom was shattered. As for the demon slayer, it was still intact. Not only that, Chu Feng suddenly discovered that the demon slayer in his hand seemed to have been angered by the woman's actions. Its entire body began to heat up. The blade was hot to the touch. What's going on? Chu Feng's eyes widened. The woman opposite him suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "This is Violet Sun Star Gold?" Chapter 327, A Gift from the Sky. Divine power, the woman's voice echoed throughout the starry sky. She looked at the demon slayer in Chu Feng's hand, and could not help but say, "It's completely made of Violet Sun Star Gold." What a big deal. Even the woman lost her composure. It could be seen how terrifying the value of the demon slayer was. It's a pity that it's only a semi-finished product. Its power is less than 1/10,000 of the original. It's a waste of this purple sun star gold. The woman continued. Chu Feng felt his heart itch. He wanted to know how valuable the ancient saber he had obtained from the golden ranking lists was. He could not help but ask, "Senior, is my saber very valuable?" The woman glanced at Chu Feng. "Weren't you very arrogant just now and unwilling to talk to me? Why are you still asking now?" Although the woman was a little disdainful, she still spoke this time. She said calmly, "The value of a gram of violet sun star gold is roughly equivalent to a drop of star domain essence, and it's extremely dense. Roughly speaking, this saber of yours weighs at least 500 kilograms. You can calculate it yourself." Hiss. What? Chu Feng exclaimed on the spot, his eyes widened. FCK? Chu Feng hurriedly looked at the demon slayer in his hand. He could not help but swallow. If a gram of violet sun star gold was equivalent to a drop of star domain essence, the demon slayer in his hand was at least 500 kilograms. In other words, it was at least 500,000 drops of star domain essence. Hiss. After a simple calculation, Chu Feng suddenly felt as if he had lost the ability to speak. He knew that the demon slayer might be very precious. Unexpectedly, it was so precious. 500,000 drops of star domain essence. It was measured in tens of thousands. He had risked his life to get here, but he had only obtained less than 1,000 points. If the Stargate allowed all of them to be exchanged, it could only be exchanged for 1,000 drops of star domain essence, compared to 500,000. It was worlds apart. Chu Feng felt as if a pie had suddenly fallen from the sky. His eyes were filled with stars. Seeing Chu Feng's miserly appearance, the woman shot him a disdainful glance. It was as if she was adding fuel to the fire. Although this semi-finished saber is not bad, that's the value of the materials. If the blacksmith back then really finished forging it, it would definitely be a top-notch divine weapon. At that time, even 1,000,000 star domain essence would not be able to buy it. You lost out. The woman wanted to strike Chu Feng and make him regret it. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng did not even hear a single word. He was still hugging the demon slayer tightly, as if he was immersed in a pool of star domain essence. The woman was speechless. It's fine, playing the lute to a cow. What a waste of time. Just then, Chu Feng suddenly cried out in alarm. He subconsciously threw out the demon slayer. Damn. It's so hot. It's so hot. The next second, Chu Feng reacted and pulled back the demon slayer that had yet to leave his body. Even though his palm was burning with pain, Chu Feng refused to let go. Such a precious thing. I can't throw it away even if it burns me to death. At this moment, Chu Feng looked at the demon slayer in confusion. What's going on? I've never heard of such a change happening to the demon slayer. Chu Feng muttered, everything was fine earlier. Why did it suddenly change after being agitated by that woman? Did she damage it? What the heck? Chu Feng suddenly wanted to cling onto the woman. Compensate. Chu Feng wanted to say that, but at the thought that he could not defeat this woman, he endured it. As time passed, the burning sensation became stronger. With Chu Feng's physical strength, he actually felt that he could not withstand it. However, before Chu Feng could do anything, suddenly, Chu Feng felt that the demon slayer in his hand was extremely heavy. As the owner of the demon slayer, at this moment, he actually felt like he could not hold it. Immediately after, An extremely scorching strange energy entered his body. Instantly, Chu Feng felt unbearably hot. This energy, why is it similar to the strange energy in that woman's attack just now? Could it be a power of the same rank? Chu Feng guessed subconsciously. However, the strange energy that had surged into his body was not aggressive. It was just that the energy itself was too powerful and seemed to have nowhere to go. It rampaged through Chu Feng's body, causing his body to be unable to withstand it. On the other side, the woman immediately discovered the change in Chu Feng's body. She frowned slightly. She muttered to herself, "Is this divine power entering the body?" It's the trace of divine power that the divine weapon blacksmith had left behind in the materials back then. It seems like it was stimulated by my divine power just now. It broke through the restraints of the blade and surged into your body. The woman was indeed a peerless expert. She instantly saw through the reason. She could not help but whisper, "But you haven't opened your spiritual abode yet. You can't contain this divine power at all. If you don't release it, you will explode and die. This is just a projection. The divine power it contains is limited. I can't dredge it for you." Chu Feng's face had turned red. His entire body began to swell like a balloon. It was as if he would explode in the next moment. The woman could not bear it. She felt that this matter had started because of her. It would have been fine if Chu Feng had been killed by her, but if such a monster died such a sullen death, the woman could not bear it. She began to think of a solution. Actually, it was not difficult to resolve it. Chu Feng did not have a spiritual abode, so he was unable to contain the divine power. Then, as long as he released all the divine power, he would be fine. However, divine power was different from ordinary energy. It was too violent. Furthermore, it had already invaded Chu Feng's body. Although it had no intention of attacking, it was not easy to assimilate it without harming Chu Feng. Besides, this projection was too weak. The divine power it carried was pitifully little. It was impossible. In that case, I can only call the spiritual master over. But I really don't want to see that fellow. The woman felt helpless. In the current situation, it seemed that the only way to save Chu Feng was for the spirit of the Stargate to take action. But before the woman could summon the spirit of the Stargate, suddenly, Chu Feng's eyes were red, and flames were flickering between his breaths. He felt that if this continued, he would explode. In order to save himself, Chu Feng could not care less. He growled, "Senior, excuse me." With that, he held the demon slayer in his hand. It slashed wildly at the woman. The woman was stunned. Then she suddenly realized something. That's right, it might be troublesome for others to assimilate his spiritual energy, but if he could release this divine power through the demon slayer through battle, it would be simple. Furthermore, he could also use the divine power to temper his physical body and meridians. It was a blessing in disguise. As the woman was thinking, Chu Feng's blade had already arrived before her. The woman subconsciously raised her hand to block. In her mind, with her strength, wouldn't it be easy for her to block this fellow's attack? But the woman had forgotten. The reason why she could possess that terrifying strength just now was mainly because of her divine power, and now Chu Feng's attack also contained divine power. As they offset each other, the situation was instantly reversed. Before the woman could react, Chu Feng's slash suddenly struck the woman's upper body. There was a tearing sound. A portion of the seven-colored feather robe shattered. It was sliced into wisps by the saber aura. The woman's jade-like skin was revealed without any warning, faintly discernible. Bastard. Chapter 328. I really didn't do it on purpose, bastard. The woman was furious. She was also flustered. She had never encountered such a thing. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Almost instantly, an energy feather robe condensed. It protected her entire body. Then, she glared angrily at Chu Feng and frowned. She had actually been taken advantage of by Chu Feng. Chu Feng might not have done it on purpose, but no matter what, this guy had almost seen her naked. With her strength and status in the Divine Dynasty, when had a man dared to treat her like this? Damn it. You. The woman pointed at Chu Feng with an extremely cold expression. For a moment, she did not know what to say. Seeing this, Chu Feng felt extremely helpless. Just now, he could not control himself at all. He felt that if he did not unleash his full strength, he would explode in the next second. In order to save his life, he naturally chose to use his full strength. Who knew that this woman would be so careless? But you can't blame me for this, right? Chu Feng felt wronged. Just as he was about to explain, he suddenly felt the divine power in his body churning again. The divine power he had just released was only a small portion. The remaining divine power in his body was showing signs of losing control again. As he charged forward, Chu Feng felt as if he was about to split apart. It was extremely painful. Damn, I can't care less. Continue fighting. Chu Feng made up his mind. The only person who could withstand his attack was the woman in front of him, otherwise, he could only hit the air. However, with the terrifying divine power, if there was not another power offsetting it, Chu Feng was worried that he would sever the starry corridor. At that time, the woman might be fine, but he would really be dead. With the thought that he would rather kill someone else than kill himself, Chu Feng attacked again. The demon slayer pressed down. Like a mountain, opposite him, the woman was just about to berate Chu Feng. However, she realized that Chu Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He actually charged over again. He was still spouting nonsense. "Senior, be careful. I can't control myself." Before he could finish speaking, Chu Feng slashed down with the demon slayer in his hand. This magnificent slash was about to shatter the starry sky corridor. There was a roar. In particular, the divine power contained in it was of extremely high quality. Almost instantly, he arrived in front of the woman. The woman was furious. Again? Damn it! This time, the woman did not intend to hold back. She was determined to teach Chu Feng a lesson. Stupid lecher. Kill him. As she pondered over this, the woman even took out her weapon. A long and narrow willow leaf sword. It shone brightly. Although it was only condensed from energy and was clearly not the main body of the sword, it still gave off a fatal sense of threat. If its main body was here, this willow leaf sword would probably not be inferior to the demon slayer in Chu Feng's hand. It might even be better. This woman must have a powerful background. Go to hell. The woman attacked angrily and stabbed her sword at Chu Feng. A green divine power instantly enveloped the sword. The sword aura instantly underwent a tremendous change. This was the terror of divine power. If it had been the previous Chu Feng, he would undoubtedly have been sliced in half. But now, Chu Feng's demon slayer was also filled with fiery red divine power. Crackle, the two came into contact. There was a popping sound. The powers were offsetting each other. The terrifying aspect of the perfected spirit realm was actually this strange divine power that was the key to the transformation of the perfected spirit realm. Without the support of the divine power, in terms of strength, she was only comparable to an A rank. However, the current Chu Feng, with the help of the million undead, he had even broken through the S rank. He easily suppressed the woman. After slashing down, Chu Feng subconsciously deflected the willow leaf sword. The sharp saber aura continued to slash at her heart, shattering the energy feather dress that the woman had just condensed. Chu Feng swore that this was completely a warrior's combat instinct. To kill the enemy, he naturally aimed at her vitals, but at this moment, it seemed so inappropriate. Ah! Bastard! The woman was no longer calm. Her beautiful face turned pale as she exclaimed. She did not even care about resisting Chu Feng's blade. She instantly condensed another feather robe. At the same time, she shouted sharply, "Lecher! I'll definitely kill you!" Hiss! It's over! Chu Feng realized that he might have really gotten into trouble. However, the divine power in his body had finally found an outlet and surged out frantically. The arrow was on the string and had to be released. Chu Feng could only brace himself and continue slashing. The continuous saber auras slashed down. The woman felt that she was about to be angered to death by Chu Feng. Her face was ashen. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. The willow leaf sword changed its trajectory. The sword light was agile, as if it had fused with some power of the great Tao. It was dazzling, even without the support of divine power. Even though the woman was only an A rank, she actually managed to block Chu Feng's storm-like attacks. Chu Feng was speechless. This woman was so fierce. If she had used such a sword technique at the beginning, he would have died long ago. How terrifying was this woman's true form. Furthermore, Chu Feng had a feeling that the woman was different from you and the others. She was simply not imprisoned by the Stargate. As she spoke, she did not have any fear or respect for the Stargate. Obviously, this woman's background was probably terrifying. Thinking of this, Chu Feng felt his scalp tingle. He had completely offended her now. He clearly did not have any inappropriate thoughts. It was really not intentional. What a mistake! Chu Feng felt greatly wronged. He could feel the divine power in his body decreasing. This was supposed to be a great thing. However, to the current Chu Feng, it was truly killing him. If he did not have the support of the divine power, how could he fight against this woman? Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Chu Feng was not naive enough to think that this woman would abide by the rules of the Stargate. She was clearly a lawless lord. At that time, he would probably be killed with a single slash. He was going to die, just as Chu Feng was anxiously pondering. When it rains, it pours. The divine power was officially exhausted. Chu Feng's face immediately turned pale. On the other side, the woman sneered. Pervert. Let's see what you'll do this time. Then, she was not even willing to give Chu Feng the slightest chance to speak. The woman's willow leaf sword stabbed down with endless anger. the starry sky was trembling. Clearly, he did not hold back at all. If Chu Feng were to be stabbed by that sword, even if it was just a graze, he would definitely die. At this critical moment, without any hesitation, Chu Feng shouted at the sky, "Spirit of the Stargate, I admit defeat. The assessment is over." The woman sneered and refused to give up. Admit defeat? Too late. But at the next moment, a vast stream of starlight instantly descended from the sky and enveloped Chu Feng. Boom! The woman's powerful strike was all stopped by the starlight. The woman was furious. "Spiritual master, you want to stop me too?" Chapter 329, Unexpected Surprise. Authority obtained. There were loud explosions, the surroundings shook, dust rose everywhere. Chu Feng, who was enveloped by the starlight, looked at the sword in the woman's hand with lingering fear. What? A terrifying attack just now. Even though it was stopped by the starlight, that fatal threat still made Chu Feng unable to breathe. This woman was too terrifying. Fortunately, he admitted defeat in time. On the other side, the woman was furious. She felt so aggrieved today. She had never been so angry in her life. Right now, she just wanted to slice this bastard into pieces. However, the seemingly thin blue light curtain in front of him completely blocked her way. The woman knew this was the spirit of the Stargate. With the power of her projection, it was absolutely impossible to break it. It was possible for her main body to rush over. However, it would take a long time for her main body to rush over. By then, it would be too late. At that moment, the woman suddenly looked into the depths of the starry sky. There was a snort. "Spiritual master. What do you mean?" The next moment, an old voice suddenly came from the depths of the starry sky. "Ahem, Your Excellency Bing Yao. According to the rules of the Stargate, any candidate who admits defeat must not be killed. I hope Your Excellency can forgive me." "Humph." The woman snorted. "What if I insist on killing him?" In the depths of the starry sky, there was silence for a moment. Then, a helpless voice could be heard. "In that case, please request for a holy decree. I will naturally abide by it." The woman paused, requesting for a holy decree. What a joke! Wouldn't her embarrassing incident spread throughout the entire starry sky? Did you see what just happened? The woman seemed to have suddenly thought of something. The voice that seemed to have been squeezed out from between her teeth was extremely terrifying. She looked like she would break through this world if the answer was unsatisfactory. No, no. The spiritual master was so frightened that he hurriedly denied it. Your sacred body is isolated from all detection. Only the naked eye can look at it directly. Spiritual masters can't sense it. The woman's expression softened. She then stared fixedly at Chu Feng. She gritted her teeth. Kid, I'll remember you. Pray that you never meet me again, or else I'll teach you a lesson. Chu Feng looked helpless. He muttered, I really didn't do it on purpose. Why don't you believe me? The woman widened her eyes. How dare you say that? Seeing Chu Feng's innocent expression, she was furious. She even wanted to rush over with her main body and kill him, but after some thought, she gave up. Now was not the time for them to reveal themselves. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. The woman suddenly raised her eyebrows. She looked into the depths of the starry sky. Spiritual master, I remember that I'm also one of the examiners of this Stargate, right? There was a moment of silence. There was a long pause. The spiritual master replied reluctantly, Yes, what do you want to do? The woman couldn't be bothered with what the spiritual master was thinking. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Since I'm one of the chief examiners of the Stargate, I should be qualified to test any challenger, right? Thus, I have decided to apply to be Chu Feng's exclusive examiner. In the future, I will be the examiner for all of Chu Feng's assessments. Don't worry, I won't violate the rules of the Stargate. No matter what his strength is, I will suppress myself to the same level as him. I think that with my strength, I should be able to bear this responsibility. The woman suddenly sneered. She continued, Furthermore, I think he also has the intention to break through to the perfected spirit realm. Coincidentally, I was once a perfected spirit realm expert. I believe no one is more experienced than me. I will definitely guide him well. The woman deliberately emphasized the word guide. She looked at Chu Feng. A meaningful smile appeared on her face. It was as if she could already see the miserable state of Chu Feng being trampled by her in the future. This smile frightened Chu Feng so much that he trembled. He shook his head frantically. Damn. No, this was bending the law for personal gain. Without even thinking, Chu Feng knew that this woman was up to no good. If she became an examiner, would he have a good life in the future? With this woman's strength, Chu Feng estimated that regardless of his rank, he would face the most terrifying opponent of his rank. how could he continue on the path of the Stargate in the future? Unless he could also establish a spiritual abode in the spirit realm, only then could he stand on the same starting line as this woman. The pressure was too great, he was simply causing trouble for himself. Chu Feng looked into the depths of the starry sky and wanted that person to speak up for him. However, the spiritual master pondered for a moment and actually agreed. What Her Excellency Bingyao said is reasonable and acceptable. FCK. It's settled? Chu Feng's eyes widened, he looked at the woman's smug smile, he was filled with despair. Kid, you must come to the Stargate more often in the future. I will guide you very seriously. The woman sneered, how dare you take advantage of me, just you wait, watch how I deal with you. Chu Feng took a deep breath, forget it, at this point, he had no right to retort, he could only accept it. However, wasn't this woman celebrating too early? Just you wait until I break through to the perfected spirit realm, I'll beat you up until you call me daddy, let your decision today become the decision you regret the most in your life. At that time, I won't even let you run if you want to, let's see who will trample who. Chu Feng viciously thought in his heart, he encouraged himself, what was there to be afraid of, as long as he established a spiritual abode, the two of them would be on the same starting line, even if this woman was extremely powerful and had rich combat experience, so what, it was not like he had never fought such a person before. Didn't the 10 Blood Shadow Warriors also lose to him? Chu Feng firmly believed he was invincible among those of the same rank. Who cares who you are? The woman looked at Chu Feng, she raised her eyebrow, humph, your mentality is quite good. I thought you would be scared silly. Ha, what has it got to do with you? Then, Chu Feng ignored the woman. Since this woman had already made up her mind to find trouble with him, Chu Feng would naturally not be polite anymore. He looked directly into the depths of the starry sky. Senior Spiritual Master, I wonder if I can obtain any rewards from the third region's assessment? Being ignored by Chu Feng, the woman was furious. She snorted coldly, humph, you admitted defeat in the end. You didn't pass this round. You still want a reward? But just as the woman finished speaking, the spiritual master's voice could be heard. The candidate, Chu Feng, suppressed the guardian of the perfected spirit realm in the early stages of the assessment. Although he was no match for her in the end, his performance was already extremely outstanding. According to the rules of the Stargate, he can make an exception and obtain a reward, 1,000 points in the starry sky. He will be a Chiliarch. He will be a 7th rank official and will be in charge of 1,000 troops. His salary will be 50 drops of ordinary star domain essence. Stargate Authority, Level 5. Hearing the voice of the spiritual master, Chu Feng found it unbelievable, he was actually given such a high reward without clearing it? Chu Feng even began to suspect that this spiritual master was deliberately looking for an opportunity to take revenge on the woman. Of course, no matter what, the one who would benefit in the end was Chu Feng. Furthermore, looking at the woman's incredulous gaze, Chu Feng was overjoyed. Chapter 330, Cleaning Up. Assessment over, he could not be bothered with the woman's attitude. Chu Feng hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, Senior Spiritual Master. No matter what, the reward for him this time was really generous, a total of 1,000 points. It was more than the previous 2 rewards combined, and he had even been promoted, a Chiliarch, although it had only increased by 1 rank. Chu Feng remembered what you had once warned him, the higher the rank of the Starlight God dynasty, the better. It might be of great use in the future, not to mention anything else. After Chu Feng saw the mysterious woman before him, he felt even more strongly that the Starlight God dynasty might really not have disappeared, it was just that it had been hiding from the world. Otherwise, where did this so-called Her Excellency Bingyao come from? Even the spirit of the Stargate had tolerated her. Chu Feng did not believe that this woman would be imprisoned here for countless years. This Stargate space was definitely connected to the outside world. Of course, this had little to do with Chu Feng. Right now, he had seen too many old fellows. All of them were waiting for some great era or great tribulation. Chu Feng could not care less about this now, nor did he want to. He only wanted to guard his land well. He wanted to stop the invasion of the demon race. If there was a chance, they could even counterattack the Abyss and completely destroy this disgusting race. After that, he would consider other things. One had to take one step at a time. The sky would not fall. Among the rewards this time, what Chu Feng valued the most was the level 5 Stargate Authority. In the ancient human race, only that peerless genius Huang had ever obtained such an honor. Furthermore, to Chu Feng, the most important thing was the authority of the Stargate might be related to whether he could enter the mysterious astral soul space. He wanted to break through to the perfected spirit realm. He had to obtain as many powerful star souls as possible to protect his soul. However, according to you, he was not even a match for the weakest planet-grade astral soul. There was not much use even if he went in now. Chu Feng planned to sort out the matters before him first. He would first exchange all the star points he had to increase his strength. Then, he would find an opportunity to completely eliminate Lin Yi. This time, this fellow might have gained quite a bit. He could not let him return alive. In addition, Chu Feng wanted to find out the origins of the Kunlun Grand Supreme Elder and Lin Senator. Were they enemies or friends? If they were enemies, he would find a way to kill them. Friends, the probability didn't seem high. It was safer to kill them. Furthermore, Chu Feng had never forgotten. In this war between the human and demon races, he had killed countless demons. In terms of contributions, he was undoubtedly the top, but before the golden ranking lists could give him a reward, he had run into the starry sky with his 100 times points reward. The final reward would definitely be extremely generous. With this reward of points, there were too many things he could do. Perhaps he could even exchange for the Desolate God ancient painting. In addition, Chu Feng suddenly recalled that he had actually passed the first test of the top-notch 9 trials a long time ago. However, he had always wanted to clear the level perfectly. That was why it had been delayed until now. Chu Feng remembered. The first test only required one to kill an ordinary A rank as a C rank. As for Chu Feng, he had already killed countless ultimate AS. This time, he was comparable to a grade S expert with his mortal body. It had long surpassed the requirements for the first test. If he could not even clear it perfectly, Chu Feng would suspect that there was something fishy about the master of the Blood Sea space and the Heaven Ascension Demon Master clearing it perfectly. Therefore, he could also receive the reward for the perfect clear. It would probably be very good. Most importantly, Chu Feng had almost reached the limit of the mortal stage. There was no need to continue staying in the C rank. He might as well break through to the A rank in one go. That would be a huge transformation. At that time, his strength would probably soar again. At that time, he would come to this Stargate and challenge the astral soul space. He would make preparations to break through to the perfected spirit realm. He sorted out what he was going to do next. Chu Feng felt that he had too many things to do, but he had no choice. The next period of time was too important. It was a rare opportunity for Chu Feng and even the entire human race to develop. Externally speaking, the first abyssal demonic tide had ended. The demons were unable to harass humans. Internally speaking, the ancient realm of the Desolate God was about to open. That was where the entire human race would soar. Thus, regardless of whether it was Chu Feng or all humans, they had to seize every moment, improving himself, increase the strength of the entire human race, to deal with the covetous abyssal demons. Just as Chu Feng was pondering, he was suddenly awakened by the commotion outside. He listened carefully for a while. The woman was protesting that the reward given by the spiritual master was too high. In the depths of the starry sky, the spiritual master's voice was neither servile nor overbearing. Your Excellency Bingyao, everything a spiritual master does conforms to the rules of the Stargate assessment. Your Excellency should also know that Chu Feng only has a mortal body, but Your Holiness has used the power of divinity, which is truly at the perfected spirit realm. However, Your Excellency was still completely suppressed by Chu Feng. Even if he relied on the power of a divine weapon, that was still his luck. He did not explode immediately and had the strength to release it on his own. This means that his physical body is extremely powerful. That is a portion of his strength. This is indisputable. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Feng's current rank is still a little weak, he would be completely qualified to be evaluated as a junior genius. In that case, the reward given by the spiritual master is not much. What do you think, Your Excellency? The woman listened. She merely snorted. She did not say anything else. She knew very well that there was nothing wrong with what the spiritual master had said. In terms of talent, this kid was really not inferior to her. If she continued to retort, she would be embarrassing herself. But she just felt indignant. This bastard saw me naked twice, and he was able to obtain such a generous reward. The woman felt like she was about to die of anger. She could only glare fiercely at Chu Feng. Kid, just you wait. Just you wait. Then, the graceful figure disappeared. She did not want to stay here any longer. Chu Feng curled his lip, but he could not be bothered. Anyway, according to his plan, there were too many things to do next. He did not know when he would come to the Stargate again, and even if he came again, he would have already broken through to the A rank. At that time, even if I haven't opened my spiritual abode, I might not be afraid of you. Just you wait until I defeat you, a perfected spirit realm expert. With my rank body, I'll humiliate you. Chu Feng was filled with anticipation. If he was a grade A and was comparable to a perfected spirit realm expert, what if he also established a spiritual abode? Wouldn't that completely exceed the scope of the perfected spirit realm? Chu Feng could not help but take a deep breath. It was said that even monsters like the Heaven Ascension Demon Master and the Master of the Blood Sea Space were only at the perfected spirit realm. Does he have a chance to surpass them? While he was thinking, the spiritual master's voice could be heard again. Chu Feng, your assessment is temporarily over. I'll send you out of this star corridor. Your companions are already waiting for you. Chapter 331, Targeting. Exchange. Before Chu Feng could respond, he felt the world spin. It was as if he had teleported 1,000,000,000 miles in an instant. This sort of method shocked Chu Feng. At this moment, the voice of the spiritual master could be heard again. This time, he smiled. "All right, I forgot to remind you just now. You were really bold. You even dared to tease Her Excellency Bing Yao. Just for this alone, even I have to think highly of you." Chu Feng rolled his eyes. He wanted to say, "You think I wanted to tease this tigress? Wasn't this purely looking for trouble?" However, before Chu Feng could explain, the spiritual master continued, "In short, you have to be careful in the future. Her Excellency Bing Yao wants to test you personally. According to the rules, I can't stop her. But at the same time, as the difficulty of the test increases, the reward will naturally increase as well. There is a relatively large fluctuation range. This is all within the rules. Do you understand?" Chu Feng's eyes lit up. Damn it, how can this be? Was this considered pulling strings? In this way, perhaps he had profited from a disaster. Not only would he get a powerful sparring partner, there were even richer rewards. Unable to contain himself, Chu Feng subconsciously said, "Senior, do you have any grudges with that woman? Otherwise, you wouldn't have." However, before Chu Feng could finish speaking, he suddenly could not speak. His mouth seemed to have been welded shut. The spiritual master must have secretly taken action. Chu Feng's eyes widened. Damn it, had he guessed correctly? What kind of high-level battle have I been involved in? This is too satisfying. Chu Feng felt excited. Let that woman target him. She had given him a super help for nothing. Perhaps the spiritual master could not go against that woman openly. However, he could give him many benefits within the scope of the rules. This might not matter to those big shots. However, to Chu Feng, every star point was extremely precious now. Thinking of this, Chu Feng suddenly felt that the woman was really his lucky star. Targeting me, you're targeting me with your life. Don't stop. What if you stop targeting me and they don't give me any benefits? Just as Chu Feng was fantasizing about the future, the scene before him suddenly returned to normal. The dizziness disappeared. Chu Feng touched his mouth. He seemed to be able to speak again. He looked around. He returned to the empty void again. In front of him was a huge golden ranking list. It shone brightly. Chu Feng did not look at it. Instead, he looked at the group of people gathered not far away. It was Lu Xian'er and the others. They were not strong. Just the projection of the first wave of space beasts was enough to easily annihilate them. Therefore, they had failed the assessment early and returned here. They killed some space beasts. Some of them even obtained dozens of points, such as Lu Xian'er. Some obtained single-digit points. Although it was not much, it was still a huge fortune when converted to star domain essence. They would not return empty-handed. Chu Feng knew very well it was not that these people were not talented enough, it was because the recovery time of humans was too short, in just a few months. And to deal with the crisis of the demon race, these geniuses of the new era had no time to consolidate their foundations. Those who could break through had already done so. After all, in the face of the invasion of the demon race, the stronger the better. As for their foundation, if they lost their life, what was the use of having a good foundation? As a result, the experts of the new generation of humans were all mediocre among their peers. Of course, everything would turn around soon. The ancient realm of the desolate god, it would become the true place for these people to transform. When the crowd saw that Chu Feng had returned, they couldn't help but surround him excitedly. Li Peng was the first to lose his composure and hurriedly asked, "Boss, have you passed the first stage? What's the corridor after those star behemoths like?" "I was so unlucky. I was killed by a boar-like beast with just a butt. I only obtained 5 points in total." He asked consecutive questions. Chu Feng merely smiled lightly. "It's all right, don't be discouraged. Once you've consolidated your foundation, you'll still have a chance in the future. Beside him, Li Xinghua raised his thick eyebrows. His results this time were not ideal. Now that he heard that there was still a chance, he became excited. Boss, do you think we can still come to this Stargate? Chu Feng nodded. He had just studied the authority of his Stargate. He realized that this authority was very useful. Not only could he enter the astral soul space, but he could also open the Stargate freely. There was no need to pay a huge price like Lin Yi did previously. With this authority, in the future, Chu Feng planned to turn this Stargate into a backyard for humans, as long as that woman didn't cause trouble. Chu Feng felt that if he was unable to beat that woman into submission, it would be difficult to realize this idea. Sigh, one step at a time. He threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. Chu Feng suddenly asked curiously, Lin Yi, is he not out yet? Could he have already gone out? This space did not allow violence. However, Chu Feng planned to kill Lin Yi the moment he went out. This fellow might obtain quite a few points. If he really broke through, even if Chu Feng's strength had increased again, he was probably not his match. This time, it was Lu Xiener who shook her head. He hasn't appeared yet. Chu Feng came to a realization. Perhaps he had moved too quickly. There was only a slight delay at Yu's place. Everything else was smooth and effortless. It took very little time. Since Lin Yi had not come out yet, he would exchange for treasures first. He had gained quite a bit this time, a total of 1,888 points. The purchasing power of star points was quite high. It could be exchanged for many treasures. Chu Feng was somewhat excited. The worst items here were comparable to the legendary items on the golden ranking lists. He glanced at the people around him. Have you guys exchanged? Lu Xiener nodded. Everyone has already finished exchanging. As there aren't many points, most of the treasures can't be exchanged. Moreover, I don't know which treasures are better, so I exchanged them for star domain essence. As everyone had tasted the sweetness from Chu Feng before and knew how precious the star domain essence was, they naturally exchanged for it all. Chu Feng nodded as well. This was fine. According to Chu Feng's guess, to the Stargate, exchanging one drop of star domain essence for one star point was a losing deal. It was just an encouraging investment for geniuses, the more the merrier. Furthermore, there was a high chance that there was a limited purchase. Chu Feng did not think too much about it. He would find out later. He looked at the huge starry sky golden ranking list in front of him. Without any hesitation, the first treasure he chose was the Spirit Lamp Phantom. This was a treasure that Lin Yi had to obtain. Even if he did not know what use this thing had, Chu Feng would definitely intercept him. He wondered what Lin Yi's expression would be when he came out and found out that the treasure he had been longing for had been exchanged for by Chu Feng. In any case, he would not be happy. Furthermore, whether this guy could gather 500 points was a question. Chapter 332, Tao Essence Incarnation, Phantom Spirit Lamp. Chu Feng turned his gaze to the starry sky golden ranking list, on the left. The genius list was still standing, eternal. The ranking did not change. Chu Feng was not on the ranking list. It was unknown if it was because of the strength restriction or because there were other statistics on the ranking. Chu Feng felt that he had already defeated Lin Yi. He should be able to make it to the ranking list, right? Even if he was not ranked high, he should at least be higher than Yu, who was ranked 95th. Unfortunately, he did not even the last place. Chu Feng pondered for a moment. Perhaps it was because he had only defeated Yu's soul fragment. In the end, a soul fragment was far from comparable to the main body. To be able to become a master god, Yu's main body must be extraordinary. A fragment of the soul in this area might not be able to preserve Yu's true powerful ability. Back then, when Yu left behind this soul fragment, he might have been very perfunctory. After all, he knew that he might be imprisoned for countless years, so how could he do his best? Everyone was just after those points. He would definitely fool them if he could. Therefore, in the eyes of an expert like the spiritual master, defeating Yu's soul fragment was actually nothing. Perhaps it was only because he had suppressed Bing Yao that the spiritual master's eyes lit up, but it was a trick after all. It was normal that he was not on the ranking list. Chu Feng did not mind. He still had a lot of room for improvement, not to mention anything else. Just breaking through to the A rank would allow his strength to soar again. At that time, he could even fight a perfected spirit realm expert. How difficult was it to get on the ranking list? There was no need to rush. Furthermore, Chu Feng had no idea if there would be a ranking reward like the humans after getting on the ranking list. He was not that eager to begin with. The most important thing now was to exchange for the points he had. Chu Feng focused his gaze on the exchange list on the right again. The Spirit Lamp Phantom. In a daze, his consciousness seemed to have seeped into the starry sky golden ranking list. The next moment, Chu Feng felt his vision clearing up. His consciousness seemed to have arrived in an alternate space. Perhaps it was within the starry sky golden ranking list. Chu Feng was unable to tell. he saw a spiritual lamp burning quietly in front of him. The flames flickered and the lamp oil was crackling, as if it had been burning for hundreds of millions of years. He merely looked straight at it. Chu Feng felt his mind suddenly become much clearer. The confusion from his previous cultivation was actually quietly resolved. The spiritual lamp seemed to be the incarnation of the great Tao. However, if one looked carefully, one would discover that this spiritual lamp was like a piece of paper without any thickness. It was like the reflection of a real spirit lamp on the wall, the shadow of the 9 revolutions heavenly Tao lamp. Chu Feng came to a realization. Although it was only a shadow, it was still tainted by some of the heavenly Tao. For Chu Feng, it was still an enlightenment treasure. The 9 revolutions heavenly Tao lamp was too high grade. Even if it was placed before Chu Feng, he would probably not be able to use it, and this spirit lamp phantom was just right. This might be the opportunity for him to break through to the A rank, or even higher. Chu Feng came to a realization. Just looking from afar had such a terrifying effect. What would happen if he used it close to his body or even his soul was directly immersed in it? Chu Feng guessed that the spirit lamp phantom might even be effective against divine-grade experts. Otherwise, why would Lin Yi risk his life to scheme? Perhaps the demon emperor had given the order. Thinking of this, Chu Feng hesitated. Such an awesome thing actually only cost 500 star points. Wasn't this price a little too low? Was the Stargate so generous? Or could it be that this spirit lamp phantom could actually be mass-produced? The 9 revolutions heavenly Tao lamp could just cast a shadow and sell it, small profits but high sales. If that was the case, it could be explained. However, to Chu Feng, this was not good news. What if Lin Yi exchanged for another one of these things? Chu Feng curled his lip. Forget it, who cares? Let's exchange for one first. Perhaps this was really just a benefit from the Stargate. Chu Feng chose to confirm without hesitation. There was a ding. 500 points were deducted. His consciousness returned instantly. A starlight enveloped him, like a teleportation channel. It connected to Chu Feng. The others also looked over. They had all exchanged for something earlier and knew that Chu Feng was exchanging for something. They were just curious. What treasures could Chu Feng afford to exchange for? Among them, Lu Xiener, who had obtained the most points, only had a few dozen points. Most things could not be exchanged for. The next moment, everyone saw the spirit lamp phantom in Chu Feng's hand. It was like a piece of paper, as if a small gust of wind could blow it away. However, everyone exclaimed in unison, "It's that heavenly Tao phantom!" Gasp! Which stage has boss reached? This is 500 points. Chu Feng ignored the crowd's shock. Instead, he hurriedly looked at the Starry Sky Golden Ranking List. The next moment, on the Golden Ranking List, where the Spirit Lamp Phantom had originally been, the word Spirit Lamp Phantom gradually disappeared. Only this one? That's not bad. However, before Chu Feng could rejoice, suddenly, a treasure that looked like a spirit lamp appeared where it had been. What's? Chu Feng observed carefully. FCK. Second stage Spirit Lamp Phantom? What the heck? Chu Feng cursed in his heart. However, he took another look at the exchange price, a total of 2,000 points. Fortunately, although the Spirit Lamp Phantom was not the only one, the price of the second stage had increased by several times. Even Chu Feng could not afford it, not to mention Lin Yi. He would probably have to save up for years. Furthermore, Chu Feng did not plan to let Lin Yi live past today. As long as he left the Stargate, he would die. He couldn't be bothered to look anymore. Chu Feng turned around and began to study the piece of paper in his hand. It looked ordinary. It was like a folded paper. However, no matter how Chu Feng looked at it, he could not see any thickness. There was no third dimension. Logically speaking, it could only be a plane and should not exist in the world. However, when Chu Feng held it in his hand, he felt a physical sensation. Amazing. The next moment, as Chu Feng dripped his blood on it, some information about the Spirit Lamp Phantom also appeared. As he read, Chu Feng's expression changed rapidly, from the initial surprise to excitement, then to glaring, and finally, he couldn't help but curse. Damn. I knew it. It won't be that simple to sell it at such a low price. This is a bottomless pit. The people around him jumped. Boss, what's wrong? Chu Feng did not explain. He merely felt like crying. Oh no, he had fallen into a trap. It was indeed good stuff. It was indeed an extremely precious Tao comprehension treasure. It was even useful for divine realm experts. But damn it. Why didn't you say that you needed to buy some lamp oil when you sold it? Why would a paper lamp need oil? Tell me, how can I add it? What a scam. I want to call 12315 to complain about you guys. Chu Feng was furious. Chapter 333, Super Harvest. In the introduction of the first stage Spirit Lamp Phantom, The things described earlier made Chu Feng's soul excited. To the weak, it was a treasure for breakthroughs, but for experts, they could use this opportunity to comprehend the great Tao. It possessed the true essence of the Nine Revolutions' heavenly Tao lamp. Even a divine-grade expert would be tempted. This thing was not inferior to a divine artifact, but later on, some spirit comprehension candle. Ointment suddenly appeared. To Chu Feng, that was lamp oil. Of course, if the effect was better, Chu Feng would tolerate it, but the price was too high, 500 points per piece. Furthermore, it could sustain the spirit lamp phantom for 24 hours. That was only one day. What a scam! Chu Feng took a deep breath. The only thing that comforted Chu Feng was that at the very least, the spirit lamp phantom had carried a piece of the spirit comprehension candle ointment with it. In other words, they were not selling the lamp, which was free, but they were selling after-sales items. What a good plan! Chu Feng felt cheated. With such a gold-swallowing beast in hand, if he didn't use it, he would feel indignant. If he used it, 500 points per use was really too much. He had risked his life to get to the third area of the Star Corridor. Perhaps it was because of the intentional favoritism of the spirit of the Stargate that he had gathered 800 star points. He could only buy 3 pieces of candle ointment, but profiteer. Chu Feng lightly spat. However, he still bought 1 piece as a backup. Whether it was to break through to the A rank or to the perfected spirit realm, the spirit lamp phantom could be of great use. He had to. Another 500 points were deducted. He only had 888 points left. Chu Feng did not dare to look at the golden ranking lists anymore. He was afraid that he would buy stuff again. He had to buy the undead charm first. After all, this was the original goal of this trip. Fortunately, the undead charm was not expensive. It only cost 100 points, perhaps because it was only a component. If it was used alone, it could at most summon some mortal undead, so the Stargate did not set a high price. But to Chu Feng, it was very meaningful. After all, he already had the soul summoning boots. There were only 3 parts to the legendary Ghost King's cloak, other than the most precious vampire's cape. Once the undead charm and the soul summoning boots were combined, they might produce a qualitative improvement. Chu Feng estimated that he might even have a chance to summon an A-rank undead. That would be a huge profit. Furthermore, it could allow the undead to devour each other to advance. At that time, the undead army would undergo a tremendous change. Chu Feng gulped. Exchange. The next moment, another starlight enveloped him. A necklace that seemed to have been carved from a skull appeared in Chu Feng's hand. He tried to sense it. The feeling it gave Chu Feng was similar to the soul summoning boots. A virtual screen also appeared in front of him. However, Chu Feng did not look carefully. He had not combined it with the soul summoning boots yet, so there was not much point in studying it. He would think about it after he got out. Since it was already in his hands, it was impossible for it to be snatched away. Chu Feng hurriedly turned his gaze to the starry sky golden ranking list. He searched for the booklet regarding the establishment of the spiritual abode that you had mentioned. Chu Feng was only looking forward to that booklet not being too expensive. He only had 788 points left. He searched for quite a while, but the golden ranking list was too big, countless billions of miles. There were too many treasures that could be exchanged, except for the special items placed at the front. The rest were at most divided into a major category. Chu Feng had yet to find the search function. He did not know if it was available. It was difficult to find it in a short period of time. He could only mobilize the others to help searching. If they found anything with the word spiritual abode, they would inform him. This way, the efficiency was much higher. Suddenly, Li Peng shouted, "Boss, look at this." Chu Feng hurriedly followed Li Peng's finger. Detailed explanation of the spiritual abode structure? Chu Feng's eyes lit up. This seemed to be it. Although the title was quite ordinary, the price was not low. It was 500 star points. It was no lower than the first stage spirit lamp phantom. His consciousness seeped into it again. This thing was actually equivalent to a holographic simulation. It allowed one to experience the goods online before deciding whether to buy it or not. It was very considerate. It was a golden booklet. It was not very thick, but it emitted an inexplicable meaning. There was very little explanation about it. It can assist warriors in breaking through to the perfected spirit realm. The success rate will be increased by at least 30%. Chu Feng took a deep breath. Increase the success rate by at least 30%. How unbelievable! It was worth this price. Buy it. Furthermore, he felt that this golden booklet was not just a vessel for words. It itself felt like a treasure. Chu Feng had nothing to say about this. It was worth it. He kept them all in his personal storage space. There was no time to study it carefully now. Lin Yi could be kicked out of the starry corridor at any moment. He had to quickly finish exchanging. Then, he could focus on dealing with Lin Yi. He glanced at his points. He had 288 points left. Actually, Chu Feng felt that he had already exchanged for the most important things. However, it would be a waste if these points were not converted into strength. If he lost his points, he could just earn more. With that silly woman Bing Yao targeting him, he would not lack points. He took a look. Chu Feng spent another 100 points to buy 2 soul gems. According to Jiao Xiuxiu, it was a freakish thing that could improve the master ball, 50 points for one. It was not cheap, however. If he could upgrade the master ball to high grade and enslave an S-rank expert, it would be worth it. He happened to have 2 ordinary master balls and 1 high grade master ball. After the Yin Bone King self-destructed, the one that enslaved him became empty. This time, he could improve them all. Otherwise, enslaving in A rank would be of little value to Chu Feng. Chu Feng did not hesitate. He had 188 points left. Chu Feng no longer had anything he wanted to exchange for. The other treasures were too expensive. These points were not nearly enough. Other treasures were not of much use to Chu Feng. It would be a waste to buy it. He might as well change them all to star domain essence like everyone else. There was never too much star domain essence. Chu Feng was worried that they would not give him so much. Indeed, as Chu Feng's consciousness entered the purchasing space for the star domain essence, when he bought the 20th drop, a notification popped up. For those below the rank of sergeant, the exchange limit is 20 drops per year. The limit for the Centurion exchange is 50 drops per year. The Chili Arch exchange limit is 100 drops per year. Level 5 Stargate Authority limit, 500 drops per year. Chu Feng widened his eyes. Fortunately, I have the Stargate Authority. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given me so much even if I wanted. Next, he had obtained 188 drops of the Star Domain Essence. Chu Feng's trip could be said to be a huge harvest. He had the treasures, the Star Domain Essence, and his next goal. As long as he killed Lin Yi, it would be a true opportunity for him and humans to transform. He was basking in the sun comfortably. Chu Feng suddenly recalled that his annual salary as a Chili Arch seemed to be 50 drops of Star Domain Essence. With Chu Feng's personality, he would definitely take everything he could. He could not help but shout at the sky, Senior Spiritual Master, what procedures do I have to go through to get the annual allowance in advance? I'll go through the process. Chapter 334, The Arrogant Lin Yi, Senior. Let's go through the process. Chu Feng's voice echoed in the starry sky. However, there was no response. Clearly, the spirit of the Stargate did not want to talk to him anymore. Chu Feng curled his lip. Petty. It was no wonder that Chu Feng was so calculative. In the future, he would need the Star Domain Essence badly. Breaking through to the A rank needed it. After that, he would also need it to break through to the perfected spirit realm. Moreover, according to you, it would take at least 1,000 drops, and it was not capped. After all, the more these things there were, the better the effect. But where could Chu Feng get so much Star Domain Essence? The Demon Slayer in his hand was precious enough. If he sold this saber to the Stargate, even if he just sold the materials themselves, it would definitely be enough. That silly woman said that this thing was worth 500,000 drops of Star Domain Essence. However, the Demon Slayer was very effective in increasing Chu Feng's strength. It was definitely impossible to sell it. Furthermore, Chu Feng planned to complete the refinement of the Demon Slayer in the future. It was definitely another top-notch divine weapon. This was not something that could be bought with money. This way, how to gather the essence of the Star Domain became a huge problem. On the other hand, astral souls were also a huge problem. Chu Feng heaved a long sigh. Forget it. He would take it one step at a time. Where there's a will, there's a way. Chu Feng seemed to have nothing to do. He was only waiting for Lin Yi to appear. He was also speechless. What was Lin Yi doing inside? Why wasn't he out yet? Could it be that the guy had traveled further than him? Impossible. It was not that Chu Feng looked down on Lin Yi. In terms of talent, he was not bad, but it was absolutely hopeless to surpass him. After all, the strength of those guardians varied according to the rank of the candidate. The original intention of this Stargate assessment was to test the ability of the challenger to fight across realms. It was the home ground for those geniuses who could fight across ranks. Lin Yi was a genuine A rank. Actually, according to Chu Feng's thoughts, this guy could barely clear the first stage. But this guy had opened the Stargate so confidently, there should be some other means. However, he should be out by now, right? Just as Chu Feng was feeling perplexed. In a starry corridor, Lin Yi looked at the endless space beasts around him. His face was filled with despair. He had just stepped into the second region. He had used up all his means. In the surroundings, every beast projection had the strength of an A rank, although most of them were only at the threshold of a rank. Once they crossed the mortal world, their strength would undergo a tremendous change. He managed to kill some space beasts. He was already exhausted. Lin Yi felt that he could no longer hold on. He couldn't be more regretful. He had only accumulated more than 200 points. He was still far from 500 points, but he really could not go on. Thousands of grade A beasts surrounded him. This pressure was too great. Xian Yi had always been confident that his talent was unparalleled. This time, he was dealt a huge blow. It turns out that I'm still inferior to the true geniuses of the ancient times. I wonder what kind of situation that Chu Feng is in. He shouldn't be stronger than me, right? After all, I used the many methods left behind by the Heaven Ascension Demon Master to get here. Xian Yi had mixed feelings. He looked at the ferocious beasts around him. He had no choice but to give up. With more than 200 points, I should be able to exchange for quite a few good things. Perhaps it will allow me to break through. I don't necessarily need the spirit lamp phantom. However, I won't be able to complete my father's mission. As she pondered over this, Xian Yi's figure gradually disappeared from the spot. At the same time, below the void in front of the starry sky golden ranking list, a vortex-like door suddenly rose. Li Peng shouted, "Xian Yi should be coming out." This was the scene when boss came out just now. Chu Feng came to a realization. This should be a teleportation passageway. He did not have any other thoughts. Fighting was forbidden in this space. Even if they wanted to fight, they had to go out. A moment later, a figure walked out from the vortex passageway. After a while, the person gradually woke up. He suddenly realized that more than 10 pairs of eyes were staring at him. One of them was the person Xian Yi did not want to face the most, Chu Feng. Xian Yi took 2 steps back in fear. He suddenly remembered something. Fighting was not allowed here. Why was he afraid of him? He growled in a fierce manner. "You actually came out so early. Looks like I was right. You're indeed inferior to me. Move aside. I'm going to exchange for treasures." At the side, Li Peng's eyes were filled with disdain. Just as he was about to mock him, Chu Feng did not say a word. He was still smiling. With a wave of his hand, everyone made way. "Boss?" Puzzled, Li Peng asked via voice transmission. Chu Feng merely smiled. "Don't stop him. Let him exchange for it. This guy should have quite a few points in his hands. We can't snatch the points, but if he exchanges them for treasures, won't the treasures be ours if he dies?" Everyone understood. They looked at Xian Yi meaningfully. They all made way for him. Xian Yi hurriedly flashed out. Only when he was far away from everyone did he dare to look at the starry sky golden ranking list. He immediately searched for the spirit lamp phantom. To his shock, there were some changes. One stage turned into second stage. Could it be? Xian Yi's pupils constricted. He subconsciously looked at Chu Feng. "It's you. Stop talking. Hurry up and exchange. You talk too much." Li Peng cursed. Xian Yi took a deep breath. He ignored Li Peng. His gaze was extremely complicated. "Chu Feng, you are truly a great threat to our demon race. The next time the demon army arrives, I will definitely report to my father. No matter what, even if I have to use the strength of the entire demon race, I will definitely kill you." Li Peng smiled disdainfully. "Next time? Do you think you can survive until the next abyssal demonic tide?" Xian Yi smiled indifferently. "I know what you're thinking. It's nothing more than ambushing me after I get out. Indeed, with the current strength of humans, you can easily kill me. But who told you? I'm going to return to the Earth God planet." "What do you mean?" Li Peng frowned. Xian Yi's smile became even more brilliant. "Have you all fallen into a misconception? This Stargate doesn't seem to restrict how long the candidate can stay. I'm not stupid. If I know that you will kill me, why would I go out and die? I'll stay here and wait for the demon army to arrive again. Half a year. Or a year, or even longer. It's alright, I can afford to wait, or after I break through, I will naturally go out and kill all of you. Fighting is forbidden here. What can you guys do to me?" "Ha ha ha." Xian Yi laughed wildly. When Li Peng and the others heard this, they were stunned for a moment before their expressions suddenly turned extremely ugly. Yeah, how could they have forgotten about this? If Xian Yi really made up his mind not to leave, what could they do? Were they really going to let this bastard who had caused countless killings get away with it? Everyone was furious. He looked at Chu Feng. To their surprise, Chu Feng's expression was still extremely calm. It was as if he did not care at all. There was no fluctuation. "Boss." Everyone shouted worriedly. Chu Feng merely smiled lightly. "It's fine. Since your highness is fearless, why don't you hurry up and exchange for treasures? There are many good things on the starry sky golden ranking list." Chapter 335, Return. Kill. Chu Feng's calmness made Xian Yi feel uneasy. He sneered, "Humph. pretending to be mysterious. I don't believe that you, Chu Feng, can find a way in this starry sky. The Stargate was a ruin from ancient times. No matter how monstrous a genius was, he had to abide by the rules of the Stargate. He did not believe that Chu Feng could even break the rules of this place. He had concluded that Chu Feng was only bluffing. Lin Yi could not be bothered to waste his breath. He turned to look at the starry sky golden ranking list. He focused on choosing. In the end, he chose almost all treasures that helped with cultivation. In the outside world, they were rare treasures. They were very useful even for a great expert. Lin Yi wanted to break through, so he naturally exchanged all his points for treasures to promote cultivation. As for these, they were also quite useful to Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng had chosen the optimal option just now and did not have any points to exchange for it. Yes, exchange for more star domain essence. You're a sergeant, right? Then you should be able to exchange for 20 drops at most. Don't waste this quota. Starry sky spirit grass? What's that? It seems to be a treasure for tempering the body? That's not bad. Hey, don't exchange for weapons. They aren't very useful for cultivation. Beside him, Chu Feng felt his heart ache as he watched Lin Yi exchange for treasures. It was as if he was afraid that Lin Yi would exchange for something useless. He could not help but shout. Lin Yi's face was ashen. What did this guy mean? Did he think that he would win? But I've already made up my mind to stay in this starry sky. What right do you have to break the rules of the Stargate and kill me? Lin Yi felt that Chu Feng was deliberately causing trouble. He sneered. He finished exchanging all his points. Then, as if no one was around, he began to sit cross-legged and cultivate. He did not take Chu Feng and the others seriously at all. Gasp. This guy is sure that we have no choice. Li Peng gritted his teeth in anger, but he felt helpless. Suddenly, the next moment, Chu Feng's voice could be heard. Later, after we get out, immediately get into formation and seal all directions. I want to kill Lin Yi. Don't reveal anything now. Li Peng's eyes widened. He looked at the people around him. They seemed to have received Chu Feng's voice transmission. He was secretly shocked. Could it be that boss really had a way? Chu Feng did not explain anything. He only smiled faintly at Lin Yi. This guy was still as confident as ever. I really can't break the rules of the Stargate, but I can expel you according to the rules of the Stargate. Chu Feng looked at his personal interface. The words Level 5 Stargate Authority were shining brightly. His consciousness seeped into it. In front of him, lines of colorful light suddenly appeared. Under these colorful lights, there were some gray areas that seemed to have not been activated. Chu Feng looked toward the bright colorful area. The right to enter and exit the Stargate, the right to enter the astral soul space, and the right to patrol in the third line. He would patrol the surroundings and eliminate the heretics. The highest authority here was naturally the Stargate. This was Chu Feng's confidence. After obtaining the permission to use the Stargate, Chu Feng realized how precious it was. Putting the other two rights aside, according to the description, the patrolling authority seemed to have other meanings in ancient times. However, at this point, the divine dynasty had disappeared. There were some things that he could not do. Chu Feng could only understand it as the right to kick someone, eliminate the heretics. That was enough. Chu Feng also discovered that there were actually some gray areas below the three rights. It seemed like his authority was insufficient to activate them, but this also meant that there were many hidden secrets in this Stargate. Only by constantly increasing his authority would he have a chance to take a peek. He stopped thinking about it. His top priority now was to kill Lin Yi. He looked at the confident Lin Yi. Chu Feng quietly used his patrolling authority. A mechanical voice sounded in his ears. It was somewhat similar to a spiritual master, but not completely the same. It was more stiff and looked more like an artificial intelligence. It was naturally impossible for a spiritual master to be on call all the time. It was understandable that he used some auxiliary intelligence. Ding. Grade 5 Inspector Chu Feng has requested to activate the rights to patrol. Please choose your target. Lin Yi. Chu Feng thought to himself. The next moment, the starry sky seemed to have changed. Then, Chu Feng heard something. Ding. After scanning, the target has not violated the rules. Inspector, please verify. Reminder, in order to prevent the system from making a mistake, as a 5th grade inspector, you have the right to veto. You can forcefully expel the target. In the future, you will have to hand over the evidence of the inspection target's violation of the rules. If the inspector makes a mistake, he will be punished. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Hearing the first sentence from the AI, Chu Feng's heart turned cold. He thought that there was no chance. But when he heard the rest, he was delighted. The artificial intelligence and the inspector double-checked. However, the inspector had the final say. That was quite considerate. Clearly, the creator of this rule believed in the intelligence of living creatures more. As for the evidence and punishment, who cares? Humans were not saints. How could they not make mistakes? The inspector was also a life. Naturally, there were times when he made mistakes. If he misjudged once, the punishment would probably not be too serious. Chu Feng simply did not take it to heart. He used his veto power. Kick him. On the other side, Lin Yi was still cultivating calmly. He did not take Chu Feng and the others seriously at all, but suddenly, Lin Yi's eyes suddenly widened. Fear filled his eyes. What's going on? Why is the Stargate repelling me? I didn't do anything? The next moment, Lin Yi's figure gradually became illusory. Joy appeared on Chu Feng's face. It was done. He could not be bothered with Lin Yi's terrified roar. He glanced at the crowd. He nodded. Everyone's figures also became illusory. Returned to Earth, the world spun again. When he opened his eyes again, the surrounding waves were already surging, and the sea breeze blew. It was Earth. They returned directly to the surface of the sea. The others were still feeling dizzy. Even Lin Yi could not react in time. Why was he suddenly kicked out by the Stargate? Chu Feng was the first to sober up. He suddenly shouted in everyone's ears, "Formation! Seal all directions! Today, I will kill this demon lord alone." Chu Feng's voice completely awakened the crowd. Without any hesitation, everyone lined up in all directions. The hazy power of starlight enveloped the surroundings. In the middle of the encirclement, Lin Yi finally came back to his senses. His face was filled with fear. No, impossible. This is the Earth God planet? Damn it! I've never heard of the Stargate taking the initiative to expel candidates. Why? I can't understand. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. It's good to be a fool. Die. Chu Feng was extremely cold. He instantly summoned the undead army, battle formation support. He attacked with all his might. He did not give Lin Yi any chance to struggle. With crushing power, he would completely end this demon who had single-handedly stirred up the first abyssal demonic tide. This guy would be the interest that the demon race had to pay for their invasion. At that moment, the world rumbled. It was as if it could not withstand Chu Feng's current strength. Lin Yi's eyes suddenly widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. His voice was trembling. You're an S rank? How is that possible? Chapter 336, Treasure of Taoist Connotation. Intrigued, Chu Feng was extremely decisive. It was a killing move. He had made up his mind to completely eliminate this demon. The demon slayer rumbled nonstop. The dragon soul roared. The immense pressure was difficult for Lin Yi to withstand. He really could not understand. It had only been a day, but why had Chu Feng's strength soared again? It was really hopeless to go against this fellow. If one was not careful, his strength would increase again. This time around, Chu Feng's battle prowess had completely surpassed his. Lin Yi was dealt a heavy blow. His expression was ferocious, but he did not have the chance to think further. Above his head, the saber shadows filled the sky as they descended. They were like towering mountains pressing down. The pressure was extreme. The surrounding sea suddenly calmed down. The originally turbulent sea seemed to have been forcefully flattened. There wasn't any wave. There were continuous explosions in the world. Lin Yi's eyes widened. He struggled with all his might. The sword in his hand stabbed out frantically. He was trying to survive. However, how could Chu Feng give him this opportunity? Magnificent saber shadows descended continuously. Lin Yi could only try his best to resist, but it was clearly easy to see, facing Chu Feng, who was comparable to a true grade S expert, his defeat was only a matter of time. Around him, other than Lu Xiener and the other young people sealing the surroundings, the heavenly masters of the older generation had also sensed the fluctuations of the battle here and came forward. At the front, Ho Wudi, Ares, Madame He, Yu Qingzi, and the others stood in a row in the air. They were all PK ranks. After the battle just now, they had already confirmed their status. Behind them were Sister Hong, Yi Qingtian, Quaid, Taylor, and the others. In the distance, the members of Kunlun, led by the Grand Supreme Elder, were only looking over from afar. Beside the Grand Supreme Elder, Linson was still expressionless. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, on the surface of the sea, almost all the human grade A experts had gathered. After a day of recuperation, Ho Wudi and the others had mostly recovered from their injuries. Furthermore, everyone had not been idle during this period of time. The group of heavenly masters rushed to various places in the world. They slaughtered all the low-grade demonic creatures that Lin Yi had not been able to gather in time. Lin Yi was the only commander left of the glorious demon expeditionary army that had looked down on humans. And from the looks of it, this leader of the demon expeditionary army would also welcome his death. Everyone quietly looked at Chu Feng, who was like a god in the middle. No one spoke. They did not go up to help him either. The situation was already very clear. Xianye's death was only a matter of time. Ho Wudi even contacted all over the world and had all the satellites aimed at this place. The battle was being broadcast in real time. He wanted to show all humans, the demon race was not invincible. A genius of our human race was killing a demon lord alone. For a moment, the global crowd surged. Chu Feng's battle appeared on satellite television everywhere. On the screen, the four seas roared, a huge wave surged, saber lights and sword shadows. The originally awe-inspiring power of nature was completely overshadowed by the slightly thin young man in the middle of the image. One slash to cut through the waves, one slash to break the demon sword. The surviving humans everywhere looked at the screen without blinking. They were extremely excited. This was the guardian of humanity, so powerful. Even the demon lord was no longer his match at this moment. All humans firmly believed Chu Feng would definitely be able to lead everyone to completely defeat the demon race and return peace to the entire human race. The battle continued. After all, Lin Yi was a peak rank and the prince of the demon race. He was not easy to kill. However, under Chu Feng's relentless pursuit, Lin Yi's sword had been severed. Even his right hand that was holding the sword had been severed by Chu Feng, and his arm bones were exposed. Blood gushed out from the deep wound on his chest. One could vaguely see his shattered internal organs. Lin Yi's face turned even paler. At this moment, he was worse than a beggar. At that moment, no one pitied him. They only felt great. In order to gather the essence of the star domain to open the Stargate, this demon lord had slaughtered countless humans. At this moment, he was finally going to repay his debt. Even Ho Wudi and the others could not help but clench their fists in excitement. But just as everyone was celebrating, no one noticed. Behind the crowd, Kunlun's members were looking at Lin Yi's miserable state. The Grand Supreme Elder's expression changed. It was not worry, but there was no joy. His attitude was rather strange. From time to time, he would look at Lin Sr. It was as if he was asking something. However, Lin Sin remained expressionless. There was no response, however. A pair of bottomless black eyes were staring fixedly at Chu Feng. He frowned slightly. There was some doubt in his eyes. He muttered to himself in a voice that only he could hear. Why does Chu Feng have a trace of Dao aura? Furthermore, the quality is extremely high. It's the true aura of the great Dao. They disappeared previously. They must have gone to the Stargate. Stargate. The Starlight God Dynasty's treasure ground. A treasure that can contain such a great Dao aura. Could it be the 9 Revolutions heavenly Dao lamp that has stood for countless years? No. Impossible. Back then, even someone like Master could not take away that treasure. How can it be obtained by this group of little fellows? Then why is it? Lin Sin ignored the Grand Supreme Elder beside him. He knew what the Grand Supreme Elder wanted to ask. It was probably whether to save Lin Yi or not. But in his opinion, it did not matter. It did not matter whether Lin Yi died or not. He had no obligation to save him. Furthermore, his identity might be exposed if he were to save the guy. At this stage, it was not time for him to reveal himself yet. It was not a good thing to expose himself to everyone beforehand. Furthermore, he might be targeted by the Divine Star. It would be difficult to plan for the future. This price was not small. Most importantly, why did he sense a trace of Dao aura from Chu Feng? Lin Sen's gaze was solemn. This was very important to him. Treasures that contained Dao aura were all treasures. To experts who had stepped into the God realm, it was even more valuable. Whether it was recovering his strength or improving, it would be of great use. As for him, ever since he appeared and possessed this human body, he had been injured and his strength had never recovered. This was a huge hidden danger. It might affect his future plans. Does Chu Feng have a Dao treasure on him? Lin Sin kept thinking. He suddenly took a deep breath. If that was the case, he would have no choice but to take action. This temptation was too great. Recovering his strength, completely devouring the Kunlun ancestral stone, and connecting the deep pit, he might even be able to improve further with the help of the treasure. Then all the problems would be solved. The Earth God planet could be obtained effortlessly, with his strength at that time. So what if he was targeted by the Divine Star? He was completely fearless. There were too many benefits from obtaining a Dao treasure. Lin Sr. was tempted. Chapter 337, Betrayal. Grand Supreme Elder strikes. However, Lin Sin did not want to attack so rashly. At the very least, he had to figure it out first. Which treasure was it? Lin Sin was still pondering. If there is, what will it be? There are many treasures on the Starry Sky Golden ranking list, and there are also many treasures with Dao auras. Of course, a truly powerful Dao treasure requires too many points. With these little fellows' strength, they definitely won't be able to gather them. Linson was very sure, because he knew the difficulty of the Stargate assessment. It was not something some ranks could do, no matter how talented they were, because the further he progressed, the more ridiculous the difficulty. Even if one was only at the mortal stage, the foundation of one's opponent might be the spirit realm or even the profound connection realm. What was the point of fighting? As for whether it was the true 9 revolutions heavenly Dao lamp, without even thinking, Linson eliminated it. There was no other reason. Impossible, perhaps. This is it? Lin Sen's eyes lit up. He suddenly remembered in the Starry Sky Golden ranking list, there seemed to be a Dao treasure called the Spirit Lamp Phantom. It was born from the true 9 revolutions heavenly Dao lamp. Although it was only a shadow, it was still extremely precious, and the quality was extremely high. Most importantly, its price was very low. With Chu Feng's monstrous talent, it was very likely that he would succeed. It matched. Lin Sen's eyes lit up. After thinking about it, only the phantom of the first stage Spirit Lamp Phantom matched it. But we can't just attack rashly. What if it's not true? Then even if we kill everyone present, it's not worth it. Some ordinary Dao treasure isn't worth exposing us at this moment. Linson hesitated again. If only this battle lasted longer, I would have more time to distinguish. The reason for that was because Chu Feng was currently the owner of the Spirit Lamp Phantom. Every time he attacked, there was actually a trace of Dao essence. Those who were weak could not sense it at all. Even Chu Feng himself did not know. But to some old fellows, it was as clear as a light. However, it would take a long time to determine what it was. Unfortunately, Lin Yi was completely suppressed now. He might be killed soon. There was no time for him to sense it, perhaps. I can let the Grand Supreme Elder probe first. Linson pondered for a moment and made up his mind. Without hesitation, he sent a voice transmission to the Grand Supreme Elder beside him. Go up later and stall for time in the name of helping. Don't let Lin Yi die. The Grand Supreme Elder widened his eyes. Are we going to save him? However, Chu Feng's current strength has skyrocketed. Unless I reveal all my strength, I might be killed by him. Linson did not hesitate. Then just reveal all your strength. Just say that you just comprehended something and advanced. There won't be too many fluctuations when a martial artist breaks through to the profound connection realm. The Grand Supreme Elder was speechless. This reason was too fake. Even a 3-year-old child wouldn't believe it. Furthermore, Ho Wudi and the others were not fools. They could definitely guess that there was something wrong with him. What if they surrounded him? Even if his true strength had broken through to the S rank under the enhancement of this old monster, the humans were strong now. There was also the freak Chu Feng. The Grand Supreme Elder did not think that he had any advantage. Linson suddenly snorted, his voice sinister. Are you unwilling then? The Grand Supreme Elder trembled violently. Before he could speak, Linson's tone softened again as he said in a deep voice, don't worry, with me around, they won't be able to kill you. I'm only asking you to investigate Chu Feng. I'll take action later. Hearing this, the Grand Supreme Elder was suddenly shocked. Have you really decided? Once you're exposed, the soul of the Divine Star will completely lock onto you. At that time, it will be difficult to occupy the Kunlun ancestral stone again. Linson sneered. If I can really obtain that treasure this time, everything will be worth it. Go. It's best if you can kill Chu Feng and seize his storage space. Then, I won't have to expose myself. That would be the most perfect. As he spoke, Linson suddenly took a deep breath. There's a chance. You've been in the profound connection realm for quite some time. There's also the secret technique I taught you. Killing Chu Feng, who's barely comparable to an S rank, is completely possible. Remember, this time, even if you have to expose everything, it's worth it. The Grand Supreme Elder did not say anything else. He just kept chewing on Linson's words. Was it worth it to expose everything? Even if I expose my modified demonic body, there was really no turning back. Betrayal, he had completely betrayed humanity. The Grand Supreme Elder suddenly smiled sinisterly. What was the use of thinking about this now? Had he betrayed since a long time ago? From the moment he stopped the 3 sacred lands from sending their troops, he betrayed them. There was no turning back. With this thought in mind, the Grand Supreme Elder suddenly moved his feet. His body seemed to have transformed into a gray shadow. There was clearly no unnecessary action. He suddenly passed through Ho Wudi and the others. In fact, Ho Wudi and the others could not even react in time. Furthermore, The next moment, the Grand Supreme Elder extended his palm and slashed gently. A deep purple light flashed. The ceiling array formed by Luciana and the others had actually been torn open. The Grand Supreme Elder walked in easily. At this moment, Ho Wudi and the others finally reacted. He hurriedly roared, "Grand Supreme! What are you doing? Chu Feng wants to kill Xian Yi alone. Why are you going in?" As for the Grand Supreme Elder, he did not even turn around as he laughed loudly. "I merely wish to help little friend Chu Feng. It's better to be happy together. Xian Yi is the leader of the demon race's invasion of Earth. If we kill him, the golden ranking lists should reward us with a large number of points. Right? Little friend Chu Feng, aren't you a little too greedy to want to monopolize these points? Us old guys also need points to improve ourselves." At this moment, the Grand Supreme Elder still did not reveal his identity directly. Instead, he disguised himself as a greedy senior heavenly master. Although this behavior would be despised by the others, no one would suspect him. Greed was inevitable. The Grand Supreme Elder's words were believable. Furthermore, he had a grudge with Chu Feng to begin with. Back then, even his clone had been killed by Chu Feng. It was not surprising that he would do such a thing out of jealousy, as expected, although Ho Wudi and the others were furious. No one thought otherwise, they just kept shouting angrily, "Get out here!" The meaning of Chu Feng killing Xian Yi alone is not about points. It's about inspiring people. It's about boosting the morale of our human race. It's about telling the entire human race that demonic creatures can be killed. The Demon Prince can be killed. The Demon King can also be killed. It will break the fear of the demon race in the hearts of humans. It will establish the belief that we will win. This is something that no amount of points could buy. Besides, didn't you get enough points from the human-demon war? You've really embarrassed us older heavenly masters. Ho Wudi's furious roar echoed in the sky. Everyone was furious. However, Chu Feng merely glanced indifferently at the Grand Supreme Elder. An imperceptible smile appeared on his face. "Can't hold it in anymore? But are you the only one? This is getting more and more interesting." Chapter 338, Obstructing. Causing trouble, a smile appeared on Chu Feng's face. He had actually been waiting. He waited for the changes that might happen, and now, they were here. In the end, those from Kunlun could not hold back anymore. The Grand Supreme Elder had walked out. Was it to save Xian Yi? Chu Feng pondered. Not necessarily. Were the people of Kunlun related to the demon race? Not necessarily. Before this, Chu Feng even had a few chances to kill Xian Yi. However, at the last moment, Chu Feng deliberately held back to give them a chance to save him. He wanted to take the opportunity to deduce something from their attitude. A demon lord had a high status. If these people were related to the demon race, they would have chosen to save them. However, to Chu Feng's disappointment, they did not move, even their expressions did not change. This even made Chu Feng think that he misunderstood the Kunlun people, but now, the Grand Supreme Elder came. For a lousy reason, he forced his way into the Great Ceiling Formation. Yes, it was lousy, to Ho Wudi and the others. This reason might be valid. However, to Chu Feng, there were hundreds of loopholes. He had climbed the Kunlun Ancestral Stone and fought with Linsun, so he knew a lot about the truth. Greed. To the S-rank Grand Supreme Elder, the points for killing an A-rank Demon King were probably nothing. Yes, Chu Feng had already confirmed that Grand Supreme Elder was definitely a genuine S-rank. His figure flashed past everyone just then. Even Chu Feng could not do it. Chu Feng's battle power was comparable to an S-rank expert. In other aspects, he did not understand the methods of some S-rank experts. However, at this moment, Chu Feng still did not know what the Grand Supreme Elder's goal was. If he wanted to save Xian Yi, he should have made a move long ago. At that time, Xian Yi would still have the strength to resist. It would be easier to save him, unlike now, when he was beaten half to death. Whether it was easier to save an expert or a cripple, there was no doubt. However, the Grand Supreme Elder had arrived. What was his goal? Chu Feng was actually uncertain. Anyway, they were enemies and not friends. At that moment, Chu Feng did not expose him. He did not say a word. He just slashed at Xian Yi. This time, Chu Feng no longer held back. His attacks were incomparably ruthless. He was truly planning to kill Xian Yi on the spot. He wanted to see, in that case, how would the Grand Supreme Elder react. As expected, at the instant Chu Feng unleashed his blade, the Grand Supreme Elder suddenly chuckled and flashed. His figure actually appeared between Chu Feng and Xian Yi. He said loudly, "Little friend Chu Feng, killing a demon lord is an exciting matter. We old fellows would also like to participate." As he spoke, He suddenly slapped Shen Yi. His old palm had become extremely black, like the claws of a demon, with a monstrous evil aura. It looked like he was going to snatch the kill. As if by accident, the direction of the demonic claw shifted slightly, directly deflecting Chu Feng's demon slayer. It created a gap for Shen Yi to dodge. Shen Yi was overjoyed, although he did not know why. His life was more important now. He suddenly raised his breath and dodged Chu Feng's fatal slash. But at this moment, the demonic claws had already arrived. Shen Yi could not dodge no matter what, he could only take it head on. Boom, everyone saw Shen Yi being sent flying. However, Shen Yi, who was sent flying, did not seem to have suffered any serious injuries. Instead, his eyes lit up. What happened to that palm just now? Not only was it not harmful, but it also contained a pure life force to heal me? Grand Supreme Elder, what are you doing? Ares also frowned and berated him. Although they were not strong, it did not mean that they were stupid. The Grand Supreme Elder's actions were too strange. It seemed like he wanted to kill Shen Yi, but in reality, he was restraining Chu Feng. Shen Yi also stopped flying. He looked at the pitch-black claw mark on his chest. He was puzzled. That claw just now, why? Why did he feel like it contained a trace of demonic aura, and the quality was extremely high? Even the demonic aura he cultivated was not as pure as that palm. It couldn't be wrong. Shen Yi was very sure. After all, he was the son of the Demon Emperor and was quite familiar with things related to demons. But wasn't the Grand Supreme Elder a human? He had never had any contact with the Grand Supreme Elder. Shen Yi knew very well, he had indeed secretly sent people to contact the three sacred lands, hoping to lure them over. After all, the three sacred lands had refused to fight. Shen Yi had thought that there was a chance. However, the envoys sent to the Penglai Immortal Realm and Mount Longhu were killed by the people from the two sacred lands. Clearly, they had no intention of betraying humanity. It was just that they did not send any troops. The envoy sent to the Kunlun sacred land had returned alive, but the other party did not let the envoy in at all. The envoy had not even seen them, let alone tried to rope them in. Therefore, Shen Yi and the Grand Supreme Elder had never interacted. But at this moment, why did he feel that this Grand Supreme Elder was like a demon? Could it be some trick of his father? But there was no need for father to hide it from him. Shen Yi was puzzled, but clearly, it was a good thing for him. Perhaps he wouldn't have to die, because the Grand Supreme Elder in front of him was very powerful. He was a true S-rank expert. With the help of such an expert, perhaps he really had a chance to escape. At the thought of this, Shen Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked at Chu Feng, who had slashed at him without saying a word. Terrified, he hurriedly knocked into the Grand Supreme Elder not far away. As expected, the Grand Supreme Elder did not disappoint him. He stood in front of Chu Feng again. He blocked this slash. It was as if he was certain that Chu Feng would not dare to kill him. He sneered in his heart. Under the global live broadcast, do you dare to attack me directly? I just participated in the battle between the human and demon races. I am a hero to humanity. I have a valid reason. I'm a fellow human. Before I'm completely exposed, do you dare to kill me in front of so many people? That would only cause a global uproar. It will make everyone think that you, Chu Feng, are just a selfish fellow. A man without any tolerance, a man who's unwilling to give even 1 point to others. In that case, Chu Feng's reputation as the guardian of humanity will be damaged. The Grand Supreme Elder was smug. He felt that he had grasped Chu Feng's lifeline. Another seemingly violent palm struck towards Shen Yi. However, it only sent Shen Yi flying again. He said regretfully, Little friend Chu Feng, I'm really sorry. I'm old and my strength has decreased greatly. He escaped again. Little friend, you won't blame me, right? The Grand Supreme Elder had thought that Chu Feng would be furious. Surprisingly, Chu Feng said indifferently. His expression did not even change. It's fine. It's because that Demon Lord is too cunning. Senior Grand Supreme is so enthusiastic. How can I disappoint Senior's good intentions? Ha, that's good, that's good. Then let's kill this demon together. The Grand Supreme Elder laughed loudly. He attacked again. Behind him, Chu Feng slashed out again as if he did not care. However, the Grand Supreme Elder in front had been deliberately blocking the path of the Demon Slayer, but this time, Chu Feng's blade did not seem to be aimed at Shen Yi. Chapter 339, Unexpected. Follow me to kill the demons. The battle continued. The Grand Supreme Elder and Chu Feng charged towards Shen Yi one after another. At this moment, the strength displayed by the Grand Supreme Elder was also at the ultimate A rank. Although everyone was puzzled by the Grand Supreme Elder's sudden increase in strength, they did not think of him as a traitor. They just thought that he was blinded by greed. The battle between the human and demon races had been so intense, and the Grand Supreme Elder had even been holding back a PK-ranked Demon King. If the Grand Supreme Elder was really a traitor, he could have just charged towards the humans with the many Demon Kings of the demon race. In the situation when humans were walking on a tightrope, the final outcome might even be rewritten. Therefore, everyone was only furious that the Grand Supreme Elder had embarrassed the older generation of Heavenly Masters, but no one thought too much about it. The Grand Supreme Elder was certain that no matter how displeased Chu Feng was, he would not dare to attack him directly. He had caused trouble time and time again. To stall for time, he just had to fulfill Lin Sen's request. As for the exposure Lin Sen had mentioned, if he could avoid it, why would he? Yi and Lin Sen were only business partners. He needed to borrow Lin Sen's strength to achieve some of his goals. It was not like he was completely obedient to Lin Sen's orders. According to some of his plans, now was not the time to expose himself. If he could take this opportunity to save Shenya's life and form a good relationship with him, he might be able to obtain some benefits in the future. The Grand Supreme Elder's plan was not bad, and it was progressing smoothly. Wasn't it obvious that Chu Feng's attacks were completely restrained by him? Although many human experts were dissatisfied, no one attacked him. That was enough. But just as the Grand Supreme Elder was feeling smug, he felt a sharp blade behind him. Did Chu Feng attack again? Useless. I won't let you kill Shen Yi. What a waste of effort, the Grand Supreme Elder thought mockingly. The next moment, however, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. The reason for that was because he had clearly completely blocked Chu Feng's path of attack. According to what Chu Feng had done earlier, he should have helplessly retracted his Demon Slayer. This time, the Grand Supreme Elder was puzzled to discover that the speed of the blade did not decrease at all, and it was even more powerful than before. It was getting closer and closer with a sharp aura. What was going on? The Grand Supreme Elder was puzzled. He subconsciously turned around. The next moment, his hair stood on end. He could not help but exclaim, Chu Feng, what? What are you doing? Chu Feng's Demon Slayer was actually slashing straight at his back. There was nothing tricky about it. He did not hold back at all. The power of a million undead army completely enhanced him. The dragon soul on the Demon Slayer roared. This was completely an S-rank attack. The Grand Supreme Elder's expression changed drastically. Normally, if he were to go all out, he would not be afraid of Chu Feng's attack. This time, he had been too careless. He felt that even if Chu Feng was dissatisfied, he would not attack him directly. After all, his identity had not been exposed. He just seemed a little greedy, but the Grand Supreme Elder had never expected this. Chu Feng was actually ruthless to such an extent. He had only stopped him from killing Shen Yi a few times. This guy actually planned to kill him too. Chu Feng, how dare you? Aren't you afraid of being scolded by the entire world? Aren't you afraid that it will damage your reputation? The Grand Supreme Elder did not know. Chu Feng actually already knew about him and Lin Sr. Therefore, he subconsciously made a wrong judgment. As a result, he was not on guard at all. Now, looking at the fatal sword that was already within reach, he could no longer dodge. This scene also shocked everyone around. Ho Wudi and the others widened their eyes. They looked at Chu Feng and the Grand Supreme Elder in disbelief. Why was there suddenly internal strife? The Grand Supreme Elder was indeed unbearable, but he did not deserve to die. His contribution in the battle just now was considered a meritorious deed. Chu Feng was going to kill him the moment he arrived. Just as everyone was stunned, Chu Feng's Demon Slayer slashed down without hesitation. His expression was calm. There was a trace of mockery in his eyes. If he had not known the background of the Grand Supreme Elder and the others, Chu Feng would not have been able to do anything. Even if he had a personal grudge with the Grand Supreme Elder, he should not kill him. However, Chu Feng knew very well, regardless of whether the old fellow in Lin Sen's body was a demon, the Grand Supreme Elder, who was in cahoots with Lin Sen, could not be a good person. In that case, who cares what your goal is? Kill him directly. I want to see if Lin Sen will save you. The Demon Slayer roared and slashed down. Unable to resist in time, the Grand Supreme Elder's gaze was extremely complicated. He could only choose to use his body to withstand it. Boom! Wild waves were rising everywhere. A mighty roar filled the sky. Chu Feng's full-strength attack was comparable to that of an S-rank expert. Even the heavens and earth had a huge hole. Logically speaking, the Grand Supreme Elder's strength would definitely not be able to withstand it. There would definitely be no bones left. But as the dust settled, under everyone's shocked gazes, the Grand Supreme Elder was still standing in midair. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. A bull-sized wound could be seen on his back. The clothes on his upper body were shattered. Under his clothes, his skin was as black as iron. It was filled with an evil aura. It did not look like a human. This scene stunned everyone. This aura. Demon. It's a demon. Ho Wudi was extremely shocked. the Grand Supreme Elder had been a human. So how could he have such a powerful demonic body? In an instant, everyone reacted. Betrayal. Grand Supreme Elder had betrayed humanity, he had become a demon. The Grand Supreme Elder also looked helpless, his face was pale, he looked at the still expressionless Chu Feng. He sighed, "You're really something. I had no intention of exposing myself. I was just blocking your way. Why were you trying to kill me? If I hadn't already refined a mystic demon body, I would have been killed by you just now. Even so, I was severely injured. You're too ruthless." Chu Feng sneered, he could not be bothered to answer, he had not expected this fellow's physical defense to be so strong. He had thought that he could kill him directly, but it was good now, he had just severely injured this guy. Perhaps it wouldn't be too troublesome to kill him. However, Chu Feng did not underestimate the Grand Supreme Elder, he was a true S-rank expert, especially an old one who had lived for countless years. Who knew if he still had any trump cards? Chu Feng could not be too careful. He released the half-spirit demon Venerable, the ancestral dragon, and the other pet beasts. After all, they were not weak. He looked at the Grand Supreme Elder in front of him. He couldn't be bothered to waste his breath. He ordered everyone, "The Grand Supreme Elder has become a demon and betrayed humanity. He should be killed for abandoning humans and gods. Everyone, get into formation and follow me to kill the demons." Chu Feng's voice spread in all directions. Before anyone could react, he charged out crazily again, "Kill Lin Sen's minion first, let's see if he'll make a move." Chapter 340, Heaven Ascension Divine Master. After Chu Feng had spoken those words, Ho Wudi and the others reacted. Although it was still unbelievable, they still acted immediately. The Grand Supreme Elder was a demon, then killed the demon. In an instant, all the human heavenly masters present erupted with their auras at the same time. They formed some simple array formations. The commotion shook the heavens. Under Ho Wudi's lead, they could restrain the Grand Supreme Elder to the greatest extent. On the other side, the half-spirit demon Venerable and the ancestral dragon were also interfering. Nearly 50 grade A experts attacked with all their might. Of course, the main force was still Chu Feng. Every slash from Chu Feng could bring great pressure to the Grand Supreme Elder. At this moment, he was frantically suppressing the Grand Supreme Elder. The saber shadows overlapped like waves. The explosions continued. Under the siege of all the top experts of humanity, for a moment, the Grand Supreme Elder could not even fight back. He could only rely on the speed of a great S expert to dodge. He had just been ambushed by Chu Feng. His injuries were indeed not light. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a sorry state. His expression was extremely gloomy. He subconsciously glanced at Lin Sen, who was behind the crowd. It was as if he was asking again, "Have I delayed enough? Are you still not going to make a move?" However, he realized that Lin Sen was still expressionless and completely ignored his gaze. He merely stared at Chu Feng the entire time with a hint of excitement in his eyes. In order not to be suspected, at this moment, Lin Sen was also among the crowd surrounding the Grand Supreme Elder. It was just that his performance was average and he showed the strength of a high-level A. No one paid attention, there was no response. The Grand Supreme Elder's expression turned even uglier. It seemed like he had to continue stalling, but he was seriously injured. Under the siege of Chu Feng and the others, he was already somewhat powerless. If this continued, it was even possible that he would be killed by Chu Feng, unless he used the secret technique of the demon race that Lin Sen had taught him. But the Grand Supreme Elder knew very well, if he used that secret technique too many times, he might be completely controlled by Lin Sen and become his puppet. This was something the Grand Supreme Elder was unwilling to do. In an instant, many thoughts flashed across the Grand Supreme Elder's mind. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at Lin Sen casually. "You haven't made a move, perhaps. You're thinking the same. Secret techniques could not be used easily. He could not be trapped to death by them. Fight and run." The Grand Supreme Elder instantly made a decision. Chu Feng's demon slayer was already right before his eyes. This time, the Grand Supreme Elder did not choose to dodge. He looked around. His gaze suddenly locked onto Lu Xiener and the others not far away. This group of young A ranks were the weakest in terms of strength. The strongest, Lu Xiener, was only a high-level A rank. To break out of the encirclement, he naturally had to choose the weakest point when the time was right. He adjusted the angle. The Grand Supreme Elder had even taken Chu Feng's slash head-on. The backlash made him vomit blood, but the Grand Supreme Elder did not care. With the help of this slash, his speed actually soared again. He used his demonic body to shatter the great ceiling formation of Lu Xiener and the others. Escape. Before he left, his arm suddenly expanded and grabbed Lin Yi, who had been following him closely. This demon lord might still be useful at critical moments. He could not let him die yet. Lin Sen did not care about Lin Yi's life. but he cared. This guy represented the Demon Emperor. If he could get involved with the Demon Emperor in the future, he might have a chance to escape from Lin Sen's control. At the very least, he could make Lin Sen more afraid. The Grand Supreme Elder was also worried that Lin Sen would kill him. After all, the two of them were just working together. He coveted the power that Lin Sen had given him. Lin Sen needed to use him to occupy the Kunlun Ancestral Stone, but if Lin Sen's plan succeeded, he might just get rid of him. He had to find a way out for himself. As he pondered, the Grand Supreme Elder led Xian Yi and began to flee frantically toward land. The sea was too empty and there was no cover at all. On land, he might still be able to fight, chase them. Chu Feng's expression was calm. He was not angry because the Grand Supreme Elder and Xian Yi had escaped. He did not seem to care. He recalled the undead army and took the lead. He quickly gave chase. Behind him, Ho Wudi and the others hurriedly followed. Fight and chase, Chu Feng was the fastest. During this period of time, he became more familiar with the blazing wings of the sky. He was much faster. With the help of chasing light, he even surpassed the speed of sound by 2,000 times. This was almost the limit of an A rank. Even if the Grand Supreme Elder who was frantically fleeing ahead was slightly faster than Chu Feng, he would not be much faster. Furthermore, he had someone with him. From time to time, Chu Feng would catch up to them. The saber flashed. A great battle. This caused the Grand Supreme Elder's injuries to worsen. Of course, during the pursuit, Chu Feng was unable to obtain the support of the undead army, causing his strength to decrease greatly. The threat to the Grand Supreme Elder was much smaller. Just like that, they fought and chased. They were all experts. Soon, they crossed the ocean. They actually returned to the 4 northern islands again, on the ground. Countless human soldiers looked up at the sky. After defeating the demon army, they had yet to evacuate, but through the satellite television, he knew what had happened. He looked at the battle in midair. They silently wished for their guardian god. At that moment, it was as if he had accumulated enough strength. Chu Feng's speed suddenly soared. The blazing wings of the sky were trembling as if it could collapse at any moment. He instantly caught up to the Grand Supreme Elder. He even ran in front of the Grand Supreme Elder. He did not waste any time. Using the instant he had snatched, he summoned the undead army. He suddenly unleashed his full strength. Chu Feng slashed out with all his might. However, his target this time was Xian Yi. At that moment, the sky was shattering. The spatial rift flickered. It was as if it wanted to devour someone. Seeing Chu Feng's slash, the Grand Supreme Elder's expression suddenly changed drastically. If Chu Feng were to slash at him, his demonic body was extremely powerful, so he was not afraid. However, Chu Feng seemed to have seen through his thoughts. It actually slashed directly at Xian Yi. The Grand Supreme Elder knew very well that although he was very strong, he was actually only an initial stage S rank. It was similar to Chu Feng. If Chu Feng was determined to kill Xian Yi first, he really had no choice. He looked at the dazzling saber beam streaking across the sky. The Grand Supreme Elder suddenly sighed helplessly. Forget it, forget it. It's just a temporary use. It shouldn't be a big deal, right? Your Highness Xian Yi. In order to save you, I paid a considerable price, he said to Xian Yi. The next moment, the Grand Supreme Elder's eyes suddenly turned pitch black. Raging demonic flames suddenly erupted from his body. The world was trembling. An inhuman roar came from his mouth. It was like a roar from hell. Demon God, descend. Before he could finish his sentence, the Grand Supreme Elder's body suddenly began to expand. From his original normal human height, he suddenly soared to 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, and 10,000 feet. He stepped on the ground and looked up at the sky. He had almost completely transformed into a demon. Demonic flames surged into the sky. His face seemed to have changed. It was an extremely evil but handsome face. Beside him, Xian Yi saw this face. He was suddenly stunned. His eyes were filled with shock. His face turned red. He subconsciously exclaimed, This is the Heaven Ascension Divine Master? How is this possible? Chapter 341, Change. Demon Giant. Lin Sen strikes, the sky-connecting Divine Master, the greatest leader of the legendary demon race. In ancient times, he led the demon race to fight against all the races. Sweeping through all directions, he had killed countless races. He was supreme in the world. Even the powerful ancient humans were also crippled by him in the end. Even several Master God experts had been killed. This was a god that everyone in the demon race respected. Even the current demon emperor was a loyal believer of the sky-connecting Divine Master. Not to mention Xian Yi. He almost knelt down. At this moment, Xian Yi was in disbelief. Why could the Grand Supreme Elder summon the sky-connecting Divine Master? Who taught him this secret technique? such means had long dissipated with the final battle in ancient times. Not even the demon emperor had it. On the other side, the humans were also shocked by the scene before them. Just as Howody and the others caught up, it suddenly occurred to them that they couldn't float. The powerful pressure actually pressed everyone to the ground. The demon giant before them merely waved his hand and extinguished Chu Feng's all-out attack. The difference was too great, not to mention anything else. From the power displayed by this demon giant, it could easily sweep through the entire earth. At this moment, the demon giant emitted monstrous demonic flames. The night instantly began to spread, almost invading the entire earth. Chu Feng's gaze turned sharp. Was this the legendary Heaven Ascension Demon Master, the guy who killed you? Was he planning to invade Earth directly? Although he did not know what would happen if Earth was enveloped by this pitch-black demonic flames, it was obvious that it was definitely not something good. This was a little difficult, Chu Feng muttered to himself. He had not expected this to happen. He had thought that Lin Sen would make a move. Was he going to use his final trump card now? What about Lin Sen's threat? But if he ignored it and Earth was really enveloped by the night, who knew what would happen? This Heaven Ascension Demon Master had ended the existence of ancient humans, although it might only be a trace of his spiritual will or a projection of power that had been summoned by the Grand Supreme Elder. It still could not be underestimated. Chu Feng's mind raced. Just when Chu Feng was unable to make a decision, suddenly, under everyone's shocked gazes, the 10 golden ranking lists, which seemed to be in another dimension, suddenly erupted with an extremely dazzling golden light. It was as if it had sensed an aura that it hated. The golden ranking lists had actually activated on their own. An extremely dazzling golden light instantly enveloped the world. All the darkness illuminated by the golden light suddenly began to melt like snow. The golden light became even more dazzling. The darkness was also retreating. It instantly forced all the black light back into the demon giant's body. However, the golden ranking list still refused to give up. As if they were enraged, the golden light even enveloped the demon giant. It was as if he had been burned by flames. The demon giant suddenly let out a miserable scream. White smoke rose from above. Suddenly, as if he was possessed, he covered his head with his huge palm. It was extremely painful. A sharp voice came from the demon giant. It was the Grand Supreme Elder's voice. Almost done for. Get out. Don't even think about controlling me. After being burned by the golden light, it was as if the Grand Supreme Elder was given a chance to break free. The Grand Supreme Elder hurriedly removed the secret technique. Its huge demon body began to shrink. At this moment, it was the Grand Supreme Elder's consciousness. Fear filled his eyes. Previously, when he used this secret technique, he only felt that his consciousness was a little blurry. This had never happened before. Why did such a change happen this time? He really felt that his consciousness had almost completely dissipated. If not for the golden light enveloping him and severely injuring his demon body, he would really be finished. He seemed to have thought of something. The Grand Supreme Elder suddenly stared fixedly at Lin Sen. It's you, Lin Sen. He must be behind this. He was the one who had imparted this secret technique. Was it a scheme? The Grand Supreme Elder was furious. He thought that he had treated Lin Sen well. In fact, he had even saved this old fellow. However, Lin Sen had only regarded him as a container to summon a god. If Lin Sen really succeeded, he would completely become his puppet and never be able to reincarnate. He became even more furious. Since you're heartless, don't blame me for being heartless. The Grand Supreme Elder planned to expose Lin Sen's identity, but before he could speak, in the crowd, the inconspicuous Lin Sen suddenly spoke. For a moment, the wind and clouds moved together, and lightning flashed. The golden ranking lists seemed to have changed. However, Lin Sen ignored them all. He merely looked coldly at the Grand Supreme Elder. Sigh. I told you to kill Chu Feng with all your might, but why didn't you listen? Why must you save a piece of trash from the demon race? Why do you always want to leave yourself a way out? Initially, I worked well with you. You're an obedient dog, but you shouldn't have disobeyed your master's orders. Therefore, what's the point of keeping you alive? You should feel honored to use your demonic body to summon the great demon master. Unfortunately, I didn't expect that the replica of the Starry Sky Golden ranking list of the human race would reject the aura of the demon master so much. It has spoiled my plan. But it doesn't matter. I'll just do it myself. The outcome won't change. Lin Sen's voice echoed throughout the entire place. The surrounding human heavenly masters were shocked. They all scattered. Lin Sen, Howoody's face was cold. Can't you tell? He's not Lin Sen. The real Lin Sen has probably been possessed long ago. Unknowingly, Kunlun has completely fallen. How terrifying. Of course, it's also related to the traitor, the Grand Supreme Elder. Lin Yi only smiled faintly. He stepped on the ground, he walked forward step by step. With every step he took, his aura would increase by several times. The aura of a high grade A instantly changed. PK. Ultimate A. The next moment, it soared again, S rank. But this did not seem to be the end. Lin Yi's aura was like a rocket. It continued to soar, there was no end. At a certain moment, it seemed to have completely exceeded the scope of the S rank. It had reached an unimaginable level. Crack. Crack. As Lin Yi continued walking, the world could not help but shatter. In this world that had yet to fully recover, it was as if it could not carry such an expert at this moment. Tiny spatial cracks appeared around Lin Sr., but they could not hurt him at all. At this moment, Lin Yi's aura was not inferior to that of the demon giant just now. In fact, it was even better. Phew. I've been suppressed for too long and my injuries are too serious. Until today, I've only recovered to the heaven martial realm. However, it's enough to deal with a group of little fellows who aren't even at the profound connection realm. I really miss the days when I followed the demon master and roamed the world. Countless years have passed. I wonder if anyone in this world still remembers us. As he spoke, Lin Yi seemed to sigh. He could not help but look at Xin Yi, who was stunned. He chuckled, "Little devil, is that little fellow Asmodeus all right?" The moment he finished, Xin Yi was completely stunned. A torrential wave suddenly rose in his heart. Very few people knew Asmodeus. It was his father, the demon emperor's real name. Who is this guy? Chapter 342, 9 Divine Guards. Xin Yi was shocked. He looked at the ordinary young man in disbelief. Ever since his father ascended the throne and became the emperor of the entire demon race, countless years had passed. No one had ever dared to call his father by his name. The demon emperor's power was extraordinary. He had long become a god and had a long lifespan. As for how long the demon emperor had lived, Xin Yi actually did not know. He was only his father's son born in the past 100 years. However, the person in front of him not only knew the demon emperor's name, but also called him little fellow. The meaning behind this was too terrifying. This might be an ancient demon expert from countless years ago. He was even his father's senior. At the thought of this, Xin Yi suddenly bowed in fear and trepidation. "Senior. Father is fine. Thank you for your concern." Lin Yi sighed when he heard that. Time has passed, and in the blink of an eye, the world has changed. I didn't expect that the naughty child back then had already become the emperor of the demon race. Time is really a terrifying thing. As he spoke, Lin Yi's young face suddenly twisted as he said hatefully, "If it weren't for those detestable humans, how could we have fallen to this state? That damned Ming. One of the 10 great master gods. Even if he's already dead, he has to use his body as a formation and his bloodline as a cage to suppress us for countless years. Damn it! Damn it!" It was as if he had recalled many unbearable memories. Lin Yi was a little unstable. However, the next moment, Lin Yi suddenly smiled. It was as if he had not vented so freely in countless years. At this moment, he seemed a little crazy. TSK. That Ming probably didn't expect that even though he sacrificed himself to suppress the Abyssal Passage and our Heaven Ascension Divine Guards, in the end, it would be his descendants who unsealed us and even cooperated with us. He abandoned the glory of his ancestors and betrayed the human race. If Ming finds out, he will probably be so angry that he will come back to life. On the other side, the Grand Supreme Elder's expression was extremely gloomy. He knew very well that Lin Yi was talking about him, the master of the Kunlun sacred region, but he chose to cooperate with his old enemy and betrayed humanity. The human ancestors had given him a pure bloodline. However, he used the power of these bloodlines to tear a hole in the seal. He had unsealed the demon. He even offered the Kunlun sacred region. However, Grand Supreme Elder never expected that even. Though he had done his best to serve the demon, in the end, he was abandoned like a pet. Damn it. The Grand Supreme Elder was furious. There was even a trace of regret in his heart, but there was no medicine for regret in this world. If he betrayed them, he would never be able to go back. Everyone had to pay for their mistakes. At this moment, the Grand Supreme Elder was sandwiched between humans and demons, but no one pitied him. He deserved it. He deserved it. If not for him, these demons would not have been released. Because of his selfish desires, he did not know how much harm it would bring to humans. In fact, humans would completely perish. Xin Yi could not be bothered with the Grand Supreme Elder beside him. He now knew what the Grand Supreme Elder was thinking. He must have sensed that Lin Yi was up to no good. He wanted to find himself another backer. However, even if such a fellow who could easily betray his race joined him, would he dare to take him, a slave with 3 masters? What if he backstabbed him again one day? As for the Grand Supreme Elder saving him once, TSK, I didn't beg him to save me. It was ridiculous to talk to the demon race about this. Furthermore, after listening to Lin Xin, Xian Yi had already vaguely guessed his identity. If it was really as he had guessed, then this person's status would be high. Even his father would have to respect him as a disciple. How could he, Xian Yi, dare to offend an expert like Lin Xin for a small fry like the Grand Supreme Elder? The next moment, Xian Yi looked at Lin Xin excitedly and suddenly said, "Senior, are you one of the so-called demon god envoys beside the Heaven Ascension Divine Master, also known as the 9 Divine Guards?" Lin Xin had mentioned the Divine Guards just now. Xian Yi instantly thought of this name. Those were the 9 super experts who had followed the Divine Master to conquer the world back then. They were also the sky-connecting Divine Master's trusted aides. Could this senior in front of him be one of them? Xian Yi's eyes glowed with anticipation. If that was the case, wouldn't the Earth God planet be in the hands of the demon race? To be honest, Xian Yi did not understand. Since this senior from the demon race was so powerful, why was he willing to watch the demon race's army be destroyed by humans instead of making a move? It was as if he had seen through Xian Yi's thoughts. Lin Xin smiled faintly. I didn't expect that after so many years, there would still be someone who remembers us. Your guess is right. I am Yarrow, the 9th Divine Guard. Are you wondering why I didn't attack just now but only watched as the demon army died at the hands of humans? Before Xian Yi could respond, Lin Xin, or rather, Yarrow, said calmly, originally, even if the entire demon army died, or even if you died, I wouldn't make a move. What I want to do is far more important than a prince. Once I make a move, I will be exposed. These weak humans are nothing now. No matter how monstrous that Chu Feng is, in my eyes, he is only a slightly larger ant. It's just that. At this point, Yarrow suddenly looked at the 10 golden ranking lists floating quietly in the sky with a complicated expression. However, its existence makes me afraid to act rashly. Back then, the 10 great master gods of humanity had some means. They fused the soul of the divine star into the golden ranking lists and produced some miraculous changes. They hate our auras the most. Once our strength exceeds a certain limit, we will be targeted by the golden ranking lists. We will be suppressed. This is a huge problem. Just like the Divine Master's trace of power projection just now. We can't take the lead yet. This will greatly affect my future plans. Xian Yi understood and did not resent anything. In the world of demons, such things were very common. If they could achieve the goal of the strong by sacrificing the weak, the demon race would not hesitate to kill their own people. Furthermore, Xian Yi had no right to be dissatisfied. However, he became even more curious. Since the consequences of exposing his identity were so serious, why did he choose to come out at this moment? Don't say it's meant to save him. Even Xian Yi himself did not believe it. The demon race was heartless. At that moment, Yarrow turned his gaze to Chu Feng, who had been silent the entire time. But the appearance of a treasure changed my mind. Xian Yi was also smart and instantly came to a realization. Senior, are you talking about the spirit lamp phantom? A sharp glint flashed across Yarrow's eyes. Out of the blue, he grinned. As expected, it's this treasure. If I have it, so what if I'm targeted by the golden ranking lists? Chu Feng, give it to me. Chapter 343, Bewitching. Disguise. Toy, there was a hint of bewitchment in Yarrow's tone. The demonic aura on his body began to boil. A faint black light appeared in the world, but it was very restrained. It was unlike the demon giant that tried to invade the entire world just now. It merely surrounded Yarrow. It seeped toward Chu Feng. Therefore, there was only a flash of golden light on the golden ranking lists, but no golden light curtain erupted again. It seemed to be still trying to distinguish something. This level of demonic aura was still unable to stimulate it to erupt. Yarrow seemed to know where the boundaries were. He did not cross the line. In any case, any heavenly martial realm expert was in existence that humans could not contend against now. That was the equivalent of a human SS rank. Even in his previous life, this had never been a height that humans had reached. Yarrow kept controlling the bewitching power to attack Chu Feng. If he could bewitch Chu Feng, it would be much easier to obtain the spirit lamp phantom. Furthermore, he could have another talented servant. Even if Chu Feng's potential would decrease if he was controlled by him, he would still far surpass most geniuses. Even though he had followed the Divine Master for many years and seen countless geniuses, he still felt that Chu Feng's talent was incomparably monstrous. This was a fellow who could even compare to the Divine Master. Since he had appeared this time, He would completely eliminate this scourge for the demon race. It would be perfect if he could control him. Therefore, Yarrow was especially concerned about this. The bewitching power grew stronger. Colorful illusory lights surged into Chu Feng's body. As for Chu Feng, he seemed to be completely unaware. There was no resistance at all. He stood rooted to the ground like a wooden man. Yarrow was overjoyed. This idiot. He's actually so bold. He doesn't know that I'm the god of desire under the divine master. I'm best at bewitching people. Looks like I'll have to enslave a peerless genius without any effort this time. Yarrow was extremely excited. He was not boasting. He was already good at bewitching people, even though his strength was far from recovered. In his opinion, with his current strength, wouldn't it be easy to bewitch a little fellow who was only at the mortal stage? Beside him, Luciana and the others also felt the danger. They were extremely nervous. They could not help but shout, "Chu Feng! Dodge!" Ho Wudi and Sister Hong exchanged glances, their eyes filled with anxiety. The crowd did not understand why Chu Feng did not dodge. Furthermore, he had been silent since the beginning. Even though Lin Xin had been exposed, Chu Feng merely watched quietly. There were no words. There was not even the slightest change in his emotions. What was he doing? No one knew. However, looking at the current Chu Feng, he seemed to be frowning. He looked like he was in pain. Could it be that he was really unable to withstand the corrosion of Yarrow? No way. Chu Feng was the hope of all mankind. Could he be enslaved just like that? But everyone knew that this time around, Chu Feng was facing an extremely terrifying opponent. They could not help but feel even more worried. Chu Feng! Wake up! Chu Feng! Hang in there! Boss! Don't sleep! The urgent calls of the human experts made Yarrow feel that he was about to succeed in enslaving them. As long as he worked harder, Yarrow could not help but work harder. But as time passed, however, Yarrow felt that something was amiss. It continued to transmit its bewitching power to Chu Feng. Even he felt a little exhausted. However, why was Chu Feng still the same as before? The expression on his face became even more ferocious, but it was useless. Yarrow did not feel any sense of success at all. The bewitching power he injected was like a stone sinking into the ocean. It did not cause any ripples. Why was that? Yarrow was extremely puzzled. Although he did not understand what had happened, due to the caution of the strong, Yarrow subconsciously weakened the output of the bewitching power. Before Yarrow could figure out the situation, on the other side, the ferocious expression on Chu Feng's face suddenly disappeared. It was as if everything before was just everyone's imagination. Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes were filled with regret. He sighed, his voice was shocking. Sigh. Why did you stop at the critical moment? You're really useless. To everyone's shock. At that moment, Chu Feng did not look like a slave at all. The painful struggle earlier was actually all fake by Chu Feng. Yarrow was shocked. He suddenly shouted angrily, "Damn it! Are you tricking me?" Chu Feng merely smiled lightly. Tricking you? Aren't you the one who wanted to do it? If you want to enslave me, how can you not put in more effort? A cold glint flashed across Yarrow's eyes. He seemed to have thought of something. He said sinisterly, "Did you absorb all my bewitching power? Or did you destroy it? How did you do it?" Although ordinary people definitely could not do it, Yarrow did not dare to underestimate Chu Feng. This genius might really have a way to resist his bewitching power. Otherwise, it shouldn't be like this. The amount of energy he had invested was enough to enslave a true profound connection realm expert. However, Chu Feng acted as if nothing had happened. This did not make sense. Chu Feng looked at the puzzled Yarrow. He only sneered. He could not be bothered to answer. Enslave him? How laughable. Chu Feng knew his situation very well. Firstly, his will was extremely tenacious. After experiencing hardships, his faith was eternal, and he had even condensed the Red Dragon battle soul. His will was unshakable. Secondly, his divine will had already taken form. It was also a change in the soul and had a very strong soul defense effect. Thus, Chu Feng's soul defense could be said to be abnormal. The bewitching power could not shake him at all. Besides, Chu Feng had once attached himself to the Heavenly Tao stone and transformed into the Heavenly Tao. A complete transformation had happened in the depths of his soul. Trying to enslave him, the guy in front of him was not qualified. In fact, Chu Feng even felt that his rebirth had brought about some imperceptible changes to his soul. Chu Feng had yet to discover the exact reason. He just vaguely felt that he was very different from others. As a result, after Yarrow's power entered his body, Chu Feng did not even feel the slightest bit of discomfort. He only pretended because he planned to lure that fellow into injecting more energy into him. The power of enticement was also power. The reason was simple. Chu Feng needed to accumulate a large amount of power, the power of the resonance domain, to summon number 9. Chu Feng had never forgotten how he had tricked number 9 into agreeing to help him once. For this reason, before he left, he deliberately asked number 9 for a domain origin, using the origin as a guide, domain as a bridge. It would connect the Earth God planet and the Blood Sea to summon number 9. This was also the summoning technique that number 9 had told him. Otherwise, with the Great Sealing Formation, number 9 would not be able to penetrate it. However, this method had quite a few drawbacks. One of them was that he needed power. A large amount of power was required to activate this origin. Chu Feng was originally worried. Chapter 344, Domain Origin Power. Summoning number 9. All along, Chu Feng had treated number 9's domain origin as his final trump card. Chu Feng had never felt that asking those people from the Blood Sea space for help was something shameful. Furthermore, this was something that Chu Feng had won from a bet. Of course, if everything went well, the situation was within his control. Chu Feng was unwilling to trouble number 9. The current world did not seem to be very friendly to these fellows who had been passed down from ancient times, especially Earth. Perhaps it was because of the methods of the 10 great master gods back then, or perhaps it was because of the restrictions of the Earth God planet itself. It was rare to see creatures from other eras walking in the world. Even Yarrow did not intend to expose his identity, but the moment Yarrow walked out, Chu Feng knew very well that this time, it was definitely beyond his ability. Chu Feng was confident, but not arrogant. A heaven realm expert comparable to a human great SS was not someone Chu Feng could deal with right now. No matter how many tricks he had, no matter how monstrous he was, he would not be a match. Perhaps the golden ranking lists were a way to repel the enemy. Chu Feng knew very well, the golden ranking lists were a treasure. He had discovered it in his previous life. On the day of destruction, the demons had invaded Earth and humanity was in danger. It was also the golden ranking lists that had intimidated the enemy. It allowed humans to escape death. But for some reason, this thing was too unstable. It was also easy to be deceived by the enemy. Who knew when it would erupt? Therefore, he could not place all his hopes on the golden ranking lists. As such, using number 9's promise had become the only way. Chu Feng had not spoken earlier. He was just secretly accumulating strength. Yarrow liked to talk nonsense and liked to show off in front of his juniors. So let him be. It just so happened that Chu Feng needed time to prepare. He couldn't wait for Yarrow to continue being snobbish. After all, summoning number 9, even if it was only a portion of number 9's strength, was still not an easy task. Otherwise, Xian Yi would have summoned the Demon Emperor long ago. He needed a medium. Coincidentally, Chu Feng and number 9 cultivated the heavenly water domain together. This was an extremely high-end domain technique. It contained boundless power. Chu Feng had merely comprehended some superficial knowledge. With this opportunity, he would have a foundation in summoning. In addition, before Chu Feng left, he had shamelessly asked for a wisp of domain origin from number 9. That was the core of number 9's domain, and it was extremely precious. If the enemy seized it, he could even find number 9's weakness through the domain origin and defeat her. No wonder the blondie kept teasing that number 9 wanted to take advantage of the young. Otherwise, why would she dare to give away something that martial artists regarded as their life? Chu Feng did not know about this. He only knew that it was not easy for him to activate the origin of this domain. The reason for that was because Chu Feng's strength was still too low. It was only at the mortal stage. If he relied on his own strength, it was unknown when he would be able to activate this origin and shake the heavenly water domain to let number 9, who was far away in the Blood Sea space, know. Just when Chu Feng was still fretting, it was such a coincidence. Yarrow before him seemed to know what Chu Feng needed. He sent a large amount of extremely high-quality energy. This guy's main body was definitely a true god. The essence of the energy was ridiculously high. Furthermore, if Yarrow were to use normal energy to attack Chu Feng openly, Chu Feng was not so capable as to absorb the attack power. However, Yarrow had to use some bewitching power. Was it to show off the power of his former self, the god of desire? Wasn't this giving him a pillow when he was sleepy? What a good person. Chu Feng was almost completely immune to the bewitching power. Anyway, his soul was extremely special. He was not afraid of such control methods at all. He naturally felt at ease and absorbed Yarrow's power, and all of it was poured into number 9's domain origin. Chu Feng was unable to use those powers, but number 9's domain origin could. In fact, Chu Feng was afraid that Yarrow would give up on bewitching him after discovering that it was useless. He quickly put on an expression of extreme pain and almost being enslaved, a trick to gain sympathy. There were many flaws. If Yarrow had investigated carefully, he should have found a loophole. After all, it was only a strategy that Chu Feng had come up with on the spot, but this guy was too excited. He was enslaving a monster comparable to the Heaven Ascension Demon Master. How could he not be excited? All he could think about was enslaving Chu Feng. As a result, he was not on guard at all. Of course, it was also because of his carelessness. Who would have thought that with the strength of the Heaven Martial Realm, going all out to enslave a mortal warrior, he would actually fail? This did not make sense at all. However, Chu Feng was not a normal person, a series of coincidences. And Chu Feng's deliberate actions facilitated the current situation. The energy before Chu Feng was extremely dense. The heavenly water domain expanded uncontrollably and enveloped the world. Two cores had appeared. One was the realm heart that Chu Feng had obtained, the amplification. The other was number 9's domain origin, which had absorbed a large amount of energy and was close to awakening. Chu Feng sensed his surroundings. He was just short of the last bit. It would be completely activated. Unfortunately, at the last moment, Yarrow seemed to have sensed something and stopped bewitching him. Otherwise, he would have succeeded long ago. There was not another chance. Now, he could only do it himself. Although his energy level was a little low, quantity could make up for quality. He crazily controlled his power to surge into it. Perhaps it would not take long. A trace of joy flashed across Chu Feng's eyes. His acting skills were not in vain. At that moment, on the other side, Yarrow also realized that something was wrong. His brows furrowed. He carefully sensed the surrounding realm power. In particular, the wisp of origin power floating in the middle made him feel a little afraid and even familiar. Something is wrong. Is that the origin power of a domain? He seemed to have thought of something. Yarrow's expression suddenly changed. Not good. He seems to be summoning something. We can't let him succeed. Xian Yi. Quick! Stop him with me. To be safe, Yarrow did not care about his reputation anymore. The more allies he had, the more likely he would succeed. As he spoke, he suddenly glanced at the lonely Grand Supreme Elder. He suddenly said, Grand Supreme, you are also with Xian Yi. As long as you stop Chu Feng, I can allow you to continue working with me. Besides, I promise that I won't enslave you. There's no need for that now. When I unify the Earth God planet, I will need a puppet to be my spokesperson for controlling humans. At that time, you will be considered the master of humans. How about that? Listening to Yarrow's tempting words, the Grand Supreme Elder's lonely expression was suddenly moved again. He did not even hesitate. He charged straight for Chu Feng. As an enemy, Yarrow's reaction was normal. Chu Feng had already expected this, but as a wild dog that had been abandoned by its master, at this moment, his former master had only said a casual sentence and he was already wagging his tail again. They were both humans. Chu Feng felt sorrowful, pathetic. He should be killed. The killing intent in his heart suddenly soared. A cold laugh pierced through the air. Grand Supreme Elder, you're really upstart. Chapter 345, The Power of 10 Million People. Chu Feng's killing intent was frenzied. He looked at the Grand Supreme Elder charging over. His eyes were filled with disdain. That guy had forgotten his roots and was willing to be a dog. He was just trash. Chu Feng wanted to kill the Grand Supreme Elder directly, but at this moment, most of his strength had been poured into the domain origin. He was powerless. On the other side, Xian Yi, who had just recovered, also charged over. With Yarrow as his backing, Xian Yi seemed to have seen another opportunity for the demon race to conquer the Earth God planet. He was extremely excited. Even though his strength had yet to fully recover, he still charged forward resolutely. Chu Feng frowned. This was a critical moment. He could not be disturbed by these guys. Yarrow was too great a threat. Without number 9's help, no human could defeat him. But now, he still needed to hold on for a little longer. Behind the crowd, Yarrow looked up at the golden ranking lists in the sky as if he was afraid. That was why he did not attack immediately. However, Chu Feng knew very well, since Yarrow had chosen to expose his identity, he was naturally confident in avoiding the suppression of the golden ranking lists. As expected, the next moment, a pure human bloodline power suddenly appeared on the surface of Yarrow's body. This dense bloodline aura even surpassed most of the human experts present. The bloodline of Ming. In the distance, Chu Feng came to a realization. No wonder when he attacked the Kunlun sacred region, this guy in front of him could also invade the Kunlun ancestral stone. It was because he had fused with the true ancient human bloodline. He recalled what Yarrow had just said. He was suppressed by the ancient master god of the human race, Ming. Everything was obvious. With the help of the Grand Supreme Elder, not only did Yarrow break out of the seal, he also obtained a trace of Ming's bloodline power to disguise himself and corrode the Kunlun ancestral stone. At that moment, the golden ranking lists in the sky seemed to have suddenly lost their target. Power surged continuously, however, it did not erupt for a long time. It seemed to be puzzled. Why did that fellow with monstrous demonic aura suddenly transform into a human? Was he a human or a demon, then? Was he still an enemy? After all, the golden ranking lists were not real living beings. It was difficult to tell the difference. As it hesitated, its strength gradually dissipated. It gave up on suppressing him. Seeing this, a smug smile appeared on Yarrow's face. The bloodline from Ming is perfect to fool the golden ranking lists. If not for the help of you humans, how could I have obtained the bloodline of Ming? You suppressed us for countless years, but after your death, even your bloodline is used by us. How satisfying. Ha ha. He dodged the suppression of the golden ranking lists. Yarrow laughed wildly. In that case, who on the Earth God planet can stop me? As for Chu Feng, he had never placed him in his eyes. He could tell, Chu Feng should be summoning an ancient existence. If he really got it out, it would indeed be troublesome. But Yarrow sneered in his heart. Chu Feng had underestimated the strength of a heavenly martial realm expert. In front of a heaven martial realm expert, he wanted to stall for time. Impossible. Even if Chu Feng was comparable to an S rank, it was still impossible. The last bit of time was enough for him to kill Chu Feng 10 or 100 times. Not far away, the Grand Supreme Elder and Lin Yi had already fought with humans. All the human experts were furious. This damned traitor. At this moment, he was 100 times more vicious than Lin Yi. Every move was fatal. It was like he wished he could kill all the humans. With the strength of his S-rank strength, other than Chu Feng, no one on the human side could stop him. However, at this moment, most of Chu Feng's strength had been completely restrained. There was no way to attack. His eyes were filled with anxiety, but there was nothing he could do. If this continued, there might be casualties on the human side. This was something that Chu Feng was unwilling to see. Gritting his teeth, he planned to rush out and fight the Grand Supreme Elder. Ho Wudi roared, Chu Feng, just do what you need to do. We will definitely not let anyone disturb you. In the past, you were the one who sheltered humans. Now, it's our turn to do something for you. Ho Wudi and the others had cold expressions. His tone was extremely determined. With Chu Feng as the core, they vaguely formed an arc formation, completely protecting Chu Feng behind him. The Grand Supreme Elder of the Kunlun Sacred Region has betrayed humanity. He deserves to be executed. Kill. All the human heavenly masters roared at the same time. A surging wave of air surged into the sky. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. Under Ho Wudi's lead, with all their might, they actually managed to stop the Grand Supreme Elder and Lin Yi, an S-rank expert and an ultimate A rank. The world shook. The Grand Supreme Elder and Lin Yi tried their best to break through, but they realized that the group of people opposite them seemed to be relentless. They actually stopped them. The battle suddenly became stalemate. Behind him, Yarrow's voice suddenly sounded, sigh. In the end, I have to do it myself. In the next instant, it was as if he had teleported. He instantly appeared in front of many human heavenly masters. His speed was unbelievable. With a light wave of his hand, he swept through a large group of human heavenly masters. A grade A expert in the eyes of ordinary people was like an ant in the hands of Yarrow. Boom, in an instant, more than 10 heavenly masters were severely injured and vomited blood. This was just a trivial attack from Yarrow. Seeing this, Chu Feng took a deep breath. The situation was serious. He had no choice but to make a move. At this rate, in less than 10 seconds, Ho Wudi and the others would all be dead. At that time, even if Number 9 was summoned, it would be useless. The backbone of humanity would have been wiped out. There was really no hope for humans. However, before Chu Feng could move, Ho Wudi suddenly burst out laughing. Chu Feng, continue. Don't worry about us. I'll still say the same thing. I definitely won't let anyone disturb you. At that moment, Ho Wudi's eyes were bloodshot. He shouted at Chu Feng to stop him. He knew that if Chu Feng were to move now, all his previous efforts might be in vain. Although he did not know what Chu Feng was doing, Ho Wudi believed that Chu Feng would not do anything useless. That was definitely a method that could resist this terrifying existence. For this, even if they must die, they had to hold on, to create time for Chu Feng. Furthermore, it was not as if they could not resist. Previously, it was only because Chu Feng's individual strength was too powerful, and he had never miscalculated, that they completely suppressed the demon race. As a result, the humans did not even have to use the many methods they had prepared to win. However, all the countries in the world had long known that the first abyssal demonic tide was coming. Did they really not have any trump cards? How did they survive the first abyssal demonic tide in his previous life? Just by relying on those old and weak heavenly masters. How was it possible? Chu Feng had never thought of that. The next moment, before Chu Feng's astonished gaze, Ho Wudi suddenly opened his arms and leaped into the air. With the red-tasseled spear in hand, he looked at the tens of millions of troops on the ground with a cold expression and suddenly roared. All soldiers, listen up. Get into formation. Help me kill the demons. Chu Feng was extremely shocked. An army of 10 million, how was that possible? Chapter 346, not fighting alone. Chu Feng simply could not believe his eyes. Ho Wudi actually planned to let 10 million people form a formation? How was that possible? Chu Feng found it incredulous. Could this be the trump card of humans? If they could really form a formation, naturally, they could not be underestimated. If one could completely unite the power of 10 million people, not to mention S rank, there was even hope of defeating an SS rank. However, Chu Feng knew very well that, impossible, not to mention Ho Wudi. Even he could not do it. Chu Feng was confident that his talent in battle formations could already be considered top-notch, but now, he could at most unite the power of a million undead army. This was because the undead army had low intelligence. Only Chu Feng, their commander, was conscious. They were easier to control. If a million human soldiers could not unite their thoughts, actions, and consciousness, the difficulty would be 10 times higher. Not to mention, there were tens of millions of human soldiers here. They stretched for hundreds of miles. Perhaps one would need at least 10,000 pattern or even 100,000 pattern battle formation master to completely control it. As for Chu Feng, he was merely 1,000 pattern battle formation master, and as far as he knew, Ho Wudi did not seem to be a battle formation master at all. Then where did he get his confidence from? But at the next moment, Chu Feng was completely stunned. After Ho Wudi shouted, the 10 million strong army on the ground was stunned. Then, they seemed to have thought of something, especially the high-ranking generals among the army. They instantly came to a realization. They suddenly gestured to the troops they led. For a moment, all the armies actually began to move. It was as if they had gone through countless rehearsals, 5 people in a group of 10, a row of 100. It was as if they had formed many small circles. Then, everyone began to circulate the same cultivation technique at the same time. Is this the basic formation technique? Chu Feng saw through it immediately. Wasn't this the cheapest and most basic array technique on the golden ranking lists? It only contained some simple combinations of array formations. What did that mean? Before Chu Feng could ask anything, the next moment, everyone was shocked. The originally ordinary basic array technique seemed to have connected into a large body through the small cycles of the soldiers, because at the same time, they circulated the same cultivation technique. It made everyone's breathing and movements inadvertently uniform. 10,000 people, 100,000 people, 1,000,000 people, more and more soldiers were enveloped by it. In the end, the power of the array formation spread for thousands of miles. He actually managed to make tens of millions of people work together, although it was just a trick. Although he only had this one chance, although there were also some soldiers who did not keep up with the overall situation in their panic, causing some areas to fail to integrate into the overall situation and form flaws. No matter what, he actually succeeded. Chu Feng could tell, perhaps in order to keep it a secret, most of the soldiers did not know why they had done this. They did not know that they were forming a formation. However, this was what the higher-ups had requested a long time ago. When they received the order, no matter what happened, they had to circulate the basic array formation immediately. They trained and practiced a lot every day. This action was already engraved in everyone's instincts. Unknowingly, the power of the array formation resonated. They found another way. They had achieved such a feat in a unique way. This was the trump card of humans. They had spent countless manpower, money, and resources over the years to prepare this trump card, but it was powerful enough. Just because we don't know array formations doesn't mean that we can't use the power of array formations. Never underestimate the intelligence of humans. In midair, Ho Wudi's indifferent voice resounded through the world. Chu Feng, Earth is our home. Naturally, it needs all of us to protect it together. Don't put all the burden on yourself. Trust us, trust your companions, compatriots, and comrades. You are not the only one fighting this battle. All the power gathered in his body. At this moment, the aura around Ho Wudi had actually broken through the S rank. It was even constantly improving. The next moment, he stabbed casually. It was as if he had crossed space. The spear flashed. He actually sent the Grand Supreme Elder flying. The Grand Supreme Elder's powerful demonic body was pierced through like paper and blood flowed out. Then, he swept across, unable to dodge in time. Xianye's lower body exploded. Wailing sounds filled the air. At this moment, Ho Wudi was extremely powerful. In an instant, he severely injured the 2 people who were still showing off. They did not even have the strength to stand up. On the other hand, Ho Wudi seemed to have done an insignificant thing. The spear was invincible in the world. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng smiled. He smiled happily. so this was the true trump card of the human higher-ups, so he was not fighting alone, the others were also working hard in their own ways to bear their own responsibility. It felt good to have everyone fighting for the same goal. Hou tilted his head and met Chu Feng's eyes. They both laughed. Everything was obvious. How long will it take? Hou asked softly. 10 breaths. Chu Feng replied straightforwardly, all right. There was no additional guarantee. It was just a simple word. Chu Feng felt inexplicably at ease. Then this time, he would leave it to them. You asked me to believe you. I've always believed you. Immediately after, Chu Feng had actually completely given up on guarding against his surroundings. He threw himself into the summoning. All his strength was no longer reserved. Like surging waves, it poured into the source of his domain. At this moment, the light from the domain source became even more dazzling. It was as if it could break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly in the next moment. On the other side, Yaro's expression suddenly turned ugly. He would never have thought that he actually encountered another obstacle halfway. He could sense that the current Hou actually had the power of a high-grade S rank, or even a peak S rank. The power of 10 million people was indeed extraordinary. This was just a trick. Otherwise, the current Hou would have broken through that barrier. At this moment, Yaro wanted to avoid Hou and kill Chu Feng first to cut off the hope of humans. He knew very well that with such great power, a mere rank like Hou would not be able to last long. There was no need to pay attention to it. As time passed, he would collapse, but just as Yaro moved, the next moment, a long spear suddenly slashed through the air. It lay in front of Yaro. Hou was extremely cold and indifferent. In 10 breaths, you will not be able to hurt Chu Feng unless I die. Yaro's expression turned ruthless. Don't tell me you really think you're invincible. Peak S rank is still only S rank. But I have the power of the heaven martial realm. Do you believe that if we really fight, you'll definitely die? However, Hou did not care and smiled disdainfully. I believe you. But I know that I will definitely be able to delay until Chu Feng succeeds before dying. Do you believe me? Yaro snorted. He no longer held any hope. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. 10 breaths. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to last that long. Kill. Chapter 347. Sacrifice to change the world. The battle erupted instantly. There was no probing, no trash talk. Both sides went all out from the beginning. A life and death battle. In an instant, the mountains and rivers collapsed and the four seas boiled. Sharp spatial cracks appeared in the world. They were like ferocious beasts that had chosen their prey. They wanted to devour everyone. However, Hou and the other man did not seem to notice. They fought wantonly. The sky was falling and the ground was collapsing. In a breath's time, the two sides had exchanged countless blows. There were endless explosions. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this a battle between true experts? Boss Ho was so strong, but the ancient demon on the other side was stronger. In just 3 breaths, he had completely suppressed Hou. Yes, even if Hou tried his best, there was still an insurmountable gap between him and Yaro, although there seemed to be only a 1-letter difference between Grade S and Grade SS. Their strength was worlds apart. At this moment, Hou was completely on the defensive. He only tried his best to hold on, even if he must die. He had to last for 10 breaths, but as the saying went, a long defense would lead to failure, especially when experts fought. The situation changed rapidly. Yaro was a battle-hardened expert, so he instantly discovered a slight flaw in Hou. After all, Hou's power was not his. It was not solid enough and could not be controlled freely. There must be some flaws in the circulation of energy. Usually, even if it was a battle between people of the same rank, these small flaws were nothing. But at this moment, Hou's opponent was an old monster who had lived for countless years. He was once a divine-grade expert. He instantly seized the opportunity. A black light flashed in his hand. An extremely pitch-black dagger instantly tore through space. It actually silently pierced through Hou's body. Crash! Hou spat out a mouthful of blood. He covered the bleeding wound on his right abdomen. He looked helpless. Only 5 breaths had passed. He was already injured, and his injuries were not light. What should he do in the remaining half of the time? No matter what, he could not let Yaro affect Chu Feng. This was Hou's only thought. He took a deep breath and fought again. However, he was already getting exhausted. After being injured, Hou's aura clearly began to fluctuate violently. Even his strength began to drain. After all, it was not his own strength. Hou could not stop it at all. This was the drawback. Faced with a powerful enemy, the weaknesses were all exposed. If Hou's strength continued to decrease, Hou would be crippled without even needing Yaro to make a move later. At that time, no one would be able to resist Yaro for even an instant. Everyone present saw this and felt anxious. What should they do? Boss Ho was no match for him. There were still 5 breaths left before the time Chu Feng asked for. Boss Ho could not hold on until then. Once Yarrow reached Chu Feng, he would destroy the summoning ritual. Humans would no longer have the strength to resist, it seemed like. In the end, humans were still going to lose. An oppressive atmosphere of despair began to spread among everyone. On the ground, the 10 million soldiers fell silent. Was this not good enough? There was dead silence, but no one noticed. In an inconspicuous corner among the 10 million soldiers, there was a group of warriors in green dragon pattern robes. They were from the Huaxia Dragon Group, a team of mortal warriors. The strongest among them was only A rank. At this moment, they exchanged glances. There was some casualness and determination in their eyes. The middle-aged man in the lead smiled faintly. I believe everyone can see that because of the continuous loss of power, Boss Ho is no match for that demon. If this continues, Boss Ho will die, Chu Feng will die, and all humans will die. No one responded. They continued to wait for the middle-aged man to speak. The middle-aged man did not hesitate and said, everyone, self-destruct. This is the only way now. Boss's strength is depleting, so we'll replenish Boss's strength. We'll condense the energy produced by our self-destruction and fuse it into the array formation. Although our strength is weak, as long as there are enough people, it can still produce an effect. Boss Ho trained us. Now, it's time for us to repay him. We are weak. This might be the only way we can help Boss Ho. I won't force you. If you're willing to do it, listen to my orders later. If you're unwilling, it's fine. If we win in the future, remember to set up a tomb for us. It can be considered as returning us to our roots. The middle-aged man's tone was very calm. There was a smile on his face. It was as if he had seen through life and death. In the end, he said calmly, if you're unwilling, leave this place now. Don't get accidentally injured later. As soon as he finished speaking, no one moved. The group of people were equally calm. All right, Big Brother Wang, cut the crap. Hurry up and start. Can't you see that Boss Ho is about to be beaten to death? The middle-aged man called Brother Wang could not help but laugh. All right then. Brothers, see you in the next life. In the next life, we'll still be brothers. Let's go, let's go. If the humans can win, we'll die a worthy death. Boss Ho. Boss Chu Feng. The humans are depending on you. All the best. A group of warriors in green dragon-patterned robes smiled. They calmly detonated everything they had. With a resounding boom, they completely turned to ashes. Perhaps it was useless, but to them, this was the only thing they could do for humanity. In midair, the wildly fighting Howudi suddenly felt his heart tighten. He seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned around. That was where the dragon group used to be. At this moment, there was no one around. They were all his comrades. His comrades, damn it! Howudi roared. Just then, a force suddenly surged into his body. Although it was not obvious, it was abnormally tough. It worked. But Howudi would rather not have this power. In front of him, Yarrow charged again. Howudi's expression was terrifyingly dark. He suddenly shot out with his spear and actually forced Yarrow back. But then, this power was used up. Howudi was suppressed again. However, Howudi's outburst just now delighted all of humanity. It was useful. Everyone knew what the dragon group had done. Since it was useful, then the rest would be simple. A young man was extremely excited and shouted at Howudi. It's useful. Boss Ho, I'll help you too. My name is Li Jianguo. If you win, please tell my mother that his son is a hero. He sacrificed for humanity. It's worth it. Count me in. My name is Chen Gong. My parents have been killed by the demons, and I have nothing to worry about. I'll go against the demons for the rest of my life. As long as I can kill demons, I'm willing to pay any price. If we don't fight this battle, our descendants will. I don't want my 3-year-old son to face these disgusting things before he grows up. His father doesn't have much ability, but he wants to give him a normal childhood. Then let's do it. The 10 million soldiers were all roaring. Everyone knew that this was a battle between races. Only one party would survive. There was no way out. In that case, let's do it. The crowd was agitated. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of people were ready to sacrifice themselves and completely integrate into the array formation. Someone shouted again. Get lost. A bunch of brats, what are you fighting for? We old fellows are still alive. Who are you to throw your lives away? Ridiculous. Pass down my orders. Those who are willing to fuse with the array formation, the older generation will go first. Young people are not allowed to act rashly. Those who dare to act rashly, your names will not be written in the military merit book in the future. This was an old general in his 60s. At this moment, tears were flowing down his face. As he laughed, he suddenly cried, they were making sacrifices to change the world. With such a group of devoted people, humans were so lucky. The old general suddenly raised his head and looked at Ho Wuti, who was in midair. He was old but strong. Ho Wuti, don't let them down. In midair, Ho Wuti's expression was solemn. He suddenly bowed and cupped his hands solemnly. Everyone, have a safe trip. Thank you, I will surely slay the demons and kill the enemies to comfort everyone. The human race will celebrate. Chapter 348, To be born in Huaxia in the next life. As Ho Wuti finished speaking, on the ground, suddenly, explosive roars could be heard. Countless people straightened their chests, held their breaths, and roared crazily, kill the demons. Even if I die, I won't regret. The human race will celebrate. Countless roars could be heard. It was like a tsunami, swallowing mountains and rivers, shaking all directions. Boom, boom. Boom, accompanied by a tsunami of roars, the soldiers decided to self-destruct. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers chose to sacrifice their lives. Among them was the white-haired old general. As he laughed wildly, he gave up everything. In the sky, it was as if countless dazzling fireworks had suddenly erupted. The world seemed to be wailing. To send them off, at this moment, Ho Wuti suddenly felt a powerful force that made the world tremble fuse into his body. 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of his eyes. He knew very well that this was the power that hundreds of thousands of soldiers had exchanged their lives for. He felt aggrieved. Kill. 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 In an instant, Ho Wuti's eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent soared. He had never felt such murderous intent in his heart. He looked at Yarrow opposite him. He wanted to feast on his flesh and drink his blood. It was him who had forced hundreds of thousands of good men to their deaths. These people might also have parents, wives, and children waiting for them to return home. They might also have prepared 3 dishes on the table, and a few cups of wine, waiting for their sons, husbands, and fathers to come home and reunite. But now, they could never go back. Damn it! At this moment, Ho Wuti only had one thought in his mind. He could not let these people sacrifice themselves for nothing. He had to stop Yarrow. To buy time for Chu Feng, he took a deep breath. Ho Wuti charged out madly. At this moment, the red spear became even redder, as if it had been dyed blood red. It carried a monstrous murderous aura. With a single spear strike, the sky shattered. On the other side, Yarrow's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly, looking at the spear that pierced through the sky. He actually felt ashamed. It felt like he was invincible, impossible. You're just ants. Humans are just an ant-like race. Yarrow roared. He was a true heaven martial realm expert. He was once a true divine grade expert. How could he be frightened by some ants? It's just a temporary increase in strength. You won't be able to last long. In the end, these powers are not yours. I want to see how many times you can use this spear. Victory will only belong to me. Yarrow also went crazy. He threw a hysterical punch. It struck the spear. However, Ho Wuti did not care and just attacked crazily. There was only one thought in his mind. With me around, this path is impassable. The spear shadows that filled the sky tore a hole in the sky. He actually stopped Yarrow. No progress. Seeing that Chu Feng was about to complete his summoning, Yarrow was extremely frustrated. These ants had really stopped him. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Your strength is still flowing away, and it's very fast. At most, 3 more strikes and your strength will be exhausted. The remaining time is still enough for me to kill Chu Feng. Your struggles are in vain. In vain. After being stopped by a group of weak ants for so long, Yarrow felt embarrassed. He roared crazily. His voice reverberated in all directions. However, Ho Wuti did not seem to feel the loss of energy in his body. He ignored it and stood alone with his spear. On the ground, some soldiers sneered. Was his power still flowing? Was it not enough? Then just replenish. It was not a big deal. We don't have anything else, but our lives are worthless. If you need them, just take them. No one asked them to do it. Suddenly, another group of people looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. They could not even be bothered to leave behind any last words. It was good to be born empty-handed and leave alone. Boom, boom. There were continuous sounds of self-destruction. Suddenly, a bearded man with a Huaxia face stepped forward. He laughed out loud. His voice was rough but exceptionally loud. Ha, I just saw some foreigners self-destruct. TSK, they're quite good. We Huaxia people can't be inferior to these foreigners, right? You young people might not understand, but when we were young, our country was still weak. We were bullied by this group of foreigners many times. They were superior to us in every way. Later on, our country became powerful. From a poor and weak agricultural country to one of the top superpowers today, we led the world and looked down on everyone. Who would dare to look down on the Huaxia people? We are humans, but we are also Huaxia people. No matter what, we Huaxia people should be stronger than those foreigners, brothers? Let these people see that our Huaxia is the most awesome. Just as the bearded man finished speaking, immediately, everyone responded. Laughter filled the air. Huaxia had the most soldiers. As the only country that defended against the enemy and was not trampled by the demon race, it had the most army. At this moment, someone in the Huaxia army suddenly roared with laughter. We Huaxia people are born fearless. Let's fight to the end. Today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold in the future. Brothers, I'll take my leave first. It's time for us to sacrifice for our country. Let's go. Keep it up. Wish all the best for human race and Huaxia. His sonorous words resounded throughout the vast land. The momentum of the million people from Huaxia completely suppressed the voices from other directions. At this moment, only Huaxia was shining. A country was comparable to all countries. In the distance, the waves were surging and roaring. It was as if they were cheering for these Huaxia soldiers. In midair, Sister Han, Yi Qingtian, Madame He, Yu Qingzi, and the other local Huaxia experts could not help but feel their blood boil and their battle intent soar. At this moment, they really wanted to charge forward. They wanted to cheer with the million-strong army. However, the difference in their strength was too great. Before they could even get close, they might have already been crushed to pieces by Yarrow's might. They could only watch from afar regretfully. He was indignant. Suddenly, Ho Wudi roared in the sky. The soldiers have given me too much strength. I can't hold on anymore. Come over and bear a portion for me. Fight the enemy together. Then, Ho Wudi ordered, Fang Jinghan, Yi Qingtian, Madame He, Yu Qingzi, and Lu Xiener, you bunch of brats, are you willing to follow me to fight the ancient demon and return this world to peace? We're willing. No one hesitated. At the same time, they took a step forward. They were all from Huaxia. It was not that Ho Wudi was xenophobic, it was because of the current situation of the Huaxia soldiers. They only hoped that their strength would be used by the Huaxia people. It might not be beneficial to the unity of the human race, but what was wrong with being willful before death? Furthermore, the foreign experts all had complicated expressions. There was regret, but more than that, there was shock, envy, and even jealousy. The Huaxia people were really too united. This was something that all their countries combined could not compare to. Yi Qingtian pointed at the Western experts led by Ares and laughed arrogantly. Ares, it's not that I look down on you, but in the end, this world still needs to be saved by us Huaxia people. I have no regrets entering Huaxia in this life. I wish I would be born here in my next life. Our Huaxia is invincible. Chapter 349, Arrival. At this moment, the night was falling. The sky was filled with stars. Not far away, there seemed to be 5 dazzling stars in the sky. At this moment, one could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at the group of people in front of them. Under Ho Wudi's lead, they lined up and stood in front of Yarrow. Behind him, at some point in time, Chu Feng opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with relief. He had never forgotten his identity as a Huaxia citizen and had always been proud of it. He spoke slowly with an apologetic tone. Boss Ho, the summoning this time is more difficult than I imagined. I'm afraid you guys will have to hold on for a while longer. I'll work harder. It should be very fast. Ho Wudi did not turn around and only smiled faintly. It's fine. As long as we're alive, you can just do what you want. Just as he finished speaking, the battle erupted instantly. On the human side, countless soldiers provided too much power. Ho Wudi could not withstand it at all. If he forced himself, he might be pushed to another height, but he would probably explode in the blink of an eye. His mission was only to stop Yarrow. Therefore, he called all the experts from Huaxia over to bear the responsibility together. In this way, although Ho Wudi's own strength would not increase much, there were more people and everyone's overall strength had increased. They could also block Yarrow, attack, kill. Following Ho Wudi's order, everyone attacked together. Feeling the surging power in their bodies, everyone felt extremely excited. They knew that this power was only temporarily stored in their bodies, and as time passed, it would only decrease, but at this moment, they could truly feel the power of those above a rank. Each of them was comparable to an S rank. Sensing the power of this realm in advance was not a small opportunity for everyone. This pointed out the direction for their future breakthrough. On the other side, Yarrow's expression turned even uglier. It was worse than eating SHT. Were these guys all indestructible cockroaches? Some ants that he had never taken seriously could actually cause him such trouble. At this moment, he was facing more than 10 human warriors with powerful auras, especially Houwudi, who had vaguely reached the SS rank, which was the heavenly martial realm in ancient times. Even if he was still inferior to him, they were still in the same realm. In addition, there were more than 10 experts comparable to the profound connection realm interfering. Yarrow knew that he might really not be able to break through their defense and kill Chu Feng in a short period of time. Of course, Yarrow knew this as well. Houwudi and the others had only temporarily reached this stage, in terms of real strength. They weren't consolidated. Yarrow did not even need to fight head-on. As long as he avoided them, Houwudi and the others would collapse without him making a move. But the problem was, Yarrow was also fighting for time. Facing this group of guys who only wanted to stop him, Yarrow had no choice. Their strength could stop him for a few dozen breaths. At that time, it would be too late. After figuring this out, no matter how unwilling Yarrow was, he could only give up. He moved his feet. He retreated instantly. He was so fast that even Houwudi could not see him. Clearly, as expected of an ancient expert, any random trick was not something Houwudi and the others could compare to. Fortunately, they only needed to defend for a short period of time. Otherwise, if they were to really fight, Houwudi knew very well that they might be defeated by this fellow one by one. Houwudi and the others did not advance rashly. He stayed where he was. He did not give Yarrow any chance. In that case, so what if I play with you guys? I don't believe that a mere native of the Earth God planet can summon any experts. Not far away, Yarrow kept sneering. Earlier, he had only wanted to stop Chu Feng's summoning because he was cautious and unwilling to cause unnecessary trouble. Actually, Yarrow truly did not believe that Chu Feng could summon any powerful existence. Yarrow knew very well. For an existence like him, it was actually very awkward at this time. It was best not to come out into the world. Otherwise, once someone found out about his background, when the true tribulation descended, perhaps the first to die would be the one jumping around the most. Everyone understood this logic. Therefore, no matter which realm it was rare to see those ancient existences running around, not to mention descending to the Earth God planet. Here, the restrictions were ridiculous. However, some things had yet to truly awaken. To summon an ally here would require a great favor. Where could a mere native of the Earth God planet get to know such an existence? Thus, Yarrow guessed that the creature Chu Feng was summoning might be a powerful creature from another dimension. However, if Chu Feng thought that he could defeat him with that stupid thing, he would be dreaming. He comforted himself. Yarrow felt much more at ease. He looked in Chu Feng's direction. The key now was whether Chu Feng could summon a truly powerful existence. Yarrow could feel it. There seemed to be a powerful force gathering in that domain. The summoning was coming to an end. Suddenly, with a thunderclap, Chu Feng's heavenly water domain suddenly expanded. An endless pale blue light curtain enveloped the world. Vaguely, a beautiful figure could be seen standing proudly in the sky. The world shook. With a wave of her hand, she revealed her true appearance. Chapter 350, An Acquaintance. At that moment, Chu Feng's heavenly water domain seemed to have become the center of the world. It was because of the beautiful figure in the light curtain. The moment she appeared, it was as if she was the master of all domains in the world. Even Chu Feng felt that his heavenly water domain was no longer under his control. The next moment, the woman waved her hand gently. Chu Feng's heavenly water domain, which had nearly exploded, was easily condensed again. The woman pondered for a moment. It was as if she was sensing something. Suddenly, her cold eyes lit up and she nodded slightly. Her red lips parted slightly, but she could not hide her coldness. Your domain has improved quite well. Looks like you've used your domain quite a bit recently. Chu Feng felt ashamed. Wasn't that obvious? He used the heavenly water domain almost every battle. This thing could be used to trap, kill, restrict, and track people. It had too many uses. It was especially useful against the weak. He was naturally much more proficient. The cold woman seemed to be in a good mood. She waved her slender hand gently. A beautiful face appeared in front of everyone. Number 9 of the 10 Blood Shadow Warriors. She was also the only woman among the 10 Blood Shadow Warriors, the cold-faced witch. At this moment, she had come to fulfill her promise to Chu Feng. Although she was far away and had to cross 2 spatial zones, she still came. She arrived at the Earth God planet, a place that terrified all the ancient experts. Too many experts had died here. the murderous aura was dense. Number 9 frowned slightly as if she had sensed something and said coldly, "This place doesn't seem to welcome people like me." As he spoke, number 9 raised her head slightly to look at the sky. The golden ranking list suddenly began to move again. The golden light began to gather. It was as if they treated number 9 as an invading enemy. They wanted to suppress her. Seeing this, Chu Feng hurriedly mobilized the 2 divine-grade bloodlines in his body and used his bloodline aura to completely envelop number 9, isolating her from the world. He had learned this from Yarrow. Since the bloodline he had stolen from Ming had this effect, Chu Feng's 2 divine-grade bloodlines were definitely not a problem. As expected, he had guessed correctly. As if she did not care, number 9 looked at Chu Feng and asked casually, "Why did you summon me?" Chu Feng felt that this woman seemed to be colder than before. He could not help but dodge. Then, he pointed at Yarrow. "Hey, senior, it's him. I think he's some Heaven Ascension divine guard. Anyway, he's an ancient expert. I'm no match for him, so I can only summon senior." Following Chu Feng's finger, number 9 looked up. When she saw him, or rather sensed the aura of Yarrow's soul, a cold smile suddenly appeared on her face. Is that you, Yarrow? Interesting." On the other side, being stared at by number 9, Yarrow's expression was almost twisted into a fried dough twist. It was extremely ugly. How could it be her? Yarrow felt like he was going crazy. How did Chu Feng know her? Impossible. After the ancient times, those 10 fiends seemed to have disappeared into thin air. They should not have appeared here. At that moment, Yarrow happened to hear number 9 shout his name. His body froze. He straightened his neck and forced himself to speak. "It's actually you, which I didn't expect that we would meet again in such a way after countless years. The Heaven Ascension 9 divine guards and the 10 blood shadow warriors are truly fated." Hearing Yarrow's voice, number 9 sneered, "Don't flatter yourself. How can you trash be compared to us? Ridiculous. All of you only know how to copy others. Your master regarded my lord as his greatest opponent. He looked up to my lord in every way. Even the 10 blood shadow warriors under my lord were imitated by him. He created the so-called 9 Heaven Ascension divine guards. In the end, he created a complete mess and was extremely boring. However, he did not know that my lord had never taken him seriously. Similarly, the 10 blood shadow warriors have never taken you trash seriously. Other than the few at the front who have some strength, the rest are just there to make up the numbers, not to mention someone like you who's ranked last." Number 9's tone was extremely cold and disdainful. Yarrow's expression was so dark that water could be squeezed out of it. He was furious. "Louis, you witch, you actually dare to spout nonsense and humiliate the Divine Master and the Heaven Ascension Divine Guards. You're courting death." Number 9's beautiful eyes darted around and she smiled disdainfully. "So what if I'm humiliating you? I'm right here. You dare to fight me? I'll give you the guts. Have you forgotten that back then, you were unconvinced and challenged the Grand Pure One Realm's great Crimson Heavens? The bosses didn't make a move. The 9 of us fought your 9 guards. Did you win any of the rounds? Even that trash, the Blondie, could easily suppress you." The moment he finished, Yarrow was speechless. His expression was extremely ugly. Beside him, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. He did not expect to hear the Blondie, known as the Expert's Measurement Unit, again here. So this so-called ancient expert was not even comparable to a single Blondie. To think that he thought that this guy was a hidden big shot. From their conversation, Chu Feng could also tell, these two seemed to be old friends? However, there were some grudges. It was a grudge between the two forces. This was interesting. Also, number 9's real name was actually Louis? Was it really good for such a cold woman to have such a soft name? What a contrast, Chu Feng thought mischievously. Suddenly, he heard Yarrow's indignant voice. "Louis, don't be arrogant. I'm here. My soul is here. And you're just a projection. Even if your main body is powerful, how much strength can you bring now? Today, I will suppress you, witch, and seize your domain origin. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant." Yarrow's voice resounded throughout the land. Hearing those words, Chu Feng looked at number 9. Was what this guy said true? Wouldn't it be a waste if the expert he had spent so much effort to summon was killed by the enemy? Seeing Chu Feng's questioning gaze, Louis nodded indifferently. He's right. Descending through 2 spaces, I really didn't bring much power. I'm not as freakish as second brother and third brother. Their Tao is at a very high level. Even if their basic strength is very weak, they can still unleash strength beyond their rank. My current battle is still very dependent on energy. Lin said straightforwardly. She did not feel ashamed at all. Chu Feng had not reached her level, so he might not understand how difficult it was to reach the level of Tao. That was perhaps the level that countless gods dreamed of. Chu Feng was stunned. What did that mean? In other words, perhaps she was really not his match? Then what's the use of summoning you? Where's your arrogance? He might as well take advantage of the explosive strength of Ho Woody and the others to give it a shot. Fortunately, Lin Yi continued calmly, fortunately, there's a wisp of my domain origin here. With your help, I can unleash a little of my strength. Even if I can't defeat that fellow, I can at least stop him. Chu Feng rolled his eyes. What was the use? When her projection dissipated, where could he find someone else to help? But before Chu Feng could speak, suddenly, he heard Lin Yi's extremely shocked and terrified voice, gasp. This is actually an elementary realm heart? Countless experts in the field of domain are risking their lives to obtain this treasure. If used properly, that yarrow can be destroyed with a flip of your hand. However, you don't seem to know how to use it at all? What a waste of a treasure. Lin Yi felt like she was going crazy.